The liquid metal ball murmured, "Did someone create this while researching the concept of eternity?" As it was also studying the bone of eternity, although it hadn't been that long, it was able to make some progress and produce something similar, just that it was a lot weaker than this smoke. The question was, wasn't Song Shuhang merely touched? Why did he also become a smoke monster? Could it be that the indestructible smoke was contagious? Was it that when ordinary creatures were touched by the smoke, they'd acquire a body of smoke, losing their minds in exchange? Perhaps I should study this thing next, the liquid metal ball thought to itself. A pair of hands emerged from its body, grabbing the icicle that sealed Song Shuhang. The liquid metal ball said, "With this indestructible smoke, my research of the bone of eternity will definitely make great progress. However, with him having lost his rationality, will I still be able to dig out his memories? If I can, that would be great." However, when it grabbed the icicle, it suddenly found that the seal on the icicle was being eaten away. The smoky Song Shuhang swallowed all of the energy that could be swallowed. The ice made of the evil energy of the netherworld, as well as the seal which had come to be through the liquid metal ball's energy, were completely swallowed, strengthening Song Shuhang. The liquid metal ball said, "Damn it." In just a few breaths, a small hole had been eaten out of the icicle. Afterward, the smoky Song Shuhang flew out through this small hole, recondensed in the air, and then jumped up. How annoying. The one who was able to produce this thing was definitely at the same level as me, or maybe even above me. In other words, this should be the product of someone who was at least a ruler of the netherworld or a wielder of the will. The liquid metal ball stared at the Song Shuhang, who was in the air. Recently, with the advent of the great tide of spiritual energy, a new era was about to begin. As such, various products of the previous wielders of the will and rulers of the netherworld were emerging. For example, that annoying big-eyed planet, the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber, or that turtle that had suddenly swallowed and taken tyrannical Song away, and there was also the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus. All of these products were in one way or the other related to the concept of eternity, making them all troublesome to deal with. From what I can recall, there weren't many of these things emerging during the previous spiritual energy tide. Could there be something special about the one coming this time? The liquid metal ball pondered. Whoa! In the sky, the smoky Song Shuhang let out a strange sound once again, and then charged at the liquid metal ball without any fear of dying. A metal sword condensed on the liquid metal ball's body. At the same time, its body took on a human form made out of black iron. The liquid metal ball solemnly said, "In the netherworld realm, there is nothing that I cannot cut through." This sentence carried the netherworld's will. As it said that, the liquid metal ball swung its sword. Sword light came bearing down, and Song Shuhang was cut in half. Moreover, this cut remained in place, and it appeared to be unhealable. This was a sword slash that carried the netherworld realm's will. Whatever the sword cut through would die. Even if the smoke possessed some of the attributes of eternity, it would be unable to survive a cut like this. Puff dash, the two halves of Song Shuhang turned into smoke again. After that, two balls of smoke fell to the ground. These two portions were the part that had been cut by the sword and were now unable to fuse together. The rest of the smoke gathered into a ball, and then turned into Song Shuhang once more. Strange sounds came from his mouth as his eyes locked onto the liquid metal ball, ready to continue. "Do you really think that I'm unable to deal with you?" The liquid metal ball felt that its dignity was being challenged. As a ruler of the netherworld, it was actually taking such a long time to deal with this pseudo-eternal product with trash-tier strength. If White were to know of this, he would definitely laugh out loud. The liquid metal ball thought, "I should just seal this thing in a space without any energy, and then bring it back with me for research." At this moment, Song Shuhang suddenly paused. He had twisted too forcefully, causing his waist to take on a weird shape. Because of his waist having been cut by the liquid metal ball just now, the unhealable part was discarded. As such, a gap had appeared at the smoky Song Shuhang's waist. This gap was slowly healing, but when Song Shuhang twisted too much, he ended up in a strange posture because of this gap. The smoky Song Shuhang paused for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and flew into the pile of clothes, phone, and magical treasures that he had dropped a while back. Under the doubtful gaze of the liquid metal ball, Song Shuhang opened his mouth and swallowed the giant whale monster core. After he swallowed it, it turned into a ball of mirage energy. This mirage energy and Song Shuhang's smoke were two completely different types of energy. The mirage energy was colorful, while the smoky Song Shuhang was pitch black. The mirage energy from the swallowed monster core moved to Song Shuhang's waist, and applied colorful patches to the gap. And so, the pitch-black smoky Song Shuhang now had a colorful band of light at his waist. If someone who didn't know better was here, they might think that there was a treasure hidden in Song Shuhang's waist. After applying the patch to his waist, the smoky Song Shuhang suddenly seemed to have calmed down. He seemed to have regained his reasoning. He began to put on his clothes, then picked up his magical treasures, his phone, wallet, and other things, and tidied himself. Then, he sat right where he was, and rested his cheek on one of his hands, as if he was lost in thought. The liquid metal ball said, "Have you regained your consciousness?" Song Shuhang said, "Mr. Fat Ball, I've finally calmed down. However, there's still a bit of a problem with my memory. I've recovered most of it, but there's still a lot that I can't recall." The liquid metal ball asked, "And the parts related to the scholarly faction?" Song Shuhang pointed to his head, and said, "It just so happens that belongs to the part one can't remember. It's fine. You've got a lot of time to remember things." The liquid metal ball took out a bottle from its body, and said, "Now, you simply need to be a good boy and stay inside my bottle. After a few days, you should be able to remember everything you knew about the scholarly sage." "Well, I'd rather not." Song Shuhang laughed. Behind him, a spatial gate opened. A mini senior white wearing a small Taoist robe stepped out of the spatial gate. His clothes had always been the kind of Taoist robes that could transform with but a thought, changing into any size that one deemed fit. The spatial gate closed. Behind Senior White, the long river of fate and time was floating high up. At this time, that hand made of smoke was holding Senior White's body. Song Shuhang suddenly became sober, but this wasn't because of eating the monster core but because Senior White had woken up, which woke him up as well. The liquid metal ball exclaimed, "How is this possible? The deadly curse that made use of the power of the netherworld, the one that it could only cast once a year, had failed to kill the other party? Did he use some cheats or something?" Moreover, the liquid metal ball felt that this mini white from the main world had a similar temperament to that annoying white from the netherworld. Although one was big while the other was small, the feeling they gave it was pretty similar. "Are you alright?" Senior White asked in a childish voice. Song Shuhang patted his colorful waist, and replied, "I'm fine, completely fine. It's just that my waist has been partially cut, but I've already patched it up." Senior White nodded. He then turned his head, and said to the liquid metal ball, "Receive this one attack from me." The liquid metal ball asked, "Who are you?" Senior White didn't reply. In fact, he didn't have the extra energy to spare to reply. He currently only had enough energy to perform one attack. From the river of fate and time, a hand of smoke condensed and stretched out. The hand of smoke compressed wildly, becoming material, and turning into a slender palm. This palm flew toward the liquid metal ball. The sense of crisis that the liquid metal ball had been feeling suddenly spiked at this moment. Hundreds of different attacks suddenly erupted from its body. Spikes that were specialized in breaking any kind of defense, sword chi that could cut stars, light beams that could cut straight through planets, a netherworld vortex that could extinguish stars, a slash that carried the will of the netherworld, the curse of weakening that would render immortals useless. The liquid metal ball attacked with all its power. All the attacks carried with it the Netherworld's will and energy. Even during its fights with the Netherworld White, it had never gone all out like this. However, all of its attacks were useless in the face of that slender palm. All of the techniques were dissolved. Nothing could hurt it. Sword chi, magical techniques, and curses all hit the palm at the same time, but not even a small wound appeared. The liquid metal ball gritted its teeth, and said, "The power of eternity." Other than the power of eternity, it couldn't think of anything else to describe this thing. What happened when I reversed time? Did I reverse a wielder of the heaven's will? Bang! The palm lightly hit the liquid metal ball. Despite this being light, the fat ball was sent flying. A deep palm print appeared on its body, almost piercing through its body. The fat ball kept flying backward, and it couldn't stop at all. No, it's something that's still slightly weaker than the eternity of wielders of the will. The liquid metal ball compared the power of the palm just now with the bone of eternity that was in Skylark's old body. Although it also possessed an indestructible nature and the ability to destroy everything, it sensed that the power in that white palm just now was still slightly weaker than the power held by the bone of eternity. That smoke. After that strange smoke had condensed to an extremely high degree, it had transformed into that palm. Could it be that the white hand just now was also a creation of a wielder of the will? And it's a product that is extremely close to attaining eternity. The liquid metal ball became excited. After finally coming to a stop, it opened a spatial gate, and returned to where it had originally been. But at this time, Song Shuhang and Senior White had both disappeared. The liquid metal ball scanned around it, and finally found two motionless clouds of smoke on the ground. It was the remains of the gap in Song Shuhang's waist that it had cut out. In the old lair of the liquid metal ball, huge areas of land had been wrecked here. Senior White 2's figure slowly emerged, sniffing around. I can sense remnants of Song Shuhang's aura, and the aura of that human white from the main world. And there are also remnants of that fat ball's aura. Hehehe. Senior White 2 placed his hand on the ground. Since the fat ball isn't here, I'll be taking this away with me. He quickly teleported the entire area elsewhere. Y/N, some time ago, the fat ball had plotted against White 2, enticing him to go to the world of the Black Lotus so that it could use its exceptional sealing techniques to seal him inside. Sealing techniques had always been its strong point, and also the skill it was most proud of. After getting sealed, Senior White 2 had not gone to the Netherworld again to fight the fat ball. Part of why this happened was that he found some fun things to do in the main world. Today, it was mainly because Song Shuhang had appeared in the Netherworld realm while using his exoskeleton armor, which he had been able to sense, that he became curious and decided to leave the world of the Black Lotus. The liquid metal ball had designed its lair to have an airtight defense, so even someone like White 2 would have a very difficult time getting in. But for some reason, when White 2 rushed into the liquid metal ball's lair, he found that most of the defensive formations, sealing formations, and protective runes had been destroyed. As such, White 2 was able to enter the lair without expending much effort. When he got in, he wasn't too sure on whose lair this place really was, but when he saw the style of this lair, he knew that it was a creation of the fat ball. As long as it was a treasure of the fat ball, even if it were merely an ordinary piece of rock, White 2 would not let it go. Moreover, the layout of this lair was quite good. If he moved it back to the world of the Black Lotus, he could use it as a place to grow special Netherworld realm plants. White 2 shouted, "All right, up you go." The entire lair of the fat ball, as well as the ground below, was lifted up. While carrying the gigantic lair, Senior White 2 opened a spatial gate and entered it. Senior White 2 muttered, "If I weren't the ruler of the Netherworld, it would be quite difficult for me to bring such a humongous thing through a gate." After returning in front of the world of the Black Lotus, Senior White 2 stretched out his hand, and pointed at the fat ball's seal. The intricate seal was undone, causing a small door to open. White 2 propped up the lair, used a secret technique, and entered the small door. After he entered, the small door closed behind him, and the seal that the fat ball had placed was left completely undamaged. Today I got a great harvest. White 2 was satisfied. Soon after White 2 moved the lair. The liquid metal ball grasped the two strange black clumps of smoke, and opened a spatial gate back to the location of its lair. The liquid metal ball said, although tyrannical Song managed to get away, I still benefited from that overall. As long as I'm able to figure out the structure of these two clumps of smoke, I'll be a step closer to understanding the secrets of eternity, allowing me to take control of the bone of eternity in Skylark's body and maybe even make it mine. If it could take that bone of eternity and make it its own, it would have no need to be afraid even if its counterpart died. With the special nature of the bone of eternity, it could forever occupy the position of ruler of the netherworld just like White. When the next ruler of the netherworld was born, they would have to face two senior rulers of the netherworld, itself and White. The liquid metal ball said, smirk. Let's begin the experiments. Stepping out of the spatial gate, it arrived at the location of its lair. In its lair, there were many research-specific magical treasures that it had built itself. With the help of these magical instruments, it would be able to crack the secrets of the indestructible smoke very soon. But when it stepped out of the spatial gate, the liquid metal ball froze in shock. Why is there a huge hole here? Where was its lair? Where did the lair that it had spent 10,000 years setting up go? It was gone. The liquid metal ball guessed, could it have been destroyed by that human called White? After the time reversal, that human White had entered an exceedingly strange state, so was he the one that destroyed its lair? The liquid metal ball said, however, even if he did destroy my lair, wouldn't there at least be some remnants or ruins left behind? What was the deal with this huge hole, then? It was like its lair had been pulled straight out of the ground and taken away. After about 10 breaths of silence. Sure enough, the lair was really pulled out from the ground and taken away. The fat ball frantically screamed, White! White! I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. The ruler of the netherworld was enraged, so the entire netherworld realm shook. The ground of the netherworld trembled, the sky turned dark, and the stars fell down. The liquid metal ball instantly shuttled its way through space to the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus. The fat ball angrily said, White, you bastard, get out here. To it, everything was White's fault. As long as it couldn't find the perpetrator of something horrible that had happened to it, it was definitely White's doing. White 2 yawned and stuffed his latest, self-made earplugs into his ears. He specifically made it so that it would be able to filter noise, automatically doing away with any sound that came from the fat ball. After putting them on, White 2 opened the giant cocoon, dove into it, and fell sound asleep. In the depths of the world of the Black Lotus, there were tens of White 2 clones busily studying two treasures. These clones did not have his combat power, and only possessed White 2's vast expanse of knowledge. They were special clones that White 2 had created in order to study interesting things for him. What they were studying was the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword, as well as the space-time traversal ability of the giant turtle of disasters that came with it. In addition to that, they were also studying the heart of the big-eyed planet and the energy core technology that originated from the second wielder of the will. This heart could enable the big-eyed planet to make such huge movements. As long as this technology was mastered, White 2's pet number 1, little son your busy T-233, would truly be able to become his ultimate weapon. Another quiet and peaceful day. After filtering the enraged roars of the fat ball, White 2 fell asleep. At the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus, the fat ball calmed down. The liquid metal ball fiercely said, if you want, you can keep on hiding. However, you became the ruler of this place earlier than me, so while you were in the netherworld, you definitely had a lair of your own. Don't blame me for digging out your home. While all this was happening, White rested cozily inside the world of the Black Lotus. After saying that, the liquid metal ball left. it wouldn't be difficult for it to find White's lair. As the ruler of the netherworld, it could see every corner of the netherworld. If there was an area that was a blind spot, then it definitely had to be an area with a level of protection of the same level that it was. It simply needed to look for these blind spots, and it should be able to very quickly find White's old base. After the liquid metal ball left, an ugly white tiger hurriedly ran to the depths of the world of the Black Lotus. The ugly tiger shouted, "Master, Master, this is not good. That fat ball is going to dig out your lair." White too took off his earplugs. "Dig out my lair?" The ugly tiger replied, "Yes, Master. I was guarding the gate just now, and heard it say that." White too rubbed his temples. In fact, his old lair was long gone. Too much time had passed. He remembered that there had been one time when he woke up and accidentally tripped, destroying his lair. However, he did build a new lair later. Before he had gotten the world of the Black Lotus, he had made use of that new lair. Later, after having acquired the world of the Black Lotus, which was much better, he abandoned that lair. White too pinched his chin and fell into thought. Even if his newer lair were to be dug out and taken away by the fat ball, it was fine since he didn't really want it anyway. However, it was best to make use of everything before that lair of his was dug out. How could he make use of it? White too pondered. Meanwhile, Senior White took Song Shuhang and teleported to a location in the main world using his spatial abilities. "Where is this place?" Song Shuhang looked around. They were surrounded by ice as far as the eye could see. Senior White said, "It's somewhere in the main world. Just now, I consumed a lot of energy, so I could only move us to random coordinates in the main world." He still looked to be around 2 years old, he had yet to recover. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and waved it around. There wasn't any signal. Song Shuhang said, "This isn't Earth. We're possibly somewhere very far from Earth." Although they had no problems breathing, they would still have to be careful of any kinds of poison that might be present in the air. Senior White said, "I'm going to rest for a while. Before my energy recovers, pay attention to your safety." Senior White, rest assured. "We still have the inner world," Song Shuhang said. He could sense that his connection with the inner world was working just fine this time. "Should we return to the inner world to rest first?" Senior White nodded, and said, "Transfer me to a quiet place where I can be alone so that I can recover as soon as possible." Song Shuhang opened the inner world and transferred Senior White to the Virtuous Palace. As for him, he went to the Palace of Winter. "Senior Song, you are finally back." Soft Feather, 16, and the others had been waiting for Song Shuhang at the Palace of Winter. Su Clan 16 said, "Not long ago, both your clone and Senior White's clone suddenly disappeared, leaving everyone worried." Then, she stared at Song Shuhang's body. At this time, Shuhang was still made of smoke and only had a rough human form, and his waist was glowing colorfully. "What's with this state of yours?" Su Clan 16 reached out and poked Song Shuhang. Her finger went through Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang said, "How do I explain this? Well, my body's in a special state right now. It's similar to Senior Phoenix Slayer's talent, but this time I'm in a gaseous state rather than a liquid state. Don't worry. I feel that I won't stay in this state for much longer, and will return to my past self rather soon." Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Fairy Lychee curiously asked, "Where is Senior White?" Song Shuhang replied, "Senior White has consumed a lot of energy, and needs a quiet place to recover." Then, Song Shuhang said, "Senior Turtle, when Senior White and I escaped back to the main world, we ended up on some planet that we couldn't recognize. Could you take a look and figure out our current coordinates, and then judge whether or not we'll be able to use spatial abilities to return to Earth?" While talking, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a connection form with one of the treasures in his inner world. Use the Cross of Resurrection. Y/N, Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's mood worsened. Why would I want to use a magical treasure like the Cross of Resurrection? After all, wasn't this magical treasure one used for resurrecting? Did I die again? Ah, I went too far again. Fairy Skylark's famous words suddenly resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. After messing things up, Fairy Skylark would calm down and then face the problem. However, Fairy Skylark was different. She had the bone of eternity, and had no need to worry about dying at all. Song Shuhang, on the other hand, did not. He looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. Why do I not feel like I'm dead? He lowered his head and looked at his body. Although I've become smoke, I'm still alive, right? As such, I should choose the no option. After all, I'm still alive. If he was alive, there was no need to waste the Cross of Resurrection. Therefore, the logical choice was no. However, Song Shuhang couldn't bring himself to press the no button. What if he had really died? The Cross of Resurrection must have sensed that his state was one of death, and thus prompted him with this choice. If he chose not to use the Cross of Resurrection now, would he lose the opportunity to use it later? Would he really die if that happened? Song Shuhang felt tired as he thought of this. Senior Thrice Reckless said that people who sought death wouldn't have bad luck, so what was going on with him? Why had he died again? What happened to his luck? Was it eaten by Daodu or something? This matter was related to his life, so should he use the Cross of Resurrection? Damn it! I've only just bought the Cross of Resurrection. I didn't even get the chance to take a good look at it yet. Song Shuhang's heart ached so much that he couldn't even breathe. Moreover, how long had it been since the last time he revived? The last time that he had died was when he was forging his life-bound magical treasure, the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove. At that time, his liquefied body suddenly died and merged with the life-bound magical treasure. This caused him to have a life-bound magical treasure like no other, unique from those of other practitioners. Senior Turtle asked in puzzlement, what happened? Song Shuhang said, I'm so tired. Senior Turtle. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Turtle, do you think that I am alive? Or do you think that I am dead? Why are you asking these philosophical questions? Senior Turtle asked in reply. I just want to know whether I'm alive or dead in my current state. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, just now, a resurrection magical treasure of mine sent me a message, asking me if I wanted to use it or not. Senior Turtle. Senior Turtle was unsure as to what to think about Song Shuhang. Sometimes, it felt that this lad had peerless luck, but at other times, it felt that he was drowned in misfortune. Not long after it met Song Shuhang had already used 2 resurrection magical treasures. If he were to use another one now, that would be his 3rd one. This was the first that it had seen a practitioner use resurrection magical treasures at such a pace. Senior Turtle sighed and looked at Song Shuhang carefully. Song Shuhang's smoky state was very strange. If one argued that he was dead, you could tell them that he seemed to be alive and kicking. Yet, you still couldn't list any of the characteristics of a living person. This was especially so with the bright and colorful light at his waist, which made people feel that it was rather out of sorts. Senior Turtle couldn't come to a definite conclusion for a while. Senior Turtle said, I don't have any way of arriving at a definite conclusion on what's happening to you right now. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. At this time, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group saw that Song Shuhang's expression didn't seem to be great, and they all gathered around him. Shuhang, how did you end up in this state? At this time, the gentle voice of the white dragon sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang replied, I'm not so sure myself, but perhaps it has something to do with Senior White. Senior Yellow Mountain said, then, why not ask fellow Taoist White? Song Shuhang said, Senior White is resting right now, and he won't be able to reply for some time. When he had asked Senior Turtle about his state, he had first attempted to contact Senior White, but he did not answer him. Soft Feather suggested, Senior Song, if you want to determine whether or not you're alive, why not go and find Senior Copper Trigram? Have him perform divination about you, divining your life and death. Northern River's loose cultivator nodded, and said, that's a good idea. But the problem with that is, do any of you know where that shady fortune teller is at the moment? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. I heard that he was going to participate in this time's immortal feast, but if he doesn't show himself, we'll have a difficult time ascertaining what appearance he had assumed this time. Fairy Lychee said, and there's a chance that he was kept on that island and made to work on producing a child. Su Clan 16 came to Song Shuhang's side and gently grabbed his hand. As long as she was careful, she wouldn't cause Song Shuhang's hand to dissipate from grabbing too hard. Just use it, Su Clan 16 said earnestly. At most, another Song Shuhang too is going to be born. Song Shuhang said, to be honest, what I'm more worried about is something weird happening to me while I'm in the middle of revival. After thinking about it, Su Clan 16 said via secret sound transmission, then. Can you still use the secret appraisal technique? That secret technique should be able to help you, right? She knew that Song Shuhang had a secret appraisal technique that would cause him to spew out blood as a price every time he used it. Most of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group knew of this as well. However, there weren't only the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group in the surroundings right now, so Su Clan 16 reminded him in secret. Song Shuhang said, I can't believe I forgot about that. Su Clan 16 said, can you use it? If so, we'll protect you while you do so. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed it on his body, urging the secret appraisal technique. The secret appraisal technique was successfully activated. In the next moment, a lot of smoke was ejected from Song Shuhang's body. However, just like when he had been in the liquefied state that young Master Phoenix Slayer had put him in before, the smoke quickly returned to Song Shuhang's body after being ejected. An elemental body was particularly amazing at such times as it completely removed the aftereffect of spewing out blood. I need to know whether I'm alive or dead. The rune of the secret appraisal technique returned to Song Shuhang's eye, and the results of the appraisal appeared in his mind. Song Shuhang. Male. 5th stage Spiritual Emperor. Sage name, Tyrannical Song. Demon name, Tyrannical Scholar. Current state, neither alive nor dead, temporarily in a pseudo-eternal state. Remaining duration, 56 minutes 12 seconds. Pseudo-eternal state? Neither alive nor dead? Song Shuhang could guess that his current condition, which was neither alive nor dead, was the result of this pseudo-eternal state. In other words, when the pseudo-eternal state ended, he would return to his original state. If he used the Cross of Resurrection at this time, would his body change again because of the pseudo-eternal state that he was in? However, this kind of thing was simply seeking death too much. It's decided, let's deny the resurrection. Just as Song Shuhang decided to refuse the activation of the Cross of Resurrection, a voice came directly into his mind. Hello? Shuhang, are you there? I sensed your aura return to the inner world. It was Senior White 2's voice. Song Shuhang immediately replied, yeah, I just returned to the inner world. That fat ball almost beat me to death, and I feel really tired. Senior White 2 said, I did sense yours and the fat ball's aura. Don't worry. I am taking revenge for you. I've taken away the fat ball's lair, now it's fuming mad. Song Shuhang. Suddenly, I feel even more tired. By the way, there's something I need from you. I remember that you have a lot of heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs in your inner world, right? Senior White 2 said. If something like a heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb were to explode in the netherworld realm, its power would rise to a terrifying degree due to the restraining effect it had on the netherworld. He was planning on sending some nuclear bombs over to the fat ball as a gift, the more the better, as the power would be stronger the more there were. Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, however, these heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs were entrusted to me by the main world's Senior White, so I don't actually own them. Senior White too said, he and I are both your Senior White, so there's no need to differentiate between us. Just send me a batch of nuclear bombs. When the time comes, I will let that White go to my treasury to pick something of equivalent value. The treasures in my treasury were accumulated over millions of years, they definitely wouldn't disappoint him, eh? While he was speaking, Senior White 2's voice suddenly paused. Senior White 2 said, what is with your state? How strange. Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, I'm in a pseudo-eternal state, neither alive nor dead. I ended up like this due to the Senior White from the main world. So that's the case. No wonder the style of this thing seemed similar to mine. Let me take a closer look. Senior White 2 became interested. After a while, Senior White 2 said, so, your resurrection magical treasure is currently asking you whether or not you want to activate it? Song Shuhang said, it might be because of my neither alive nor dead state, but it doesn't matter, my pseudo-eternal state will end soon. Senior White 2 asked, it's going to end soon? Then, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you revived yet? Song Shuhang replied, I'm not dead yet, Senior White. Senior White 2 said, you're too naive. Do you think that the pseudo-eternal state your body is in is some kind of joke? That's something that imitates the attributes of the wielder of the will. In this state, the energy that is consumed every minute and every second is beyond your imagination. If I'm right, what it has been consuming is your vitality. The moment this state ends, your life will also end. Song Shuhang was taken aback. It's that serious? Senior White 2 seriously said, just revive first. I will protect you during this time. If an accident happens midway, I'll intervene. Song Shuhang heard this and nodded. He solemnly said, activate. The Cross of Resurrection was activated. In the next moment, a gentle holy light emerged from behind Song Shuhang, and the huge projection of a cross appeared. The holy light gently shone on Song Shuhang's body, turning the black smoke that made up his body into a golden color. At this time, Song Shuhang looked like a saint being reborn, bathed in holy light. Senior White 2 suddenly said, TSK, the stench of holy light. Wait, I seem to have been mistaken. What the pseudo-eternal state is consuming isn't actually your energy. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2, you're making me want to break ties with you. The Cross of Resurrection had been activated, and the process could no longer be reversed. Even if he were to forcefully stop it, the magical treasure would still be rendered useless. As Song Shuhang saw the Cross of Resurrection, which he had acquired with great difficulty, disappeared right before his eyes, he felt very tired. Senior White, tell me honestly, did you deliberately do that? With your keen eyesight, you still made such a mistake? Senior White 2 said, how could that be possible? I'm the ruler of the netherworld, why would I deliberately trick you? You have to believe me. I didn't think that there would actually be someone else sustaining the consumption of your pseudo-eternal state. The price of doing this is very heavy. While he was speaking, Song Shuhang's resurrection process had already entered its final stage. The holy light turned into flames and surrounded Song Shuhang. At the same time, sacred sounds rang around him. The resurrection magical treasures of the Holy Light system paid special attention to these effects. Senior Yellow Mountain stretched out his hand and waved it. His Daoist robe flew out, expanded, and covered Song Shuhang, preventing his resurrection from being subject to any disturbance. Su Clan 16 took a step back and waited with everyone for Song Shuhang's resurrection to end. As the holy light flame dissipated, Song Shuhang's resurrection process also came to an end. His clothes, phone, wallet, and magical treasures all fell to the ground again. Immediately afterward, his body of smoke had returned to being one of flesh. Unlike the life talisman of the cultivation system, which directly rebuilt one's fleshly body, the cross of resurrection resurrected the user's original fleshly body. Having been affected by the pseudo-eternal state, Song Shuhang's physical strength doubled after this resurrection. This could clearly be seen from his Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. When Song Shuhang willed it, a total of 21 ancient holy apes appeared. In addition, the arrangement of the holy apes had changed once again. Now, they were arranged in the shape of an arrow. At the forefront was an especially large holy ape, which was a gift from Senior White 2. The other 20 smaller holy apes were divided into 2 groups of 10 and were arranged at both sides behind the large holy ape. Each holy ape had a scholarly scripture in its hands. After appearing, they began to chant the contents of the scriptures loudly, congratulating their master for his rebirth. Song Shuhang bent over, picked up his clothes, and put them on again. After that, he picked up his phone, wallet, and magical treasures, and put them where they were supposed to be. Afterward, he used his mental energy and began to check on his own state. If he had consumed the cross of resurrection only to end up with a body that increased in strength by a fold, then it would truly have been a huge waste. He had many ways to strengthen his body. For example, he still had a few portions of Demodragon medicine on him. As he had yet to form any resistance to it, he could still take it several times. After ascending to the 5th stage, he could now bathe in a 5th stage level medicinal bath. These methods were much cheaper than a cross of resurrection. After Song Shuhang used his inner sight, he focused on his waist. Before reviving, he had used a whale monster core made of mirage energy to patch his waist. As such, he could only wonder as to whether his kidneys had recovered. Song Shuhang kept on getting the feeling that the world held malice towards his kidneys. Every time something big happened, his kidneys would always be a victim. After examining his waist, Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. He softly said, "Fortunately, my waist has recovered to how it was before. I've completely recovered in all aspects." Wait. Since my waist was restored to its original condition, what happened to the huge whale monster core? That was a precious monster core. Surely, it hadn't disappeared just like that, right? Otherwise, that would be a huge loss. The giant whale's monster core was very valuable as it was a monster core that possessed mirage energy. At this time, Senior White 2 said, "You're Dantian." Song Shuhang quickly transferred his consciousness to his life Dantian. After doing so, he saw that his fat whale monster core had gotten fatter again. This was especially evident when seeing its swollen belly. Song Shuhang. Is this dumb core addicted to pregnancy? Did it forget that it doesn't have any of the tools to give birth? Song Shuhang sighed and asked, "Senior White, did those colorful kidneys enter my life-bound whale core?" Senior White 2 replied, "That should be the case. I'm afraid the cross of resurrection regarded the monster core as part of your body, moving it into your Dantian." That was indeed what seemed to have happened. Fairy at #%X, come out, Song Shuhang called out in his mind. Although he couldn't yet pronounce fairy waiting for a promise's name in the language of the ancient era, Song Shuhang could already think of the pronunciation in his mind. As the virtuous Lamia appeared, she tilted her head and looked at Song Shuhang. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. In addition to pretending to be dead, she discovered another skill of hers that could not be imitated by fairy creation, stroking the whale core. She was Song Shuhang's light of virtue, and even if she were to come in contact with Song Shuhang's life-bound golden core, she would not be repelled. As for fairy creation, who was an outsider, if she came in contact with Song Shuhang's life-bound golden core, she would be bounced away. The virtuous Lamia's right hand skillfully grasped the fat whale golden core, while her left hand grabbed its tail. The fat whale golden core struggled desperately. However, how could it possibly struggle out of the virtuous Lamia's grasp? The virtuous Lamia's right hand squeezed the fat whale golden core's abdomen, and moved towards its mouth. After a while, the fat whale golden core spat out a small colorful core. The virtuous Lamia retracted her hands, leaving the fat whale filled with sadness. The small colorful core was completely different from a golden core, and it could be classified as a monster core. In addition, there were no dragon patterns on it. Similar to its older brother, the small golden core, after the colorful monster core was conceived, it orbited around the fat whale golden core just like how the Earth orbited around the Sun. The sad fat whale golden core finally recovered from the stroking. After sensing the colorful monster core, it flicked its tail. Bang dash, the colorful monster core was sent flying, just like how its older brother had been in the past. It went upstream along the path of Song Shuhang's dantians. It first entered his second dantian, the dragon tail dantian. However, this place was already occupied by the small golden core, which almost had a complete golden core composition, missing only the final touch. Because of that, its power already filled the entire dragon tail dantian, leaving no space for the colorful monster core. The colorful monster core continued to move upstream and entered the third dantian, the dragon claw dantian. Afterward, it stationed itself here. The colorful mirage energy and monster energy released from the monster core would be changed into spiritual energy by the dragon claw dantian before being added to Song Shuhang's energy system. With this, Song Shuhang now had the life-bound whale core, the small golden core, and the colorful monster core. Song Shuhang had successfully upgraded from being dual core to triple core. 3 was a very stable number. After the addition of the third core, Song Shuhang felt that he now had greater control over the spiritual energy in his body. Now, even if his physique, martial arts, light of virtue, combined magical treasure, Yi Si, Scarlet Heaven Sword, and so on were ignored, the triple-cored Song Shuhang surpassed other practitioners of the same realm in terms of spiritual energy. After he adapted to the 5th stage a bit and learned some skills and techniques, he would utterly crush practitioners of the same level even if he only used the power of his 3 cores. It seemed Song Shuhang would inherit Su Clan 7's title as the strongest spiritual emperor. The title was proof of one's combat power. Su Clan 7, the one who previously held this title, was its well-deserved holder, being invincible against those of this realm. However, 7 had already ascended to the 6th stage. In the past, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group felt that this title would be inherited by Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, but now one could only wonder if Thrice Reckless would still have the opportunity to acquire it. At this time, Thrice Reckless had already completed his golden core composition, and only needed to add the finishing touch. When it comes to the monster core, at least I didn't lose it. Song Shuhang sighed. His colorful waist was now gone, and he got a colorful monster core in exchange. At least, the huge whale monster core was not wasted. And this monster core also had many aspects worthy of his attention. For example, the colorful monster core could emit mirage energy. As long as he learned how to use this mirage energy, Song Shuhang's illusory techniques would quickly progress. I remembered that he had 2 magical techniques on his person. One was the Heavenly Master's Techniques, Lightning Chapter, and the other was the detailed explanation on how to set up an illusion formation. Illusion techniques were extremely useful to practitioners. In the past, if Soft Feather had not lent him the shape-shifting brooch, many things in Song Shuhang's life would have been a lot more troublesome. Song Shuhang had always wanted to improve his proficiency in illusions but suffered from not having the opportunity to make much progress in this field. But now, with this treasure, he would be akin to a fish in the water when he practiced illusory techniques. If he specialized in this field, he might even be able to learn how to create a mirage world as Senior White had learned. After all, he now had mirage kidneys. Song Shuhang continued to scan through his body, and found no other abnormalities. Overall, I seem to have incurred slight losses. The cross of resurrection and huge whale monster core in exchange for the strengthening of his physique and the third core. Song Shuhang felt that he made a slight loss from this. Senior White too said, slight losses? Not at all. Song Shuhang looked confused. Senior White too said, carefully check your third core. In addition to the mirage energy and monster energy, it also came with a skill. Try activating it and see for yourself. A skill? Song Shuhang sank his consciousness back into his third dantian, and observed the colorful monster core. It really did come with an innate skill. There was a power that could not be described in words in the depth of the colorful monster core. It seemed to contain fate, time, and luck. When Song Shuhang sensed this power, that power was activated. Puff! Song Shuhang's body exploded and turned into a cloud of smoke. Just like how he had been before the latest resurrection, his body became a body of smoke once again. Even the colorful waste that he had before came back, exuding a colorful light. Song Shuhang said, the pseudo-eternal state again? Senior White too said, an extremely weakened version. If it had been the normal, pseudo-eternal state, Song Shuhang would have instantly been sucked dry of energy. When Song Shuhang entered this extremely weakened, pseudo-eternal state, a galaxy appeared behind Senior White, who was currently in the middle of recovery in the Palace of Virtue. The galaxy rose high into the sky and overshadowed the inner world, its beginning and its end nowhere in sight. The people inside the inner world looked towards this galaxy, feeling an extremely heavy pressure bear down on their minds. Song Shuhang's inner world had a good number of ancient heavenly city fragments merged into it, and it also had upgraded several times, causing the area it spanned over to be quite huge. However, in front of this galaxy, it appeared to be pitifully small. All those who saw this galaxy found themselves having trouble breathing. What is this? Senior Yellow Mountain frowned. He was currently at the 7th stage Venerable Realm, but after staring at this galaxy, he felt his eyes start hurting as tears involuntarily streamed down his face. This galaxy. Does it contain the principles of the Great Way? My eyes are going to bleed. Fairy Lychee rubbed her eyes and smiled bitterly. She was only at the 6th stage True Monarch Realm, and her eyes sustained even greater damage than those of Yellow Mountain. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, at least that's all that happened to you. I feel like I've gone blind. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was at the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor Realm. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Phoenix Slayer, it turns out that you were also blinded. I thought that I was the only one, so I pretended I was fine, and kept on looking at the galaxy for fear of you guys discovering that I'd become blind. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Fairy Lychee. Senior Yellow Mountain. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly praised, Thrice Reckless, good job. Huh. Northern River's Loose Cultivator was at a loss for words. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue actually praised Thrice Reckless? Did his mind receive a shock or something? Similar to Northern River's Loose Cultivator, the other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group also wondered if there was a problem with their ears. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue seriously said, all of you, don't look away. Even if your eyes burst, still stare at that galaxy. This is an extraordinary opportunity. If you miss it, you might never be presented with such an opportunity again. With his 8th stage strength, his eyes felt somewhat uncomfortable when staring at the galaxy. However, compared to the harvest, this pain was nothing at the 8th stage realm. Regardless of their system, practitioners would begin to come in contact with the laws of the world. It was precisely for this reason that those of this realm were recognized as sages. The goal was to make contact with the laws, adapt to them, and then become one with them. This was an opportunity for profound sages to become tribulation transcenders. Seventh cultivator of true virtue had just stepped into the 8th stage realm, and he was still far from reaching the touching the laws realm. Normally, a newly ascended profound sage would have to spend over 100 years practicing before having an opportunity to make contact with the laws. However, if they were lucky, they might come in contact with laws in an ancient secret realm or due to some heavenly phenomena. This galaxy within the inner world contained the materialization of laws. These manifestations moved up and down within the galaxy. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue focused on them, but could only touch upon some fragments of the laws. Even so, he benefited tremendously. Every time he looked at them, he saved himself from having to go through an extended period of practice. As such, it didn't matter if their eyeballs exploded. For 8th stage profound sages, eyes didn't matter that much unless they came from a special bloodline. They could even afford to gouge them out and throw them away. This was because their eyes would grow back by themselves after a while. And even practitioners below the 8th stage that were staring at the galaxy would be able to acquire huge benefits. The materialization of laws would not be forgotten after one saw them. Practitioners below the 8th stage could not understand what they were seeing at the moment, but this would leave a seed in their hearts, which could greatly aid them in their daily practice. Then, these seeds would germinate once they became a profound sage. As such, in the same way, it didn't matter if their eyes exploded or if they had to be gouged out and replaced with new ones. Moreover, many fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had mastered Qinglin's self-healing technique. Even if they hadn't mastered it, they could ask Senior White to take them to Qinglin's residence to comprehend it. After comprehending Qinglin's self-healing technique, they merely needed to practice it to the intermediate level in order to be able to recover their eyes. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue solemnly said, "It doesn't matter if you become blind or if your eyes explode. Stare at that galaxy until you can't see anything at all." Su Clan 16 rubbed her painful eyes, turned her head, and looked at Song Shuhang, who was still wrapped in Senior Yellow Mountain's robe. "Shuhang still hasn't come out, is he going to miss this opportunity?" "Don't worry about Song Shuhang. Look up at the galaxy above your head. Don't miss this opportunity. If you don't want Song Shuhang to continue increasing the distance between you two, you must not miss this opportunity." The voice of the White Dragon rang in Su Clan 16's ears. At the same time, the White Dragon spread out and turned into something similar to light of virtue. From this white light, a pair of beautiful bare hands stretched out, blocking 16's eyes. These hands were transparent. Through them, Su Clan 16 could continue to look at the galaxy above her head without hurting her eyes. She looked at the splendid galaxy, and saw the materialized principles of the world. Every single dot of starlight was the manifestation of a law, and within the galaxy were thousands of forms of flames, mysterious ice of varying colors, majestic lightning, and many other laws that Su Clan 16 could not recognize. The White Dragon said, "Focus on the lightning laws that complement your attributes, and remember their appearance. If you have some spare mental energy, you can choose to ponder on some of the water laws as well." After the dragon bloodline within Su Clan 16 had awakened, her attributes were now of lightning and water, with lightning being the main one and water being the secondary one. Su Clan 16 responded, "I understand." Beside Su Clan 16, Soft Feather was squatting on the ground with her head lowered, rubbing her eyes vigorously. "It hurts," she muttered. Then, she raised her head again and continued to look at the galaxy. After a while, she lowered her head and rubbed her eyes again. "It hurts." After rubbing her eyes for a while, Soft Feather firmly looked at the galaxy in the sky. After a while, she lowered her head again. "Ouch, it hurts." This cycle repeated again and again. However, Soft Feather did not give up. Every time she rubbed her eyes would regain their light, and she could continue to look at the galaxy. This was an example of Cheng Lin's self-healing technique at work. When her eyes reached their limit and could no longer see, she would lower her head and use Cheng Lin's self-healing technique to restore them. Meanwhile, on the steps of the Palace of Winter. I'm blind, I'm blind. Lady Onion said in pain. Her eyes were completely blind, and she couldn't see anything. Her strength was too low, with her only being at the 3rd stage realm. Senior Turtle suggested, don't worry. Aren't your eyes where your sprouts are? Since it's so, I will cut it off for you, and then use a healing technique to help you grow new sprouts so that your eyes can be restored. With that, you can continue to look at the galaxy. Lady Onion shook her head, and said, no, no. That's going to hurt too much. Senior Turtle solemnly said, give it some more thought. I'm afraid that if you miss this opportunity, you might never get another one. Didn't you tell me before that your goal was to become a tribulation transcender? If you can't even endure this bit of suffering, do you really think you can reach the tribulation transcender realm? Lady Onion was silent. Finally, she gritted her teeth, and said, okay. Right, she wanted to become a tribulation transcender, so how could she let herself be defeated by a little bit of pain? Whoosh! Senior Turtle's forelimb acted like a sword, cutting off Lady Onion's sprouts with a light stroke. At the same time, a super healing technique hit Lady Onion's body. Even if its realm had been sealed, Senior Turtle was still a tribulation transcender. After using the healing technique, Lady Onion's sprouts grew out immediately. She raised her head and stared at the galaxy again. However, because her strength was too low, it didn't take that long for her eyes to go blind again. Lady Onion called out, I'm blind again. Whoosh! Senior Turtle's forelimb acted like a sword once more, cutting off Lady Onion's sprouts. Next came the healing technique, and the green onion sprout regrew. This cycle repeated again and again. In a few moments, Senior Turtle had already harvested a plate's worth of green onion sprouts. I remember seeing on the internet humans make a white green onion mask. As such, could it use these green onion sprouts to make a green onion mask? Senior Turtle wanted to give this a try. In addition to the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, the other guests of the Immortal Banquet were also looking up at the galaxy. But soon, the geniuses below the 5th stage had to cover their eyes as they could no longer hold on. They had gotten to see the battle between the liquid metal ball and the big-eyed planet just a short while back, and this had caused their eyes to bleed and their mental energy to receive a strong shock. As such, they had already fainted once. Now, when looking at the galaxy, they weren't able to look at it for that long before fainting again. Even so, they had benefited from this tremendously. Still, the ones who benefited the most were those old 8th stage profound sages. Several of them had long been in the touching the laws realm, and some had even reached the adapting to the laws realm. When they were staring at this galaxy, they could feel that there was a steady stream of insights appearing within their minds. For profound sages, simply seeing this galaxy allowed them to acquire a harvest much greater than the immortal feast. All of the practitioners in the entire inner world were engrossed with the galaxy. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said with emotion, when Shuhang brought us into the inner world, Senior White's clone suddenly left. At that time, we all wondered whether there would be great dangers in the inner world, but now it seems that there wasn't any danger at all, and there are a lot of benefits instead. Thrice Reckless could barely see anything at this point, so he began to cover his eyes, trying to see if he could make his eyes work again. After that, he casually started talking. Northern River's loose cultivator smiled, and said, Senior White is here now. Don't worry. There will be no danger. Fellow Taoist Northern River isn't cautious enough. Young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled slightly, and said, don't forget that Senior White's luck has always coexisted with disaster. Danger always comes with fortune. If this opportunity is related to Senior White, there might be a disaster later. Northern River's loose cultivator's heart suddenly felt stifled. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Don't be afraid, Song Shuhang is still at the side." True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon asked, "What does this have to do with Song Shuhang?" With Song Shuhang's sense of existence having been restored, everyone's memory of him had been unlocked. Thrice Reckless thought for a moment, and said, "I remember that Shuhang's luck is also excellent. Similar to Senior White, every time one travels with him, opportunity and danger coexist. However, but in his case, it was Song, I will deal with all of the disasters by myself, and there is no need to be afraid of transcending tribulations as I am here, Shuhang." Northern River's loose cultivator interrupted, "Thrice Reckless, stop. This topic is too sad, and little friend Song Shuhang is right here. The person involved was right behind him, and he might come out at any moment. If Thrice Reckless were to continue, he might end up seeking death again, so it was better to stop him before he went too far." Fairy Dongfang 6 fell into thought. During the immortal feast, I kept on forgetting about Song Shuhang. Did he practice a cultivation technique similar to that of the mysterious scholar? The scholar sighed, and said, "My name is Drunken Sun, thank you." Northern River's loose cultivator was taken aback. He vaguely remembered that the note on his phone had "Scholar Drew Ken Moon" recorded on it. Could it be that he had taken down the wrong name? Was it actually Scholar Drunken Sun? You aren't focusing on the most important thing. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon rubbed his eyes, and then used the group voice sound transmission to say, "What you should all be paying attention to is that little friend Song has ascended to the 5th stage." As True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's voice sounded, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Subsequently, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group started to enter a group voice message mode. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, "Northern River, for how many months has little friend Shuhang been practicing?" Northern River's loose cultivator said, 4 months. Maybe a little more. Medicine Master should have a better grasp on this as he was the one who led Song Shuhang into the world of cultivation. Medicine Master calmly said, "According to the main world's time, it would be a little more than 4 months. However, I heard that Song Shuhang had stayed in a time-distorted secret realm for a month. If we count that in, he would then have been practicing for around 4 months and a half up to 5 months. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group fell silent once again. Finally, young Master Phoenix Slayer commented, "I just remembered that the reason I practiced like my life depended on it was that I was afraid of Shuhang catching up to me. Afterward," he said full of sadness, "I didn't expect for what I was worried about to come true so soon. He has already caught up to my realm. Not long ago, he was still able to maintain the dignity of a senior and lend his CPU to Song Shuhang to allow him to increase his proficiency in some techniques. I also just remembered some terrible memories." Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue raised his head and looked at the galaxy, and slowly said, "It turns out that Song Shuhang was not the one who had his heart rent when his magical treasure was forged. Instead, it had been me and 6th Cultivator of True Virtue who had our hearts rent." At his side, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was already crying. It was unknown whether she had burst into tears due to having stared at the galaxy for too long, or if it was because of the heart-rending memories she'd just regained. Or could it be both? "We clearly agreed on being invisible together, but he suddenly left me, and he's even become so conspicuous," the mysterious scholar murmured. He still remembered how he and Song Shuhang felt regretful for not having met sooner, but now that he saw Song Shuhang's dazzling state, he suddenly felt betrayed. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Let's talk about something else. This way, we won't feel as bad." Northern River's loose cultivator said, "My eyes feel like they are about to split open, and I can't see anything anymore. Is Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue the only one who can still hold on?" Yellow Mountain responded, "I'm almost at my limit as well." The mysterious scholar remarked, I can still handle it for a short while. So overall, most of the fellow Taoists can no longer see. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. If so, Senior Yellow Mountain, we can change our group's name. Yellow Mountain asked, what do you want to change it to? 9 Provinces Chivalrous, Juxia, Group, which actually reads, 9 Provinces Blinded, Juxia, Group. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber gave a thumbs up, and said, since all of the fellow Taoists of the group have become blind, this name is very fitting for the group. The levels within the group could also be changed to something like, minor blindness, intermediate blindness, greater blindness, major blindness, and completely blind. Yellow Mountain felt very tired and really wanted to retire. Within Senior Yellow Mountain's robe, the smoky Song Shuhang was frozen and motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. When Senior White's galaxy appeared, Song Shuhang's entire body seemed to have been placed under tens of thousands of kilos of weight. Song Shuhang asked, what's happening? Senior White 2's voice said, it's because you took advantage of a bug to replicate the pseudo-eternal mode. Even if it is an extremely weakened version, it is still the pseudo-eternal mode. Hahaha. Song Shuhang, while he was speaking, swept over Song Shuhang's body. There was no emotion in this will, and it felt like a cold machine, acting according to predetermined settings. At this moment, Senior White 2 extracted a weapon from thin air. It was the holy sword of the end from the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. This holy sword had been branded with Song Shuhang's sage seal, meaning that it was a life-bound magical treasure belonging to him. However, as it had gone through Senior White 2's refining process, his aura could also be found on it. That will swept across Song Shuhang and the holy sword of the end. After a while, it quietly retreated. The weight weighing on Song Shuhang's body also disappeared. Song Shuhang asked, phew. Senior White, what was that will just now? Why did it quietly retreat after the holy sword of the end appeared? Senior White 2 seriously said, I really did guess right, hehehe. I can't tell you too much about that will just now. Sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die. However, I can tell you some of my personal speculations. The 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure is related to that will just now, which is why it retreated after it sensed the holy sword of the end. Song Shuhang said, I understand. That will just now was clearly related to the main world Senior White. The reason that will came over was that Song Shuhang had replicated the pseudo-eternal mode. In other words, the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure was also related to the main world's Senior White. Senior White 2 said, alright, undo your smoke mode. The effect of your extremely weakened version is quite trash. Song Shuhang said, how is it different from the original version? Senior White 2 said, apart from being immune to physical blows, this extremely weakened version of yours is pretty much useless. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, well, that's better than nothing. Senior White 2 said, alright, let's get back to that matter about the heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs. Normally speaking, would directly take away those bombs from you, and just tell you about it afterward since that's my style of doing things. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they aren't mine, and I can't take the main world's Senior White's place in trading with you. Senior White 2 said, I've suddenly thought of something. Song Shuhang responded, huh? Senior White 2 said, since they aren't yours, then what's the point of talking to you? I should just take them away and notify the main world's White afterward. That would be fine, right? Song Shuhang Senior White 2 said, alright, I'll go with that. See ya. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait, can you let me talk to the main world's Senior White first? At the same time, Song Shuhang quickly contacted Senior White, who was in the Palace of Virtue. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Senior White, are you awake? Can I use some of the Heaven Tribulation nuclear bombs? The voice of the main world's senior white sounded in his mind. Alright. Remember to only take the duplicate models. If they're unique, I'd prefer to conduct some research on them. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Then, he cooperated with Senior White 2 and began to move the duplicate nuclear bombs, as well as some other sci-fi style heavenly tribulation weapons that Song Shuhang had never seen before. Inside the Palace of Virtue. Senior White, who looked to be about 2 years old, stood up and looked up at the galaxy. What exactly is that? Senior White frowned. Even he didn't know what this galaxy was. Regardless of what it is, it's about time to put it away, Senior White said as he lifted his leg to leave the Palace of Virtue. However, due to him being unaccustomed to his shrunken body, Senior White lost balance and slipped. Boom! He fell off the steps of the Palace of Virtue, and hit the patch of land in front of the palace. With that one fall, a gigantic hole appeared. Senior White. After a while. Ground leveling spell. While still lying down on the ground, Senior White stretched out his hands and placed them on the bottom of the pit. Then, it looked as if time was flowing backward at the pit that had just been dug out, with the pit quickly being filled back up. Everything quickly returned to how it was. Senior White yawned. After that, he felt sleepy. And so, he fell asleep on the ground where he used the ground leveling spell. When Senior White fell into a state of deep sleep, the galaxy in the sky of the inner world began to dissipate. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue regretfully said, "It's over." He felt that he could have still held on for a while longer. The other profound sages in the Immortal Feast also felt rather emotional. They hated that they couldn't stare at the galaxy until their eyes exploded. Boom! Just as they were thinking about explosions, something really did explode. The galaxy in the sky had exploded. In the next moment, everyone in the inner world only felt a violent shock. Even the profound sages were no exception. Senior Turtle was not able to avoid this either. As the galaxy exploded, everyone in the inner world fell to the ground, unconscious. Before Northern River's loose cultivator lost his consciousness, his last thought was, "Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, you damn jinx." The galaxy exploded and disappeared. At the same time, in the minds of all of the practitioners inside the inner world, some of their recent memories were erased. It was mainly their memories related to the galaxy that had been erased. This was a self-protective measure used by the galaxy. However, their memories of the materialized laws from having seen the galaxy would not disappear. They would simply forget about the part where the galaxy appeared. When everyone woke up, they would find out that they had inexplicably acquired some knowledge related to the principles of the world. When Song Shuhang exited Senior Yellow Mountain's robe, he saw all of his seniors lying on the floor. Only the white dragon remained conscious. There was also Pavilion Master Chu in the living spring, who was still quietly blowing bubbles. Chapter 1447. Wait, I have an idea. Song Shuhang looked dumbfounded. What happened? The white dragon's gentle voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Don't worry. It's the after effect of directly observing the principles of the world. They'll wake up after some time. Other than their mental energy having been greatly spent, and their eyes being blind for a while, there shouldn't be any more after effects. At most, they will have lost some of their recent memories. Observing the principles of the world? That sounded like something quite grand. Song Shuhang asked, how long will it take before they wake up? The white dragon's body turned back into her dragon form, and she replied, maybe several hours, but it could also take them several days. Song Shuhang. He went to 16th side, and said with a smile, we got her to wake up during the Immortal Feast with the help of the Mirage Dragons, but she returned to being unconscious not long after. He bent over and picked up 16. He didn't know if it was just him, but 16 felt a lot lighter after having become a dragon. Afterward, Song Shuhang transferred himself into a room inside the Palace of Winter, and placed Su Clan 16 on a bed. He took off her shoes and socks, and laid a blanket on top of her. 16, who was asleep, instinctively turned over, and rolled her body into the blanket until she looked like a spring roll. Song Shuhang smiled. He took out his phone, and took a photo of Su Clan 16, who was all rolled up. It's not a good habit to take photos secretly like this, the white dragon said with a smile. Song Shuhang said, ahem. Sister White Dragon, you stay here and take care of her. I'm going to move the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group into some rooms so that they can rest. The white dragon said, let me help you. Song Shuhang said, all right. He and the white dragon returned to the entrance of the Palace of Winter. He then bent down to pick up Soft Feather. Soft Feather's weight was about the same as it used to be. On the side, the white dragon stretched her body out like a rope, rolling up all the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group on the ground before lifting them into the air. This also included Loli Shur and Fairy Lychee. At first sight, it looked as if all of the members of the group were tied together by a rope, similar to prisoners in ancient times being escorted somewhere. Song Shuhang. With the help of the white dragon, he arranged every person into a room in the Palace of Winter. Fortunately, the Palace of Winter was big enough to accommodate all of them. The white dragon asked, what about the other guests of the immortal feast? Song Shuhang said, let's move them to a big room. He didn't have the time to arrange all of the guests of the immortal feast into their own separate rooms. And so, the guests were moved in large numbers. Finally, it was the turn of the 8th stage Profound Sages. Song Shuhang looked at Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream, and the other Sage Monarchs that he had yet to meet. The white dragon asked, should these people be given special care? They are Sage Monarchs, after all. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, wait, I have an idea. The white dragon. Song Shuhang remembered that he had promised a few profound sages that he would fight them on the 10th of October above the Forbidden City. Why, with his sense of existence now restored, he had no idea if these profound sages would recall the appointment. When he was still half invisible, everyone's memory of him had been very messy. There were some people who could remember some things about him, while others could not remember anything at all. The several people in front of him were all 8th stage profound sages. With their strength, they had a good chance of recalling the appointment he'd made with them on the 10th of October. If they really were able to remember it. Wouldn't he be beaten black and blue from having to face several profound sages? As he thought about this, his liver began hurting. Song Shuhang felt so exasperated that he actually wanted to become invisible again. Senior Thrice Reckless once said, one always has to face the bitter consequences of their death-seeking actions. And, Soft Feather once said, before seeking death, one must be ready to bear the punishment. In the end, he would have to take responsibility for his actions, even if it meant shedding bitter tears. Seeing the sage monarchs unconscious, Song Shuhang had a sudden idea. According to what the white dragon had said just now, there was a chance that aside from being blind for a period of time and consuming a lot of mental energy, those who had fallen unconscious would lose some of their recent memories. This was simply wonderful for him. Song Shuhang clapped his hands lightly. Before these sage monarchs wake up, I could leave some evidence on their bodies. The white dragon said, young one, your thinking is really dangerous. Song Shuhang responded, cough. Sister White Dragon, I just want to take some pictures and use them as evidence. The white dragon said, what are you going to do? Song Shuhang chuckled, and replied, Sister White Dragon, you just wait and watch. Alright, let's start with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. After all, he's an old acquaintance of mine. After saying that, Song Shuhang willed it and moved himself, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and the white dragon to the inner world's sword and saber peak. This was one of the fragments of the ancient heavenly city that the scholarly faction had given him. The sword and saber peak wasn't its original name. The scholarly faction had given it this name after acquiring it. When Remi on the sword and saber peak, there were powerful sword intent and saber intent that had not scattered even after tens of thousands of years. These were the remnants of the battle between a peerless sabersman and a peerless swordsman of the ancient heavenly city. The saber intent and sword intent left here did not target outsiders, and merely entwined the mountain, just as if they were continuing the battle between the sabersman and the swordsman. Song Shuhang transferred Sage Monarch Winter Melon to the sword and saber peak and had him lie on a rock. Then, he snapped his fingers. Song Shuhang too appeared and grabbed Song Shuhang's phone. Song Shuhang said, "Choose a good angle." Song Shuhang too replied, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Song Shuhang stepped on a black lotus and started floating in the air. After thinking for a while, he had the virtuous Lamia appear behind him. The Lamia cooperated with Song Shuhang, and put on a dignified expression. Song Shuhang crossed his arms, and stared at Sage Monarch Winter Melon as if he had just emerged victorious from a battle. Brilliant light of virtue was released from the Lamia, increasing Song Shuhang's dignity. Song Shuhang too said, "Main body, I don't think that this is enough. Request Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to come out and activate the heaven-burning flaming saber technique." Song Shuhang said, "We can't do that. This is the sword and saber peak. There are peerless saber intent and sword intent clashing here. If I activate the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, I might end up getting targeted by the intents left behind here." Song Shuhang too said, "Then, how about summoning the holy apes in order to increase your momentum?" Song Shuhang responded, I can do that." In the next moment, 21 ancient holy apes appeared behind him, each holding a scholarly scripture. One big ape and 20 smaller ones were arranged in an arrow-shaped formation, with the big ape positioned at the forefront. They recited scholarly scriptures, increasing Song Shuhang's momentum. "Great, this looks a lot better." Song Shuhang too gave a thumbs up. He looked for a good angle, and took several photos. "Beautiful. But I feel like it's still a bit lacking," Song Shuhang too said. "Let me see." Song Shuhang descended from the air, and took his phone to have a look for himself. In the photo, profound sage tyrannical Song looked mighty, with black lotuses at his feet and the Lamia and the holy apes supporting him from behind. Meanwhile, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was lying on the rock like a salted fish. Without the need for any verbal description, all those who saw this picture would probably think of the following: profound sage tyrannical Song defeats Sage Monarch Winter Melon at the sword and saber peak. With this photo, if Sage Monarch Winter Melon were to ever mention the appointed battle, Song Shuhang could use this photo as proof and tell him that the battle between them had already ended. This was Song Shuhang's idea. However, just as Song Shuhang too had said, it really did seem like something was missing from this photo. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang couldn't tell what it was. At this time, the white dragon's gentle voice echoed. "Sage Monarch Winter Melon is too clean in this photo. He doesn't have any scars, and it looks as if he merely fell asleep. It doesn't look like he's battled with another profound sage. You can put some makeup on him and make it look like he's got some bruises. Moreover, mess his hair up a little bit to make things look more realistic. It would also be best to sprinkle some water on his face to make it seem as if he spent a lot of energy." Song Shuhang's eyes shone. So that's what it was. No wonder it felt weird. Song Shuhang too's eyes also shone. "Sister White Dragon, you really are experienced." Song Shuhang's main body paused slightly, and turned to look at the White Dragon. Why does Sister White Dragon seem to be so familiar with this process? Has she done something like this in the past? The White Dragon looked up at the sky. The White Dragon said, "All right, don't look at me like that. There was an idiot who asked me to do this kind of thing many times in the past. Song Shuhang immediately understood. It should have been slow-witted Song, a victim of the Thrice Reckless disease in the ancient era. The white dragon said, "Fine, just let me help you. Nobody knows when Sage Monarch Winter Melon will wake up, so time is tight." She then flew to Sage Monarch Winter Melon's side, moving her claws left and right. Finally, with a light wave of her claw, a drop of water appeared in the air and fell on Sage Monarch Winter Melon's face. The white dragon took a step back. Sage Monarch Winter Melon was still lying on the rock. But at this time, his hair was messy and sweaty, his face had 2 scratches, and his clothes looked like he'd just gone through a great battle. Everything was so realistic. Song Shuhang too excitedly said, "Alright, main body, do your thing again." Song Shuhang's main body floated into the air. He then placed his feet on a black lotus while the lamia put on a dignified face and the 21 holy apes appeared and cheered for their master. Song Shuhang too took a few more photos. This time, the result was much better. The white dragon said, "Unfortunately, we're in your inner world. If we were outside, we could change the surrounding area to give the illusion that a battle between profound sages had taken place there." Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Besides Sage Monarch Winter Melon, there's still Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream, and Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix. We can move out of the inner world to take photos with them. Right outside is a world of ice and snow, so it should be relatively easy to create fake battlegrounds. And so, Song Shuhang transferred Sage Monarch Winter Melon back to where he was. Then, he brought his main body, his clone, the white dragon, and Sage Monarch 3 Weeks outside the inner world. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, who was dressed like a scholar, was placed on the ice, and was temporarily left in Song Shuhang II's care. Under the guidance of the white dragon, Song Shuhang began to transform the area into a place where profound sages had fought. The attacks of 8th stage profound sages were very strong. That was why when practitioners were ascending to the 8th stage, they would be brought into the heavenly tribulation realm for their heavenly tribulation. If 2 profound sages were to fight to the death, they could destroy a city with every single one of their blows. After a battle, some smaller countries could end up in ruins. However, what Song Shuhang wanted to set up was merely a battlefield where 2 profound sages sparred, so it didn't need to be that exaggerated. Use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique and launch an 8th stage level attack over there. I will take it from there. The white dragon randomly pointed to a place. Song Shuhang said, "No problem." The place the white dragon had casually pointed at was the same place where Shuhang and Senior White had landed after escaping from the Netherworld realm. What a coincidence. Song Shuhang didn't dwell on it too much, and went to borrow Scarlet Heaven Sword from the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you help me slash out an attack?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "If it weren't for my old self being unable to breathe fresh air for such a long time, I would absolutely not have accompanied you in such foolish acts." It was the divine weapon of an immortal. In martial arts novels, it would be a treasure akin to the heavenly sword or dragon saber. Once it entered the scene, it would set off a rain of blood. But when it was with Song Shuhang, it had no idea what it was supposed to do. And now, it had to accompany Song Shuhang in creating a fake battleground. It had truly lost its face. Huh. Song Shuhang smiled embarrassedly. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I'm ready. Now, let me see if your understanding of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique has improved along with your realm." Song Shuhang said, "I guarantee that I won't disappoint you, Senior." He flipped his right wrist and activated the saber intent of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Song Shuhang's understanding of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique had really gone a step further. The experience he had gained over this period of time had all been integrated into this swing. Heaven-scorching flames burned domineeringly, and a sharp saber intent rose into the sky. Around Song Shuhang, layers of ice continuously melted and transformed into mist that rose upward. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique, Song Shuhang let out a low roar and swung Scarlet Heaven Sword. Boom! The ice sheet burst open, and a bottomless pit appeared. This ice was very thick, and it felt like the entire planet beneath their feet was completely made of ice. However, there was virtually nothing that the overbearing heaven-burning flame could not burn through. The layers of ice seemed to have turned into fuel as the flames burned even more fiercely. On this cold planet, these flames gave people a feeling of warmth in their hearts. Suddenly, Scarlet Heaven Sword called out, "Wait, control the flame. There is something underneath." Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. "How do I control it?" This heaven-burning flaming saber technique had been slashed out with the help of Scarlet Heaven Sword, so how could Song Shuhang possibly have the strength to control it? It was already a miracle that he was able to slash out such a strong attack. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." Under Scarlet Heaven Sword's will, those blazing flames dispersed and disappeared. Song Shuhang and the White Dragon looked around, and saw an ancient temple-like building within the deep ice pit. The White Dragon said, "It's a temple." Song Shuhang asked, "Why is this temple buried under the ice?" The White Dragon said, "It's probably because of a disaster. Maybe, a country of practitioners was buried under this layer of ice." She sensed some spiritual energy from this ancient temple. As an immortal, she knew a lot. When she traveled through the universe, she had witnessed the rise of many strange civilizations, as well as their destruction. While they were speaking, a light suddenly shone in the ancient temple. It was a blue light, and it felt cold. Song Shuhang said, "I feel like I'm a character at the beginning of a horror movie." The White Dragon asked, "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Song Shuhang nodded. With the White Dragon and Scarlet Heaven Sword there to protect him, there weren't many places in the main world that could pose a danger to him. I wonder if it's just a coincidence. This is the exact position where Senior White and I landed when we returned from the Netherworld realm. With Senior White's luck, if he randomly teleports himself somewhere, it's likely that there's a treasure at that location. Could this ancient temple contain some treasure that Senior White was fated to have? Song Shuhang said, "Clone, you look after Sage Monarch 3 weeks. I'll go down and take a look." Song Shuhang too responded, "No problem, just be careful." Song Shuhang held Scarlet Heaven Sword as he moved forward. The virtuous Lamia and the White Dragon followed behind him. He walked in the air and landed on the edge of the ancient temple beneath the ice. After ascending to the 5th stage, Song Shuhang could walk in the air without having to use a flying sword. This greatly relieved his fear of heights. However, whenever he walked in the air, his lotus talent was still passively activated with every one of his steps. With every step he took, a black lotus would appear to support his feet. It was honestly quite flashy. When he landed on the edge of the ancient temple, Song Shuhang only felt a sense of comfort all over. The chill brought by the ice had disappeared. The White Dragon said, "There is a barrier protecting this ancient temple." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I don't sense any life aura nearby. This ancient temple should be abandoned." The blue light that has suddenly lit up was probably a kind of sensory device. Song Shuhang asked, "In that case, should we go straight in?" He approached the ancient temple and looked up. In general, temple-like buildings such as these would always have things like plaques, right? There was indeed a plaque above the entrance of the ancient temple. However, the plaque appeared to have been taken away. The temple gate was dilapidated, with only half of it remaining. The ancient temple wasn't big, but it gave people the illusion of being infinitely large, and there was also a calm Zen aura inside it. If a Buddhist monk were to come here, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits from understanding this kind of Zen. It was a pity that Song Shuhang wasn't a monk. The white dragon said, "There isn't a defensive formation. We can directly enter." Song Shuhang nodded and stepped into the temple gate. The inside of the temple was dusty. It should have already been abandoned for a long time before it ended up frozen. The temple was empty, and even the location where the Buddha was supposed to be located was empty. There was only one blue light burning lightly. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This blue light is a magic treasure, but it has no other functions besides being used for lighting." Song Shuhang took a step forward and reached out to touch the blue light. He saw that the blue lamp was also full of dust, and he wanted to wipe the dust away. When his finger touched the blue light, a Buddhist sound rang out. This was a language that Song Shuhang had never heard before. It sounded peaceful and gentle, just as if it were being whispered into his ear. However, it seemed to be coming from very far away. As this sound rang out, the dust in the entire ancient temple was swept away. Song Shuhang asked, "A cleaning technique?" The white dragon explained, "No, this is the effect of the Buddhist sound. The lustrous body keeps no dust nor dirt." Song Shuhang asked, "Did the sound come from the blue lamp?" If so, this blue lamp was quite useful. After taking it home and installing it, he could use it as a lamp, as well as an automatic cleaner. Vacuum cleaners could not compare to it at all. Apart from this blue lantern, there was nothing else in the entire temple. The people who left the ancient temple had taken everything away. This included even the Buddha statues, and it was only the blue lantern that was left for the future generations. Song Shuhang regretfully said, "I thought that since this was a place where Senior White had moved us to, we would be able to dig out some treasures. I didn't think that there wouldn't be anything here." Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed. An ancient lamp that can shine and remove dust can be regarded as a treasure. It is much more practical than buying a sweeping robot for several thousand renminbi. The consumption of this lamp is very low, so it can easily be paired with nearly any formation that could gather spiritual energy. Song Shuhang. Should I bring Senior White over? Maybe there are hidden treasures in this ancient temple, the kind that could only be found if Senior White were to come himself. As such, Song Shuhang transferred his consciousness into the inner world, and prepared to contact Senior White, who was inside the Palace of Virtue. As soon as his consciousness entered the inner world, he discovered that the little Senior White was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. How cute! However, since Senior White was asleep, it wasn't a good idea to bring him into this ancient temple. Song Shuhang transferred Senior White to a room inside the Palace of Virtue so that he could have a good rest. But for some reason, when he transferred Senior White's body, Senior White was transferred out of the inner world. Senior White appeared into the air 3 meters above Song Shuhang, and he began falling downward. F***CK. Song Shuhang was shocked. Senior White merely tripping on the ground could blast out huge pits with a radius of several hundred meters, and that was when he was still a venerable. After ascending to the 8th stage, the pits that Senior White could blast out were definitely bigger. And now, Senior White fell from the air. A fall from this height would be equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb, right? Song Shuhang threw Scarlet Heaven Sword aside, and leaped forward using every single muscle in his body, reaching out to catch Senior White. Scarlet Heaven Sword landed on the ground with a clang. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Divine weapons also have dignity. Believe it or not, they can also get angry. Song Shuhang jumped, caught Senior White, and landed. Phew, safe. Song Shuhang had a relieved expression on his face. "No, you are dead," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. "I am going to poke a hole in you, one that goes straight through your body. Do you want to choose where it will be?" Song Shuhang turned his head, and saw that Scarlet Heaven Sword had fallen to the ground. "Sorry, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. It's too late, you damn idiot. Divine weapons have dignity too, take a slash from me." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I'm going to die if you do that. Also, my cross of resurrection has already been used up. Scarlet Heaven Sword angrily said, You damn fool, even if you had the cross, I'd be too lazy to poke a hole in you. The white dragon quietly floated to the side, a smile evident in her eyes. The scene just now reminded her of the past. Speaking of which, Song Shuhang held Senior White and said, Perhaps I should have let Senior White fall down just now. Maybe after he smashed out a hole, a treasure underneath the temple would be revealed. At this moment, under the temple. I hid so well. Yet, I was discovered. A creature with big fists thought anxiously. The white dragon suggested, Then, how about we dig the soil up and take a look? Scarlet Heaven Sword opposed this. There isn't anything good that can be dug out from an ancient Buddhist temple like this. Temples such as this usually suppress some great monster or ancient demon, after which Buddhist techniques and Zen powers are used to make the creature ascend. It was especially so during the ancient era. Out of 10 Buddhist temples, 9 would have ancient demons beneath them, and these ancient demons were great bringers of calamities. There were even times when a 9th stage ancient demon would end up coming out. Song Shuhang thought about it seriously. Senior White wouldn't land in a land with no treasures. When he brought Shuhang to the main world, they landed on the ice above this temple. And now, as Shuhang tried to relocate him inside the inner world, he appeared in this temple. Song Shuhang became increasingly certain that there were treasures hidden in this temple. However, he really had no way of locating the treasure. Even the white dragon and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword could not feel the aura of any treasure. The white dragon and Scarlet Heaven Sword were both existences that had touched upon the immortal realm. Despite that, even they were unable to sense anything. This temple was truly strange. Actually, if I spin Senior White around and hurl him away, there should be a high chance of finding where the treasure is. Suddenly, this terrible idea emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. He was mainly thinking about Senior White's clone, and the scene where he had used his main body as a throwing weapon. No, I can't do that. If I do that, I will definitely die. Song Shuhang shook his head vigorously, and threw this terrible idea out of his mind. After Senior White's clone dared to hurl away his main body, retribution came not too long later. Therefore, he absolutely could not go through with this. This kind of death-seeking behavior would normally result in a character not lasting more than one episode in a TV series. Song Shuhang murmured, I must exercise restraint. I want to be someone who can live until the ending, or maybe even until the sequel. The White Dragon. Scarlet Heaven Sword. If there is no other way, I can only use my ultimate skill. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and brought out the treasured saber-broken tyrant before placing Senior White on top of it. What ultimate skill? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously while floating in the air. Great bloodletting technique. Song Shuhang shouted. He partially took off the defiant whale warrior's glove on his left hand, and touched the floor of the ancient temple with his fingertip. He activated the secret appraisal technique. As long as the secret appraisal technique was used to obtain information and clues about this ancient temple, he could properly search for the treasures rather than snooping around like a headless fly. It would be even better if he could find the exact location of the treasures through the appraisal. Golden runes emerged from Song Shuhang's eyes and fell on the temple floor. On Song Shuhang's right hand, dozens of wounds opened and blood spilled. This ancient temple had a long history, which increased the cost of the appraisal. Song Shuhang didn't dare to operate the technique at full power. If the cost were too high, he would immediately stop the secret appraisal technique. As his realm improved, his control over the secret appraisal technique became stronger and stronger, and now he no longer had to worry about accidentally appraising something so powerful that he'd end up dying from blood loss. Honestly, your great bloodletting technique makes me feel terrified every time I see it, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. A person spurting out blood for no reason was simply too abnormal. But its effect is amazing, Song Shuhang said, chuckling. After that, he suddenly thought of something. Right, I should have turned on the smoke mode just now. That way, I wouldn't have to spew out all this blood. The White Dragon. Scarlet Heaven Sword. The golden runes transformed into a clock that turned counterclockwise. The clock turned unceasingly until the runes finally returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. Subsequently, the information acquired through the appraisal technique emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. This is an ordinary stone formed from the cooling and hardening of magma around 2 billion years ago. It was brought here by junior monks of the Stars Temple 10,000 years ago, cut into stone slabs, and laid into the temple floor. Due to the protection of the Stars Temple's formation, it remained in its original state and was not damaged. In addition, it seems to have the temperature of a junior monk. After that, there was nothing else. Song Shuhang. The White Dragon asked, "How is it? Did you get any useful information?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Have you found any clues that lead to the treasure?" Song Shuhang remained silent, and he looked up at the sky. He wanted to obtain information on the entire temple. However, after having sprayed out so much blood, he only acquired the information related to this single slab of stone. Besides, what's the deal with it having the body temperature of a junior monk? The White Dragon saw Song Shuhang's face, and asked, "Did the great bloodletting technique fail?" Song Shuhang replied, I did get some information. This temple is called Stars Temple, but I didn't get any other information on it besides that." "Seniors, have you heard of this temple before?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Nope, never heard of it." The White Dragon replied, "I haven't heard of it either. There are thousands of branches of Buddhism, and the names of temples are as plentiful as the stars." Song Shuhang sighed, and used the healing technique on the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove to heal the injuries on his arm. "Let's try again. This time, I'll use the smoky state to prevent blood loss and to maximize the effect of the secret appraisal technique. I don't believe that I can't get more information on the Stars Temple." Both the body of Smoke and young Master Phoenix Slayer's liquefied body were extremely useful skills, and when used together with the secret appraisal technique, the effects were simply amazing. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and concentrated on the monster core in his third dantian, preparing to activate the smoky state. But at this moment, a Buddhist sound resounded from the blue lantern in the ancient temple. The blood that Song Shuhang had spilled on the stone slab was clean, just like how the dust in the temple was a few moments ago. The blood disappeared. In the next moment, Song Shuhang felt the scenery around him change. Complete darkness filled his eyes. Song Shuhang inwardly wondered, this feeling. Is it a spatial technique? Was there a hidden spatial formation inside the Stars Temple? The White Dragon's voice rang out. "Shuhang." Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice said, "Not good, he fell." "Fell? So, this isn't a spatial formation. Could it be that I activated a trap?" The voices of the White Dragon and Scarlet Heaven Sword were getting farther and farther away, just as if something was blocking them. This Stars Temple was really weird. Song Shuhang frowned slightly, and stretched out his hand. Sun Finger. Light of virtue condensed on his finger and shone brightly, creating a radiant light. After doing so, he discovered that he was in a closed, hidden chamber. All around were slabs filled with runes. Am I under the Stars Temple? In a sealed place? Song Shuhang thought. Was it his own blood that caused a change in the blue lamp, resulting in him falling down here? Could there be an ancient demon or monster sealed under the Stars Temple? As Song Shuhang was in thought, a faint light swept across his body. The light came out of nowhere, and Song Shuhang couldn't avoid it. As the light swept across his body, Song Shuhang had a familiar feeling. this light was like the one of that crystal pillar that judged a practitioner's age at the immortal feast. Fifth stage practitioner, at the beginning of condensing one's golden core. A message was transmitted from the light, and reached Song Shuhang's ears in a way similar to how sound was transmitted through the secret sound transmission method. The one speaking wasn't using Chinese, but Song Shuhang could somehow understand what it was saying. It appeared to have its own translation capabilities. The crystal pillar at the immortal feast could appraise one's age, while this light can appraise one's cultivation? Song Shuhang pinched his chin. Nevertheless, the appraisal of this weak light was quite accurate. Song Shuhang was a practitioner who had only begun condensing his golden core. It hadn't even been a few days since he condensed his golden core, his life-bound whale core was still fresh. The challenge starts now. At this time, another sound reached Song Shuhang's ears from the faint light. Challenge? The runes on the stone slabs around him shone brightly. Subsequently, the scenery in the space that he was in changed. After a few breaths, the place had turned into a prairie. 3D projection technology? Shuhang knelt down and stroked the grass under his feet. The feeling of soft grass and the smell of grassland reached his senses. He could even faintly smell the scent of cow dung and sheep dung. An illusory reality? It gave him the same feeling of a seventh-stage venerable's illusory reality. Did the runes in the hidden chamber have a similar function to the illusory reality? While he was in thought, a figure swiftly moved across the prairie. It was a hairy, great ape with a bald patch at the top of its head. Hair loss? No. It hasn't lost its hair. Instead, it should have shaved it. This was a great ape that had converted to Buddhism. It was dressed in monk's clothing, so its shaving its head wasn't strange at all. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he saw this great ape. So this is what a monkey looks like after becoming a monk. Benefactor, please guide me. After the bald ape ran in front of Song Shuhang, it clasped his hands together and bowed slightly similar to the voice that came from the faint light. This bald ape's voice was also automatically translated. When the great ape stood up, it was very tall. Song Shuhang only reached its chest. Guide you? Are we going to fight? Song Shuhang looked at the bald ape. This great ape possessed an aura at the fifth stage. However, the aura on its body was still unstable, which meant that it had also just entered the fifth stage. Is the challenge to go against an opponent whose realm is similar to yours? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Roar! At this moment, the bald ape made big strides toward Song Shuhang. From the looks of it, was a monster practitioner that was used to relying on its body in fights. The bald ape stretched out its hand and clenched its fist, smashing it toward Song Shuhang. When this fist was swung, the power of the monster core in its body erupted. Its fist became golden, and bursts of Buddhist sounds rang out. Song Shuhang raised his hand slightly and blocked. Clang! The fist of the great bald ape collided with Song Shuhang's arm, making a loud noise like iron hitting iron. Song Shuhang's steel hands technique, skill automatically activated, causing his arm to assume the color of black iron. The bald ape said, "Benefactor is powerful." As it spoke, it jumped up. Its limbs then bombarded Song Shuhang. At the fifth stage, one could freely float in the air. The bald ape took full advantage of this. Its legs didn't need to be on the ground for it to be able to unleash attacks. Song Shuhang calmly took on the violent attacks of the bald ape. He used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk movement technique, retreating rhythmically while moving his hands. Despite his movements looking slow, they were able to completely block the attacks of the ape. Song Shuhang thought to himself, this is the assault of someone at the beginning of the fifth stage? Aside from the steel hands technique, and the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, Song Shuhang did not use any other of his techniques or martial skills. He merely stretched out his hand like he was playing a game of whack-a-mole, and deflected all the attacks of the ape. In Song Shuhang's eyes, the attacks of the ape were very slow. The amazing effects of Song Shuhang's eye aperture talent, bullet time, were displayed at this time. After hundreds of attacks, the great bald ape was left gasping for breath. It looked at Song Shuhang in disbelief. "Benefactor, have you really just entered the 5th stage realm?" Song Shuhang said, "Absolutely. Benefactor has such terrifying martial skills." "Is Benefactor a body tempering practitioner?" the ape said. "Regardless, since I'm not your opponent in close combat, then this next attack will be my final attack." The ape suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of light shot out from its mouth. An energy attack? When it came to dealing with energy attacks, Song Shuhang had a very powerful innate skill for this, the demonic technique, strong teeth and good appetite. With this skill, he could swallow the energy attack, and return it to the attacker at double its power. Song Shuhang opened his mouth slightly. However, he immediately gave up on the idea of using this skill. This beam of light was shot out from the mouth of the ape. If he used that skill, wouldn't that be no different from swallowing something that the ape had spit out? "Come out, saber intent armor." Boom! The beam of light struck Song Shuhang's body, and a dazzling light exploded. The light from the explosion dissipated, and the ape narrowed its eyes. A huge pit had been blown out on the grassland. Song Shuhang's arms were crossed as he stood in the huge pit. The saber intent armor covered his body, protecting him firmly. The bald ape said, "Armor intent." It had accepted its defeat. Compared to saber intent and sword intent, armor intent was much less popular. However, once armor intent was condensed, it would be very powerful. "I lost," the bald ape said. "Benefactor, you can continue to the next challenge." "Next challenge?" Song Shuhang's eyebrows rose. "Excuse me, Great Master, how many challenges are there?" He was in a bit of a hurry. "There are a total of 18 challenges. With Benefactor's strength, you will definitely get past the 10th challenge," the bald ape replied with its palms clasped together. After giving it some thought, Song Shuhang asked, "Great Master, how powerful is the opponent at the 18th challenge?" The bald ape honestly replied, "The strength of the protectors in this trial corresponds to the strength of the benefactor. Therefore, the strength of the 18th protector should be at the peak of the 5th stage with 9 dragon patterns, and merely a step away from ascending to the 6th stage realm." Song Shuhang thought about it for a while, and said, "Great Master, can we avoid wasting time? Can the next 17 protectors just come at me all at once?" After all, there weren't any restrictions placed on his life-bound magical treasure. Song Shuhang's life-bound magical treasure, which was mainly composed of 8th stage materials, wasn't restricted inside this illusory reality. This gave Song Shuhang great confidence. In fact, even without the combined magical treasure, Song Shuhang with his 3 cores and his physique would still be terrifying. Song Shuhang had already practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, to the level of having 21 holy apes. Under normal circumstances, even 5th stage beast cultivators in the beast realm would only have 10 holy apes at most. A physique that allowed 21 holy apes was already approaching the 6th stage. Moreover, Song Shuhang didn't only have those 21 holy apes, he also had the 21 scholarly scriptures and the variant, steel hands technique. After the 3 body tempering techniques were united, the result was truly scary. In front of him, the big bald ape had a complicated expression on its face. The bald ape said, "Benefactor, are you certain that you want to face the 17 protectors all at once? My strength is the lowest among the protectors." It felt that the young benefactor before its eyes was a tad too full of himself. The bald ape continued, "Furthermore, if you were to face the remaining protectors all at once, they can form a battle formation, one that a practitioner at the 5th stage realm will definitely not be able to handle. Benefactor, please think about this carefully. Song Shuhang blurted out, the 18 bronze men formation. Having heard the number 18 together with Buddhism and battle formation, he immediately remembered the famous 18 bronze men formation which he had once read about in a light novel. The 18 bronze men formation? The ape looked puzzled, but it simply kindly continued to explain to Song Shuhang, what we can do is a combined attack of the Stars Temple, and it doesn't have a name. The greater the number of people performing the combined attack, the greater the attack's power. I understand. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, I ask that benefactor head to the next stage of the challenge. The bald ape smiled kindly. Song Shuhang shook his head firmly, and said, it's fine. You can all come at me at once. The bald ape looked at Song Shuhang, sighed lightly, and shook his head. It was as if it could already see Song Shuhang being surrounded and beaten up by the 17 protectors while spilling blood all over the place. I hope that this young benefactor won't end up having too big of a trauma. At this time, that voice prompted, the challenge's content has been changed. 1 vs 17 mode activated. In the next moment, the figure of the bald ape disappeared. The scenery around Song Shuhang began to change once again. It changed from the prairie to an attic and a plaza. From the attic, 17 deep voices sounded out. Benefactor, please guide us. Afterward, 17 fifth stage realm figures jumped out from the attic. There was an orangutan, a big monkey, a baboon. Similar to the bald ape from before, the tops of the heads of all of these figures were bald. When the 17 figures descended from the air, they were already in their battle formation. Song Shuhang asked, by the way, I have a question to ask. After I pass the challenge, are there any rewards? I was pulled into this space for no rhyme or reason, and the tests aren't easy. As such, will there be a reward? The 17 figures landed opposite Song Shuhang. The gorilla among them nodded, and said, according to the rules of the Stars Temple, every disciple and person who passes the challenge will get a corresponding reward. There is really a reward? I was just asking for the sake of it. If there is a reward, then I'll definitely get it. If the reward is good, I could go back and bring 16, Soft Feather, and the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group over to have them go through this challenge as well. The gorilla added, the reward given depends on the time that the challenger takes to pass the challenge. The big monkey said, the more levels that you're able to pass, the greater the reward will be. Therefore, if Benefactor wants to challenge us 17 protectors all at once, we don't mind, because even if Benefactor fails, Benefactor will still acquire the consolation prize from having passed the first level. The baboon showed a bashful smile, and said, anyway, the shorter it takes Benefactor to pass the trial, the better the reward. As such, if Benefactor wishes to, we can chat with you a little. We can talk about anything, be it astronomy, geography, anything. Song Shuhang. No wonder these bald apes were all willing to chat with me. Song Shuhang said, if that's the case, then I'll deal with all of you at once. Does Benefactor not want to chat a bit more? We are all quite knowledgeable. In fact, the reward is merely an item, is it really more valuable than chatting with us? The gorilla revealed a kind smile. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, there's no hurry. If you really want to chat, I can get some fellow Taoists to chat with you all. As long as the reward wasn't bad, he could get everyone from the 9 provinces number 1 group to chat with them a bit. The gorilla said, that's a pity, it's rare for us to be able to come out like this. I was planning on chatting a bit more. However, this is also fine. As soon as its voice fell, the 17 figures suddenly attacked Song Shuhang. Starlight covered their entire bodies, and everyone's starlight resonated with each other, forming a combined attack. Afterward, a demon-subduing Vajra formed from starlight slammed fiercely toward Song Shuhang. The power of this Vajra had already reached the 6th stage. In fact, This combined attack of the 17 protectors needed some time to prepare. Them chatting with Song Shuhang wasn't merely a way to stall for time for the reward. They were preparing to deal with Song Shuhang with a single attack. Song Shuhang stretched his hands forward. The walls of the 4 kings. The Golden Lion King's Wall, the White Tiger King's Wall, the Ice Shark King's Wall, and the Thunder Falcon King's Wall of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure appeared in front of Song Shuhang. The 4 walls combined into one and landed in front of Song Shuhang, providing cover. Boom! The demon-subduing Vajra struck the 4 kings' walls, causing a deafening ringing of explosions. The 4 walls only shook slightly, not sustaining even the slightest damage. Song Shuhang said, "I've wanted to use these for a long time now. I finally got the chance to use them today." In fact, he could also add the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate to this combo, which would definitely make it look a lot cooler. However, he was worried that if he also summoned the divine gate, the 4 walls and the gate would descend behind him, shutting him out. And so, he only summoned the 4 walls this time. Besides, summoning the Tyrant King Expert's shield would have been the best move in terms of setting up a defense, but it was not cool enough. What is this? The gorilla's eyes widened. They felt a terrifying pressure coming from these 4 wall-shaped magical treasures. This kind of thing wasn't something that a 5th stage practitioner could possess. All at once. Behind the walls, Song Shuhang waved his hand gently. The dolphin's giant sound cannon, the great deer's bow, the 9-tailed heavenly fox's crossbow, the mangling wolf-tooth arrow, the colorful stone marten's pagoda, and the tyrant wild boar's ram all appeared one after the other. At this time, these 8th stage magical treasures were in a sealed state, possessing power only at the 5th stage realm. The tyrant wild boar's ram suddenly began to rush forward. The giant cannon, divine bow, and crossbow opened fire. The colorful pagoda burst out with rays of lights. It was simply bullying. After the bombardment of the combined magical treasure ended, most of the 17 protectors had fallen. Are these all life-bound magical treasures? The gorilla didn't dare to believe what it was seeing. With its strength at the peak of the 5th stage with 9 dragon patterns, it forcibly resisted the charge of the tyrant wild boar's ram. When it touched the ram, it could sense the uniqueness of the magical treasure. How can a person have so many life-bound magical treasures? Unless, it thought of a possibility, unless these magical treasures were parts of a larger and more terrifying combined magical treasure. Song Shuhang said, "You've guessed right." At this time, the divine lobster's chariot appeared below him. All 33 magical treasures were summoned. They then instantly combined into their first form, the impregnable holy city. The huge holy city had a powerful visual impact. The gorilla smiled bitterly, and said, "Such a magical treasure is simply cheating." Song Shuhang said, "Yeah. When I look at it, I also feel as if I was still in a dream." Whenever he recalled the past, he felt incredible that he was able to create a complete set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. Boom! The tyrant wild boar's ram launched another charge. The war drums, the zither, and the horn all sounded. The divine lobster's chariot followed closely behind. At the backmost, the terrifying impregnable holy city followed to launch its own offensive. The gorilla gave up on resisting. Such a terrifying and huge thing was simply impossible to block. There was no point in running either. This map was the Lat-Tik and Plaza, and it was only so big. There were limited places where they could evade. Moreover, they were the protectors, targets that belonged to the challenge. In the end, the gorilla and the remaining apes were crushed by the impregnable holy city. On this day, the 17 great apes of the Stars Temple lost entirely. I hope that these 17 great apes won't end up having a trauma. The 17 protectors disappeared. Challenge end. The voice sounded. Then, the reward can be distributed, Song Shuhang said. Challenge performance, excellent. Challenge level, 5th stage. Excellent was already the highest grade that this system could award. In fact, with Song Shuhang's performance, if there was a higher score, he would have definitely gotten it, a grade that was at least 3 times higher than excellent. Rewards, Stars Kasaya, a 5th stage defensive vestment that has great memorial significance. Song Shuhang. Can I change the reward? A 5th stage defensive vestment is indeed really good, but the problem is that I've no need for such a thing. Song Shuhang asked, can I change the reward? However, he did not receive a reply for a good while. Moreover, the 5th stage defensive vestment hadn't been sent out. Song Shuhang's heart thumped, and he thought of the worst-case scenario. The Stars Temple had already fallen into ruin. Everything inside it was taken away, including the statues. Since that was so, could the reward be gone as well? Actually, it wasn't that complicated. Song Shuhang could think of the answer to his question even with his toes. With the temple empty, how could there be any rewards left? The current number of reward items is 0, reward change commencing. Searching for new reward items. Located new reward item, kidney stone of a senior monk. Issuing the reward. What is with this kidney stone of a senior monk? Why not just give me the Stars Kasaya? At least, I would be able to exchange it for a robe of the same level or give it to my disciples. Moreover, why in the world is there something like the kidney stone of a senior monk inside the reward storage of the challenge space? Song Shuhang shouted, I want to apply for a reward change. After all, who the hell would want something like the kidney stone of a senior monk? The reward has been issued. The voice sounded once again. Immediately afterward, the illusory reality world in front of Song Shuhang's eyes disappeared. His figure reappeared in the secret room full of runes. At the same time, a kidney stone the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was golden and dazzling, and he could hear Buddhist chants accompanied by the sound of a wooden fish drum as he held it. A kind of peaceful zen filled his body as he held this golden stone. At the same time, he could sense a feeling of great compassion and wisdom coming from the stone. Song Shuhang. What kind of evil creature was the senior monk that had such a large kidney stone? Or could it be that after this stone was taken out of that senior monk's body, it experienced some changes, and ended up this way? I keep on getting a familiar feeling from this thing. Right, when the virtuous Lamia got those 2 Buddhist relics, didn't they also give this same feeling of great compassion and great wisdom? Song Shuhang suddenly realized. Could it be that this thing is a Buddhist relic? Song Shuhang couldn't understand a single bit of the actual language transmitted to his ears. It was only with the automatic translation function that he could understand the content. So could it be that when Buddhist relic was translated, it was translated as kidney stone of a senior monk by mistake? Song Shuhang hadn't done much research on things like Buddhist relics, nor was he a disciple of a Buddhist sect, so he couldn't really be sure of anything. While he was in thought, a booming sound rang out. The floor where Song Shuhang was standing rose up. A passage then opened in the ceiling of the secret room that he had been in. After a while, Song Shuhang reappeared in the Stars Temple. The white dragon and scarlet heaven sword were floating beside the passage, waiting for him to come out. The treasured saber broken tyrant was still floating as Senior White was soundly sleeping on it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Shuhang, you're finally out. If you had taken any longer, we would have already begun digging this temple out. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, I entered the Stars Temple's challenge room just now. There was an 18-level challenge mechanism in there, and after one succeeds, they will get a corresponding reward. The white dragon curiously asked, then, what did you get? This. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand with the golden stone. Waves of Zen sounds came from the stone. It was similar to the sound produced by an old monk knocking on a wooden fish while chanting Scarlet Heaven Sword. Asked, "What treasure is that?" Song Shuhang said, "I suspect that it's a Buddhist relic." The white dragon said, "No, although it feels a bit like a Buddhist relic, it is definitely not one." Was there no prompt when the reward was issued? There was, Song Shuhang said with his heart stifled. So it actually wasn't a Buddhist relic. Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously asked, "What did the prompt say then?" Song Shuhang's face showed despair. "The kidney stone of a senior monk." PFFF, really? A senior monk's kidney stone? Ha ha ha. Scarlet Heaven Sword couldn't hold back from laughing out loud. The white dragon smiled, and said, "I think that this happened because the entire Stars Temple was emptied, the reward storage included. I'm afraid that all that's left of the rewards is some useless garbage." Such a challenge or trial formation was usually used for the disciples of the temple. Currently, there were similar formations in some large forces. In some sects, before disciples could leave and wander outside, they would have to first get past this kind of trial formation. After succeeding, some magical treasures, robes, pills, and other items that the disciples could use when going out, would be awarded. However, as the trial formation in the Stars Temple had actually managed to survive for 10,000 years, it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. To maintain the operation of such a formation, the energy one would need was anything but little. In the main world, forces with such trial formations were all established above spiritual veins and extracted the spiritual energy from the spiritual vein in order to maintain their formations. It appeared that there was a powerful spiritual vein hidden beneath this Stars Temple, one that held on for 10,000 years without dissipating. If there's anything that resembles a treasure in the Stars Temple, it's that spiritual vein, the white dragon thought to herself. At this time, Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. "I believe that to be the case as well. Originally, I was planning on bringing all of the fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group over here to participate in the trial. But now, I should just forget about it. I feel despondent just thinking about everyone getting a kidney stone like the one I got. However, if any of the seniors are interested, they could still try out the challenge and have some fun. Right, they could also try and get some useful information out of the apes." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What are you going to do with the kidney stone?" Song Shuhang thought for a while, and said, "I plan on going to Great Master Profound Principle and let him have a look. Perhaps he can discover something after researching it." There seemed to be the sound of a monk chanting scriptures coming from the stone, so perhaps this could be a treasure for Great Master Profound Principle. As he thought about this, Song Shuhang's heart moved again. He activated the colorful monster core in his third dantian, transforming his body into one of smoke. Song Shuhang said, "I don't have to spew out blood this way, so I can just appraise it and have a look." As for the pain from the appraisal technique, he had long gotten used to it. The secret appraisal technique was activated, and runes descended onto the kidney stone of a senior monk. Soon, information was transmitted back into Song Shuhang's mind. The kidney stone of a senior monk, artificially cultivated version. 10,000 years ago, a great master of the Stars Temple was curious about how much pain a kidney stone would bring him after growing, so he artificially cultivated a kidney stone in his body. In the process of cultivating the kidney stone, the senior monk chanted sutras day and night, and the kidney stone ended up recording the chanting of sutras day after day and year after year. Listen carefully, can you hear the voice of a monk chanting? Song Shuhang. Degree, was that damn monk sick in the head? At this time, more information appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. The scriptures recited by the senior monk were the following 3, Sacred Star Scripture, Jade Star Scripture, and Holy Ape Dragon Power Scripture. The first 2 should be ordinary Buddhist scriptures. However, the name of the third one touched Song Shuhang's heartstrings. Holy Ape Dragon Power Scripture? Was this related to the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique that he practiced? The holy ape dragon power technique that he practiced came from the beast realm. After reaching the master level in it, the projection of an ancient holy ape would appear behind the practitioner. The more of such projections one had, the stronger the holy ape dragon power technique. The holy ape dragon power technique that Song Shuhang had was incomplete. His technique had been acquired from a pitiful white ape beast cultivator, and he lacked the content for the following parts of the cultivation technique. However, Senior White 2 had the full version of the holy ape dragon power technique, so Song Shuhang was not worried about not finding the following part. Does it merely have a similar name, or is there some solid connection between the two? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, looking at your expression, you seem to have gotten some interesting information. Song Shuhang said, yes, there are 3 scriptures hidden within this stone. They are the Sacred Stars Scripture, the Jade Stars Scripture, and the Holy Ape Dragon Power Scripture. The first 2 scriptures should be ordinary Buddhist scriptures, but the last scripture gives me an unusual feeling. The White Dragon said, are you thinking about the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique? Yes. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, in addition, there seem to have been many apes that converted to Buddhism in the Stars Temple. Putting together the information I have, I feel like there's some connection between the two. The White Dragon said, perhaps it's just a coincidence. Song Shuhang replied, maybe. I'll try to record the 3 scriptures first. After that, I can study the Holy Ape Dragon Power Scripture. Who knows, I might be able to have more projections if I do so. After saying that, Song Shuhang cancelled his smoke mode, and put the kidney stone away. Song Shuhang thought, and said, now, should I transfer over the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and let them try this trial ground? Right, Shuhang. I just thought of something. If there really is a treasure in this star's temple, it is likely that it's the spiritual vein hidden under this temple, the White Dragon reminded. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he heard this, but after a while, he became discouraged again. You can't take things like spiritual veins with you. Spiritual veins were great things, and everyone knew this. Practicing in spiritual veins could allow one to have twice the results with half the effort, and depending on the attributes of the spiritual veins, one would receive various benefits. However, spiritual veins weren't like spirit stones, and they could not be taken away. At most, one could build a sect on a spiritual vein and enjoy the benefits. However, although he had accepted a few disciples, Song Shuhang had no plans of building a sect. More importantly, the Stars Temple was very far away from Earth, and Song Shuhang had no way to teleport over here. It appeared that he would have to miss out on such a good thing. The White Dragon said, if you aren't interested in spiritual veins, then there shouldn't be any treasures worth your time in the Stars Temple. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel like we should leave this temple as soon as we can. Song Shuhang asked, what's wrong? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, there must be a reason why everyone in this temple had suddenly evacuated. Perhaps there is something dangerous hidden here. Just as Scarlet Heaven Sword said that, Song Shuhang's clone sent a message to him. Main body, there is some movement outside. I saw an overwhelming wave of cold air in the distance. I'll take Sage Monarch 3 weeks back to the inner world first. Make sure to take care of yourself. At the same time, the clone shared what he saw with him. From the clone's point of view, he saw a huge wave of frosty mist rushing in from the horizon. The mist moved like a tsunami, and wherever it went, everything would be frozen. On land where there already was an ice sheet, this wave of frost would cause the ice sheet's level to rise even higher. There was nothing that could stop this mist. Song Shuhang said, let's go back. This frosty mist should be the reason why the Stars Temple had been sealed in ice. Perhaps it was what forced all of the members of the Stars Temple to leave. Regardless, it wasn't something that they could mess with. Song Shuhang had no intention of going to war with this natural disaster. The wave of frost had yet to reach them, but there was already a biting chill assaulting their senses. If they didn't leave, they would definitely end up frozen in ice. Song Shuhang reached out to open the inner world, grabbed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and pulled over the treasured saber broken tyrant, preparing to enter the gate. At this moment, Senior White, who was on the treasured saber broken tyrant, suddenly sat up, and said, "What is this? Why is it so cold?" Song Shuhang replied, "Senior White, you're finally awake. We're currently back in the world of ice that we had randomly teleported to a while ago. At this moment, there is a wave of frost rushing over and freezing everything. We should leave quickly." "Oh." Senior White nodded with a confused look. Then, he stretched out his hand, brought out a disposable flying sword, and threw it over to where the blue light was. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, did you find a treasure?" "No. I just felt that this place might be of use in the future. I'm leaving this here so that I can teleport over if there is a need." Senior White still looked rather confused, just as if he hadn't had enough sleep. He could use the disposable flying sword's coordinates to teleport over in the future. "Alright, I've had enough sleep. Now, let's go back and eat." Senior White jumped off the treasured saber broken tyrant. After all, the immortal feast had just begun. After saying that, Senior White stretched out his hand and made a gesture in the air. "Shuhang, let's go. I've locked back onto the coordinates of Earth, let's head back." "Okay, Senior White." Song Shuhang reached out and put away Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and the treasured saber broken tyrant before stepping forward and grabbing Senior White's hand. The white dragon quickly got into Song Shuhang's inner world, and the inner world closed right after. Song Shuhang's big hand held the shrunken Senior White's small hand, and a memory suddenly emerged in his mind. He got the feeling that he was remembering something lost in a corner of his mind. There seemed to be a time when he was holding his daughter's and son's little hands with his big hands and shopping happily. "My daughter and son." Song Shuhang shook his head vigorously. Was it a little girl's or little boy's hand that he had held when he was younger that caused him to have such a strange memory? Senior White said, "Let's go." He stepped forward and activated his spatial abilities to return to Earth. But suddenly, Senior White stopped again. Song Shuhang curiously said, "What's wrong, Senior White?" Senior White turned his head, smiled, and said, "Wait, I've sensed something good." When the little Senior White smiled, he looked extremely cute. Song Shuhang said, "Is there something good hidden in the Star's Temple?" "No, it's not in the temple. Outside the temple, there is something good approaching. That thing can even affect my spatial abilities. It seems that it can freeze space." The little Senior White squinted his eyes. "Are you talking about that wave of frost?" Song Shuhang immediately remembered the huge wave outside that left everything it passed through frozen. That huge wave could even freeze space. "Wave of frost, yeah, that should be it," Senior White affirmed. Senior White, who had been a little sleepy, had now completely woken up. Upon seeing this, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a sense of anxiety. Senior White said, "Let's go and have a look at that wave. There must be treasures inside it." "So, we're going to face that huge natural disaster now?" While he was thinking about it, the little Senior White grabbed Song Shuhang's hand, and unfolded his spatial abilities. "Wait, Senior White. While we face this wave of frost, can I choose to be like a holy ape, hide at the back, and just cheer for you?" Regrettably, Song Shuhang hadn't even gotten a chance to say anything when Senior White had already mobilized his spatial abilities. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared from the Star's Temple. Crack dash, the spatial jump this time was clearly different from previous ones. Song Shuhang felt that the space around him was frozen. When Senior White was jumping through space, he needed to break layers of ice before being able to continue with the travel. Immediately after Song Shuhang and the little Senior White left, the cold intent that filled heavens and the earth rushed toward their position, refilling the huge pit where the star's temple was located, and restoring a layer of ice that would never melt over it. The blue light in the star's temple dimmed and disappeared, waiting for the next wave of destined people to visit it. Whoosh! Song Shuhang and the little senior white's figures appeared in the air. Not far away from them, the mist from the wave of frost rushed forward like a tsunami, and swept over the entire world. Senior White said, "Sure enough, there is something inside this wave." Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, "I don't see anything. I can only see the tsunami-like mist." Other than that was the bone-chilling coldness. The chill carried by this wave was terrifying. Even with his physique, Song Shuhang still felt a biting chill. This chill didn't only affect his body, but it also affected his soul. It was as if it could seal in ice any creature's body and soul. This was no longer something as simple as cold air. This wave of frost seemed to contain its own will. Song Shuhang commanded his saber intent to come out and cover his body. Subsequently, saber intent armor wrapped his body layer by layer. With the protection of saber intent armor, the bitter chill was repelled. The little senior white said, "It really is quite cold. Shuhang, you wait here. I'll go and search through that wave." "Okay, senior white." Song Shuhang nodded. "Do you want me to cheer for you from the back?" The little senior white smiled, and said, "You aren't an ape." After saying that, senior white stretched out his arm, and meteor umbrella appeared in his hand. With a flash of sword light, senior white plunged into the tsunami-like wave of frost. Sword intent and sword chi erupted, and wherever senior white went, the wave was forcibly cut apart. The tsunami-like cold wave was directly cut in half. This was the power of an 8th stage profound sage. With one sword, they could even cut apart natural disasters. Senior White said, Sure enough, something is attacking me." He then swung the sword once more. From meteor sword, a sword intent that seemed like it could split heaven and earth apart swept toward the large wave. Grua. The creature that sneak attacked Senior White was swept by the sword intent and screamed. After this, it turned around and fled to the depths of the mist. "Interesting. Do you want to escape? Do you think I'll let you?" The little Senior White's gentle voice sounded. "Shuhang, be careful. There is something in this wave of frost that is very aggressive." While he was speaking, sword light rose once again, and the little Senior White moved around in the mist. Wherever he went, the cold mist was blown away and dissipated. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, are you chasing something?" He couldn't see what was hidden in the cold mist at all, and even if he used his mental energy, he couldn't sense anything. Could it be something similar to invisible sword insects, which are impossible to see unless your cultivation has reached a certain level? If that's the case, then I really don't have much I can do to help. Song Shuhang said, "Sure enough, it would be better for me to simply stay at the back and cheer for Senior White." Ding! At this moment, a string of sparks exploded at Song Shuhang's waist. Had it not been for the protection of the saber intent armor, his kidney would have been stabbed. Song Shuhang. He turned his head abruptly, and at the same time stretched out his hand. The invisible saber insect appeared in his hand, slashing out behind him. Fwoosh! The saber cut through the air, hitting nothing. When he looked behind him, he saw nothing there. The virtuous Lamia emerged and placed herself behind Song Shuhang. Her body swelled up as she guarded Song Shuhang. Ding! It was another hit, and the strike was still aimed at Song Shuhang's waist. However, it had been blocked by the virtuous Lamia's tail this time. The virtuous Lamia clasped her palms together, and shouted, "Virtuous! Giant sun!" Light of virtue turned into a dazzling sun, which expanded outward from Song Shuhang and the virtuous Lamia's position. If you couldn't see the enemy, then just use an AoE attack. Boom, the virtuous giant sun spread in all directions. Anything within the scope of the virtuous giant sun would be destroyed. However, the virtuous giant sun didn't hit anything. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "What the hell is it? I can't see it at all." And this creature was too slippery. Although its attack power was not too high, it could quickly escape from a failed hit, just like an assassin. Song Shuhang murmured, "I can't see or sense it at all." At this moment, another figure emerged behind Song Shuhang. It was Fairy Creation. Fairy Creation sang, "Awawala, I your eye." While she sang this, she held an eye with both of her hands. It was the scholarly sage's eye. When Song Shuhang saw this eye, he suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and his legs went numb. However, this might be a good option. Song Shuhang said, "All right." The virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand, and gently pressed it on Song Shuhang's eye socket. When she retracted her small hand, Song Shuhang's right eye had been taken out. Afterward, Fairy Creation placed her hands over Song Shuhang's right eye socket. The scholarly sage's eye was installed right into Song Shuhang's eye socket. A practitioner who couldn't afford to gouge out their eye wasn't a good scholar. To be a big shot, removing one's eyeballs was a skill that had to be mastered. A surge of heat came from his right eye. At the same time, on the surface of Song Shuhang's life-bound whale core, the dragon pattern that was an imitation of the scholarly sage's eye resonated with sage's eye. Song Shuhang's body did not reject the scholarly sage's eye. "Now, let me see what exactly has been trying to claim my kidney again and again." Even a kind and honest person would be enraged by now. Song Shuhang's gaze swept around him. This time, he saw the creature. The scholarly sage's eye, the eye of an immortal who had suppressed the entire world, was truly amazing. He saw a transparent, flea-like creature that looked like it was cast from ice 500 meters from him. However, unlike a flea, it had a long neck and an extra pair of forelimbs. It bounced around in the air. Every time it jumped, it was so quick that it felt like it was teleporting. After jumping around for a while, the flea dived into the mist. Then, it suddenly came out from behind him. After that, it ejected its sharp, blade-like claws. Its target was still Song Shuhang's waist. Whoosh! The flea appeared behind Song Shuhang, ferociously stabbing him with its sharp claws. When its claws reached Song Shuhang, swoosh! A big hand that seemed to be cast from black iron pinched the flea-like creature's neck. "I dare you to try jumping again." Song Shuhang grinned, revealing his white teeth. The flea-like creature struggled frantically. Its sharp forelimbs kept slashing at Song Shuhang's arm. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Its sharp claws couldn't break through the defense of Song Shuhang, steel hands technique, and was thus unable to injure him in the slightest. It is very fast. While inside this cold mist, it can even reach the speed of someone at the 6th stage. However, its attack power and strength are, otherwise, too low. Song Shuhang estimated the strength of this flea-like creature. Squeak, squeak dash, the flea-like creature let out a strange cry. It stopped attacking Song Shuhang's arm, and suddenly slashed its claws towards its own neck. Blade light flashed, and its head was cut off. Afterward, the flea-like creature quickly leaped toward a distant place. A warrior could even break his wrist if necessary. This guy was even more extreme, and directly cut off its own head. It seemed that its head wasn't that important to it. If it was cut off, it could regenerate it soon after it escaped. Song Shuhang's black iron arm squeezed lightly and burst the flea's head. Immediately after, he activated the artifact he wore on his left hand, the Ancient Witch's Blessing. It was a 9th stage magical treasure that was a part of the Ancestral Witch's battle armor set. It was usable by 5th stage spiritual emperors. It could enhance the user's affinity to space. Activating this magical treasure could allow one to perform a short-distance spatial jump with a range of 500 meters. Right now, under the influence of the wave of frost, the distance of this spatial jump was possibly shortened. However, it was enough. The headless flea-like creature quickly jumped into the cold mist. As long as it returned to the mist, it would be safe. Bang! While jumping rapidly, it hit a hard wall. Jump some more. A big hand had grabbed its body. Squish dash, this time, its entire body was squeezed until it exploded. With the death of the flea-like creature, a fingertip-sized crystal core fell out of its body. Song Shuhang grabbed this core. Even with the protection of the defiant whale warrior's glove, he could still feel the biting cold contained within the core. Could this be the treasure that Senior White was talking about? Song Shuhang reached out and kept this small core inside his spatial bracelet. Now, let's see what Senior White is chasing. Song Shuhang used the scholarly sage's eye to look toward the sword chi in the wave of frost. The speed of Senior White's sword chi was extremely high, and it looked no different from a beam of light in his eyes. Song Shuhang finally managed to see Senior White. What was fleeing in front of Senior White was a bone dragon. Similar to the flea-like creature, this bone dragon was also made of transparent ice. It looked like it was also an ice-type creature. At this time, the frost bone dragon was already badly injured. However, Senior White didn't seem to want to kill it. Does he want to catch it alive? Song Shuhang guessed Senior White's thoughts. Apart from the flea-like creature and the bone dragon, is there anything else in this wave of frost? Song Shuhang then used the scholarly sage's eye to scan through the mist. Very quickly, he saw a large thing jumping towards him. It was a huge flea 20 meters tall with its entire body engulfed in flames of anger. Song Shuhang. Come. If you aren't afraid of the sage's eye, then come right at me. Don't be a coward. Experience maternal love, you stupid flea-impregnating gaze. Song Shuhang activated the sage's eye. When he first learned of the scholarly sage's impregnating gaze magical technique, Song Shuhang was quite hesitant about using it. This kind of magical technique that could make others pregnant was simply too evil. But later, after accidentally causing everyone in the universe to become pregnant while holding the demonic sage speech, Song Shuhang became numb to this feeling. Now, Song Shuhang no longer had any hesitation or psychological burden when he used the impregnating gaze. Impregnating gaze? It's just a magical technique that weakens the enemy's combat power. The process isn't important, and it's the result that matters. Black cats, white cats, it doesn't matter what color they are, as long as they can catch mice, then they're good cats. As long as one can kill the enemy, it doesn't matter which skill they use. The giant flea was extremely fast, but its body was huge. Its huge body ended up becoming a very good shooting target. The light of the impregnating gaze hit the huge flea. The huge flea, which had been jumping around, suddenly stopped. After all, not everybody in this world could be like Senior Thrice Reckless, who could still jump around like nothing happened after getting hit by the impregnating gaze. At the very least, this giant flea wasn't an exception. The giant flea turned upside down and screamed. However, its abdomen did not swell up. Did the impregnating gaze fail? This was the first time that Song Shuhang had seen the impregnating gaze fail. One should know that even if the target was a stone spirit, they wouldn't be able to avoid the curse of pregnancy after getting hit by the impregnating gaze. Nevertheless, Song Shuhang didn't bother thinking over it too much. The impregnating gaze still caused the giant flea to fall to the ground in pain. I should take advantage of this opportunity and take its life. Song Shuhang reached out and took out Scarlet Heaven Sword from his inner world. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, please help me." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Weren't you already heading back? Why are you still here?" Song Shuhang said, something happened midway. I have no time to explain right now. Let's get rid of the flea in front of us first. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Flea? Where? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword can't see the giant flea that fell on its back and is screaming in pain. Song Shuhang said, it's right in front of us. It doesn't matter if you can't see it, I will do the swinging. He flipped his wrist, and heaven-burning flames rose. Burning heaven, eh? Song Shuhang halted his hand. After struggling for a while, the giant flea suddenly exploded. Did it die? When it died, a table-sized ice crystal fell out of its body. Song Shuhang immediately used the ancient witch's blessing spatial ability to move below the huge ice crystal and caught it. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, what is this? Song Shuhang replied, the treasure that Senior White sensed. Anyway, it must be something good if it could arouse Senior White's interest. While holding the huge ice crystal, he continued to use the scholarly sage's eye to scan through the wave of frost, looking to see if there were any other ice monsters. If he found any, he could try to use the impregnating gaze on them to make them explode. Hiss dash, a giant snake-like ice monster suddenly rushed out from the ground beneath his feet and chomped at Song Shuhang. Similar to the fleas from before, ordinary practitioners could not sense or see them at all. When they made a move, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Song Shuhang quickly put away the giant ice crystal, stretched out his hand, and used the blade dragging technique. He was dragged by Scarlet Heaven Sword as they fled to the distance, avoiding the giant snake's sneak attack. Unexpectedly, I can also use Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword for the blade dragging technique. Song Shuhang secretly thought to himself, but this thought remained only in his mind. He couldn't say this out loud. What if Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword got angry? The giant snake missed, and quickly retreated into the depths of the cold mist. Hey, don't go back when you've already come out. Song Shuhang activated the scholarly sage's eyes impregnating gaze once more. A strange light shone from the sage's right eye. This light shot out and fell on the body of the giant snake. Hiss dash, the giant snake hissed, and flipped over just like the giant flea from before while constantly twisting and twitching. Similarly, it did not get pregnant. Song Shuhang clutched Scarlet Heaven Sword tightly, and stared at the giant snake. Hiss dash, the giant snake let out a strange cry before its body exploded. An ice crystal larger than the one that the giant flea had dropped from the snake's body. Song Shuhang went over and caught the ice crystal. He softly said, the scholarly sage's eye seems to be able to restrain these monsters living in the wave of frost. Scarlet Heaven Sword depressedly said, I didn't see anything. Just what exactly are these monsters that can avoid my perception? It was the divine weapon of an immortal. Yet, it couldn't even sense these monsters. So, what exactly were they? It could only see Song Shuhang shooting a ray of pregnancy at the cold mist. After that, an ice crystal fell. It felt that this entire process was very weird. Song Shuhang said, I feel like I'm using a cheat. With the sage's eye, it seemed like he could destroy any and every ice monster that came at him. While holding the ice crystal that had dropped from the giant snake's body, Song Shuhang looked around, looking for more ice monsters. However, it might be because of Song Shuhang's feat of destroying 3 ice monsters in succession, but the other monsters in the wave of frost no longer dared to approach Song Shuhang, and they all fled far away. Song Shuhang softly said, Tisk, they're all cowards. Shuhang, run. At this moment, Senior White's voice rang in his ears. Song Shuhang saw Senior White holding the ice bone dragon in one hand while flying towards him on his meteor sword. The bone dragon was still struggling, but it couldn't escape from Senior White's grasp. After Senior White rushed to Song Shuhang's side, he grabbed Song Shuhang's wrist with his other hand. Run, it will be too late if we don't run now. Song Shuhang was puzzled. The little senior white had already cast a spatial magical technique, forcibly breaking through the frozen space and escaping the wave of frost. Immediately before they were teleported away, Song Shuhang Sage's eye saw a terrifying image. Underneath the cold wave, there was a huge creature as large as an ocean currently thrashing about. The ice fleas, giant snake, and the bone dragon in Senior White's hand were all like extremely small creatures living in this sea. As it was as big as an ocean, every one of its movements could cause the surrounding space to break and freeze. It looked like the creature was at least at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. However, it seemed to have lost its mind. It did not pursue Song Shuhang and Senior White, but was thrashing around aimlessly. The spatial jump ended. Song Shuhang and Senior White were back on Earth. "We're back." Senior White grabbed the ice bone dragon and shook it vigorously. The ice bone dragon fell silent and stopped flailing about. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, why did you catch it?" "I want to make a chariot-type magical treasure," Senior White said. "And this creature is very suitable for pulling a chariot. Besides, it piqued my interest. That cold wave's ability to freeze space was especially interesting, and these ice creatures have also inherited that power. I thought that Senior White wanted the ice crystals inside their bodies." Song Shuhang waved the ice crystals he got. "Living things always have greater worth in research than dead things," Senior White said seriously. "However, the ice crystals can also be studied to see how many properties of the cold wave they inherited. If they're the same as the wave of frost and can spawn creatures, or even freeze space, then they'll be quite useful." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "I have 3 ice crystals on me. Do you need any, Senior White?" Senior White smiled, and said, "Save one for me to research." Song Shuhang stored away the ice crystals first. Senior White grabbed his hand again. "One more time, let's head back to the Immortal Feast's secret realm." They did another spatial jump. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes, he found himself outside the Southern Eternal Sword Sect's secret realm. Due to the battle between the big shots, the secret realm of the Eternal Sword Sect had fallen into ruin. At this time, several elders of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect squatted outside the secret, tears streaming down their faces. Their precious secret realm had been ruined. Fortunately, the spatial framework of the secret realm was still there, and there was hope for restoration. However, the price they would have to pay to do so would be so great that it would leave the Eternal Sword Sect members gasping for air. And more importantly, all of the guests inside the secret realm were gone. Nobody knew what exactly had taken place in the venue of the Immortal Feast. The members of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect and the reporters outside the secret realm only felt extremely terrifying auras appear in it, followed by terrifying explosions. When they came back to their senses, the secret realm was already destroyed, and the guests of the Immortal Feast had disappeared. The elders of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect were in great distress. How were they going to explain this to the rest of the world? At this time, Song Shuhang and Senior White appeared out of thin air. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Sage Monarch White. The surrounding reporters and members of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect recognized the two at first glance. Although Senior White looked like a 2-year-old kid, now that he was back in the main world, the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect was active. It was the same for Song Shuhang. After being reborn, his skin went back to being white, but everyone could still recognize him at a glance. Senior Tyrannical Song, Senior White. An elder from the Southern Eternal Sword Sect rushed over. These two were guests attending the Immortal Feast, so they should know what took place there. Song Shuhang looked at the secret realm and sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. The Southern Eternal Sword Sect's secret realm was destroyed, and he couldn't deny responsibility for this. As soon as the big-eyed planet regained its freedom, it directly went to look for him. At the same time, when the possessed Skylark was released from the wielder's small black room, she happened to appear in the secret realm as well. Finally, there was Senior White 2's exoskeleton, which had also been thrown close to where Song Shuhang was at. All in all, each of the big shots released from Wielder's small black room was thrown right beside Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. The Southern Eternal Sword Sex Elder happily jumped in front of Song Shuhang. In the secret realm, the guests of the immortal feast, as well as immortal fairy Bishwe, had all disappeared. This caused the elders to feel like they were all in boiling water, their hearts extremely anxious. Now, they suddenly found that 2 sage monarchs were still safe and sound. This brought their spirits up with hope finally in sight. Seeing the elder jump so happily, the sage's eye in Shuhang's right eye socket heated up. Previously, the 2 fleas similarly jumped around in the wave of frost. An elder from the Eternal Sword sect quickly asked, Sage White, profound sage tyrannical Song, do you too know what happened in the secret realm? Where are all the fellow Taoists who were in the secret realm? What they were worried about the most was that the guests in the secret realm had been dragged into the chaotic space of the broken secret realm, getting twisted into pieces. They hoped that the Sage White could bring them some good news. What happened in the secret realm is very troublesome to explain, the little Senior White said. I'm going to fetch immortal fairy Bishwe first, and bring her over here. As for the rest, you can ask little friend tyrannical Song about it. After saying that, the little Senior White patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. I will be back. Several traumatic experiences surfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Senior White, if you leave, there won't be another accident, right? The little Senior White said, relax, your glabella is bright right now, so there shouldn't be any misfortune gracing you for a while. I will bring Bishwe back first as we can't have the immortal feast end halfway. I've been waiting for the immortal feast for so long, and I must let it end perfectly. After saying that, he used his spatial abilities to directly go to immortal fairy Bishwe. I wonder what immortal fairy Bishwe's reaction will be when she sees Senior White, who looks like he's reverted to his 2-year-old self. Senior White disappeared, bringing away the frost dragon with him. The elders of the Southern Eternal Sword sect and the reporters immediately stared at Song Shuhang, hoping to hear about the collapse of the secret realm from him. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. Senior White wished for the immortal feast to continue. However, the Southern Eternal Sword sect's secret realm had already been destroyed. Could the immortal feast still continue given the circumstances? Wouldn't all of immortal fairy Bishwe's ingredients have been destroyed alongside the secret realm? When an elder from the Southern Eternal Sword sect saw Song Shuhang rubbing his eyebrows in distress, his heart sank. Senior tyrannical Song, are the other guests of the immortal feast also safe? They were preparing themselves inwardly to hear the bad news. Song Shuhang raised his head, and replied, the other guests. Don't worry. Everyone is safe. It's just that they're unconscious. Senior White and I took them to a safe place. Safe? They're really safe? The hearts of the elders of the Southern Eternal Sword sect had gone from hell straight to heaven. They're all fine. I'll move everyone back in a while, Song Shuhang replied. It was quite unfortunate, but he only managed to take a picture with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. He didn't have enough time to take photos with the other profound sages. Just now, before Senior White brought them back to Earth, he should have first looked for places to take photos with the rest of the profound sages. When the elders of the Southern Eternal Sword sect heard Song Shuhang's answer, they all let out a breath of relief. At the same time, one of the elders curiously asked, then, profound sage tyrannical Song, why do you still look distressed? Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, it's nothing. He was just thinking about how the immortal feast was supposed to continue. Moreover, he was the one who had the greatest share of responsibility when it came to the destruction of the secret realm. It would be great if he could find a way to restore the place. He had the inner world, a mystical small world. If he borrowed the power of the inner world, would he be able to piece the broken secret realm back together? After all, what had happened was mostly his fault. If he could help the Southern Eternal Sword sect restore their secret realm, Song Shuhang would definitely try his best. At this time, it would be nice to run into the Almighty Merchant. Beneath his mysterious sheet, he might just have the treasure that could come in handy in such a situation. This thought emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Just when he was thinking this, a spatial gate opened in front of him. Then, a familiar sheet appeared before his eyes. "Senior Almighty Merchant?" Song Shuhang said with joy. Did the Almighty Merchant still have this kind of takeout service? "Hello, fellow Taoist." A figure whose entire body was wrapped in a sheet appeared before Song Shuhang. However, it wasn't the Almighty Merchant, because this voice was the voice of a woman. Just like the Almighty Merchant, this fairy was wrapped in a sheet with only her head exposed. She had pink-dyed hair that was tied into twin tails. And unless she was using some magical treasure to move around, she was likely to be a Tribulation Transcender realm expert. Song Shuhang replied, "Hello, fairy maiden." At the same time, he noticed that out of everyone present, it was only him who could see the fairy. Nobody else could see her. Is the sheet that she's wearing similar to that of the Almighty Merchant? You know my master, right? I just heard you call out his nickname. Also, I can sense my master's aura on your body. You've been in contact with him recently and bought something from him, right? The pink-haired fairy revealed a smile. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, do you know where my master is now? I haven't been able to contact him for a few days. I was going to him to restock on some goods as some customers have been eager for more, the pink-haired fairy said in distress. Song Shuhang pondered for a while, and thought of a possibility. The Almighty Merchant should be playing hide-and-seek with Senior White too. Perhaps this was why he was in hiding, and had severed any contact with the outside world. Song Shuhang said, I don't know where the Almighty Merchant has gone. In fact, I'm also looking for him. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired fairy's smile changed from a cute one to a professional one. Fellow Taoist, is there something that you want to buy from my master? You can also choose to buy from me. If you buy from me, you can get a discount. Song Shuhang asked, Fairy, do you also sell all kinds of items? Fairy Almighty Seller smiled, and said, I have most of the things in the universe, and if I run out of stock, I can go to my master to replenish the goods. You can call me Almighty Seller. If the quantity of the goods you purchase is relatively large, you can get a discount. Song Shuhang nodded, seemingly having understood. The Almighty Merchant, who seemingly possessed every item in the universe, had chosen the quality route. Fairy Almighty Seller, who was his disciple, had taken the wholesale route, and specialized in selling in large quantities. Although she would often run out of stock, it didn't matter, since she had the greatest supplier in the universe. Her master could replenish her goods regardless of what they were. Fairy Almighty Seller, actually, I wanted to ask if you've got anything that can repair shattered space. Song Shuhang pointed to the collapsed secret realm. Did Fairy Almighty Seller appear because Senior White wished for the immortal feast to continue? Then, maybe I can purchase something that could help me restore the secret realm from her, Song Shuhang thought, but now, there was another problem. He didn't have that many spirit stones on him. He might have to wait for Senior White to return with Immortal Fairy Bishwe before proceeding with the payment. Treasures that can restore shattered space. You're in luck as I have such an item with me. Fairy Almighty Seller laughed. After a while, Fairy Almighty Seller's small hand came out of her sheet while holding a bitingly cold ice crystal. This is a special ice crystal from the Frost World. When a practitioner below the 5th stage touches it, even his soul will be frozen. In addition to being extremely cold, it has the incredible ability to freeze space. Fairy Almighty Seller continued, as long as you have this item, shattered space can be frozen and reorganized. After a little work, a brand new ice-type secret realm can be constructed. This thing is very difficult to obtain, so it isn't cheap. Song Shuhang, 0 weight. Why is the product that Fairy Almighty Seller is introducing so familiar? And the origin of this ice crystal gave Song Shuhang an even greater feeling of familiarity. Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Do you want it? If you're interested, I can give you a preferential price. The broken secret realm behind you is quite big, so if you want to repair it quickly, you will need a great number of ice crystals. If we go by fist-sized ice crystals, you will need at least several hundred. If you buy more than 300 pieces at a time, I can give you a 20% discount." Song Shuhang fell silent. Fairy Almighty Seller continued, "As for the price, how about we use 7th stage spirit stones? 9 7th stage spirit stones for one ice crystal is a very good price. However, I don't have that many pieces of this article with me right now, and might need to go to my master to replenish my stock, so you will have to wait a bit." Song Shuhang continued to remain silent. Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Do you think that the price is too expensive, fellow Taoist? Actually, this price is really low, and I can't reduce the price anymore. If I price it any cheaper, I will be losing money." Afterward, she saw Song Shuhang pull out a huge ice crystal the size of a table from his spatial equipment. Under the refraction of the sun's rays, the ice crystal exuded colorful light. The biting chill it brought along could freeze one's soul. And there was also that coldness that could freeze space. Sure enough, it was the same as the ice crystal in Fairy Almighty Seller's hand. Fairy Almighty Seller. Song Shuhang. Fairy Almighty Seller tightly gripped the sheets around her body. She suddenly felt a stifling feeling overcome her heart. Indeed, Master's words couldn't be any more correct. In this era when emotions had become cold, only the sheet on her body could bring her a trace of warmth. Fairy Almighty Seller's lips slightly parted. "Your ice crystal," Song Shuhang said, "I just got it in a wave of frost, after killing a few monsters." He just got it, after killing a few monsters? Since when can the ice crystals of the frost world be obtained so easily? I really want to scream right now. Fairy Almighty Seller felt very tired, but she still had to maintain her smile. To continue smiling was a requirement for this profession. However, she could not bear to continue with this business. It was too heart-rending. Right, what is this guy's name? Since he's still under the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect, he must be a newly ascended profound sage. Oh, his sage name is Tyrannical Song. This sage name sounds quite familiar. If I remember correctly, isn't this the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song? I heard that he later went to the netherworld realm to transcend the demonic tribulation and held a second speech. However, I haven't had the time to see that second speech yet. Anyway, I should blacklist him and avoid doing any business with him in the future. Several thoughts flashed in Fairy Almighty Seller's mind. Song Shuhang thickened his face, and asked, Fairy Almighty Seller, can you tell me how to use this ice crystal? Do I just throw it into the secret realm? It was so embarrassing to ask about how to use something you hadn't even bought. It would be great if Senior White was here. With spirit stones, anything could be solved easily. Fairy Almighty Seller. After struggling for a long time, she let out a sigh. He was the first sage in 1,000 years, Tyrannical Song. She had to at least give him some face due to his title. Since he was the first in 1,000 years, he had to be someone with great fortune. This guy is very lucky. He might be a good customer in the future, so I should strive to have a good relationship with him in advance. Seeing as you've got the title of First Sage in 1,000 years, I'll give you this information free of charge, Fairy Almighty Seller said. I've already done the calculations for you. If you want to restore this secret realm, you won't need to use such a large ice crystal. Using 3/5 of its total size will be enough. As for how to use it, this is also very simple. You merely need to pour your spiritual energy into the ice crystal. Remember, it must be pure spiritual energy, or ice/water type energy. Once it's full of energy, the crystal will release a cold mist. When this mist is poured into the secret realm, it will solidify the broken space at the fastest speed. Then, as for how to restore the secret realm, that will be all up to your will. Song Shuhang gratefully said, "Thank you very much, Fairy." Fairy Almighty Seller said, "You're welcome. Just remember to show consideration for my business in the future." Song Shuhang thought for a while, and asked, "Fairy Almighty Seller, do you have any resurrection magical treasures for sale?" Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Are you talking about unrestricted resurrection magical treasures? Those kinds of things all have relatively low levels, and are only suitable for practitioners at the 6th stage or below. Someone like you, who is an 8th stage profound sage, will need a custom-made resurrection magical treasure. I'm fine with those that can only be used by people at the 6th stage or below," Song Shuhang said. "Do you have any in stock? You aren't going to use it for yourself?" "Speaking of such goods, I remember that I have a few." Fairy Almighty Seller began to search through her products. After a while, she said, "Here it is. The resurrection gold coin is suitable for practitioners at the 6th stage or below, and it will not work for those above the 6th stage. It is a special resurrection magical treasure. Once the holder dies, the resurrection gold coin will be activated. After the activation, the gold coin will be tossed. If the result is heads, the user will resurrect in 10 months, if it is tails, the user will resurrect in 10 years. In addition, if the user is lucky enough that the coin lands on its edge, they will be resurrected within 10 minutes. The resurrection time might be a little long, but the good thing is that the treasure does not have any huge side effects. Apart from a short period of weakness, there aren't any huge aftereffects such as a regression of strength." Song Shuhang asked, "Do you not have a cross of resurrection?" The cross of resurrection that he previously bought from the almighty merchant was superb. It resurrected him right on the spot, and he didn't feel any weakening or strength regression. That's a quality product, and it isn't suitable for wholesale. If you want one, I will have to ask my master about it. That thing isn't economical, and after having used one, the user won't be able to use a second one for several hundred years. Its inability to be used successively doesn't go along with the style of my business. If you buy 10 resurrection gold coins, you'll have a 10% discount. This item is most suited for customers like you who want resurrection magical treasures for their juniors. The resurrection gold coin isn't as expensive as the cross of resurrection, and the user can use them once every 10 days. This is the wonder of wholesale. Fairy Almighty Seller strongly recommended this item. However, depending on one's luck, it could take a long time to resurrect, possibly even 10 years. As such, its price couldn't be set too high. Song Shuhang was moved. He had just used a cross of resurrection, and since he couldn't use a second one for several hundred years, then wouldn't he simply be leaving it to be covered in dust if he were to purchase another one anytime soon? On the other hand, the resurrection gold coins could be used once every 10 days. Recently, he had used a lot of resurrection magical treasures. If he could carry a few resurrection gold coins on his person, he would feel much safer. Song Shuhang said, "All right. Fairy Almighty Seller, how much are you selling these resurrection gold coins for? If the price is affordable, I would like to buy 10 of them." The smile on Fairy Almighty Seller's face immediately became gentler. "I guarantee that the price is very affordable. Every resurrection gold coin is priced according to 8th stage spirit stones. 8 8th stage spirit stones can buy you 1 resurrection gold coin. Buying 10 coins will grant you a 10% discount, so you will only need to pay 72 8th stage spirit stones for them." Fairy Almighty Seller quickly calculated the price. Song Shuhang transferred his consciousness to the inner world and consulted Scarlet Heaven Sword. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you think that the price of 8 8th stage spirit stones for 1 resurrection gold coin is about right? He himself didn't know anything about the price of resurrection magical treasures. Also, he had acquired the Cross of Resurrection by trading the silver glove with the Almighty Merchant, and he didn't use any spirit stones at that time. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "A resurrection magical treasure, huh? Who can use it?" Song Shuhang said, "It can be used by any practitioner at the 6th stage or below." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "The price seems fine. Actually, there isn't a fixed price for resurrection items. After all, it is something that can save one's life. At times, a resurrection magic treasure that can save someone at the 5th stage can be priced at several 9th stage spirit stones. But at other times, their price could be so low that you could buy one using only 7th stage spirit stones. In general, the price you got is a reasonable one for resurrection magical treasures that can be used by those at the 5th stage." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was currently taking a walk in Song Shuhang's inner world. It was rare for the virtuous Lamia not to have swallowed it back immediately. So, it seized the opportunity to stroll around the inner world to see what had changed. Song Shuhang said, "All right, so I can continue with the transaction." Whether it was the life talisman, the Cross of Resurrection, or the resurrection gold coins, they could not resurrect cultivators beyond a certain realm. In terms of value, they weren't comparable to the bamboo leaf that Shuhang had once received. After his consciousness returned to the main world, Song Shuhang nodded. "Fairy Almighty Seller, I'll buy a set of gold coins. But, can you wait for a minute? I have to wait for my senior to come back so that I can borrow some spirit stones from him. I don't have any spirit stones on me right now." Fairy Almighty Seller. She suddenly thought, isn't this first sage in 1,000 years a bit unreliable? Fairy Almighty Seller asked, "How long is it going to take?" Song Shuhang replied, "It shouldn't take too long. He only went to pick someone up. I must have met a fake first sage in 1,000 years. Fairy Almighty Seller sighed. "If you really don't have spirit stones, you can choose to pay with something of equivalent value. In addition to spirit stones, there are many things that can be considered currency. For example, high-quality pills or similar things." Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then said, "Can I use this ice crystal? You said that it would only take 3/5 of the crystal to restore the secret realm. How much can I exchange for with the remaining 2/5 of the ice crystal?" 3/5 of the large ice crystal was almost equivalent to 300 fist-sized ice crystals. As such, the remaining 2/5 should be equal to about 200 ice crystals. One ice crystal was equal to 9 7th stage spirit stones, and the discounted price was about 7.2 7th stage spirit stones. When the entire 2/5 of the large ice crystal was put into perspective, they should be worth about 144 8th stage spirit stones. Of course, this price was Fairy Almighty Seller's selling price. Her purchasing price was definitely lower. Fairy Almighty Seller. After a while, she raised 2 fingers. "I will add 2 more resurrection gold coins on top of the original 10, resulting in a total of 12 gold coins, and exchange them for 2/5 of your large ice crystal." "Okay, deal," Song Shuhang said. It might be because it wasn't difficult to obtain the ice crystal, but Song Shuhang did not have a clear price for it. Therefore, he agreed very readily. Moreover, Senior White had left his disposable flying sword on that ice planet. If he wanted more ice crystals, he could simply go over, use the scholarly sage's eye on some ice monsters, and harvest the ice crystals. The difficulty of harvesting the ice crystals was relatively low. Yet, the ice crystals that could freeze space and the resurrection gold coins were both treasures of the same value. The transaction was completed. Fairy Almighty Seller reached out and grabbed a scimitar, slashing it down on Song Shuhang's large ice crystal. The indestructible ice crystal was cut open like tofu, getting separated according to a 3-to-2 ratio. Then, Fairy Almighty Seller stretched out her hand and took out 12 gold coins, handing them to Song Shuhang. With this, the transaction is complete. It was a pleasure to do business with you. Fairy Almighty Seller smiled. She believed that she had made a profit since the manufacturing cost of these resurrection gold coins wasn't that high. There was, of course, no problem with the quality of the product. She had a reputation to uphold, so she wouldn't do anything that would compromise that. The main thing here was that the manufacturer of the resurrection gold coins was none other than her. This was why she recommended this resurrection product so much. Exchanging her self-made resurrection gold coins for a large piece of ice crystal felt just right. After the transaction was completed, both parties were satisfied. Fairy Almighty Seller handed a piece of paper to Song Shuhang. This is a transaction voucher. If you want to trade with me again, you can activate this coupon. Remember, it's a single-use item. It was similar to what Senior White once got from the Almighty Merchant. Okay. Song Shuhang put away the transaction voucher. Fairy Almighty Seller left in satisfaction. Song Shuhang grasped the remaining portion of the ice crystal, and looked towards the broken secret realm in the distance. The next step was to look for an opportunity to use the ice crystal to repair the broken space. An elder of the Southern Eternal Sword sect asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, has the conversation between you and that senior ended?" When Song Shuhang was trading with Fairy Almighty Seller, as nobody else could see the latter, they didn't know who he was talking to. Due to Song Shuhang's reputation as the first sage in 1,000 years, the Eternal Sword sect's elders, and the reporters of the Daily Cultivator that were at the side, did not dare to disturb him. Throughout the entire transaction process, Song Shuhang seemed to have been doing a one-man show in their eyes. If it weren't for Song Shuhang suddenly getting 12 gold coins and the ice crystal getting cut in half, everyone would have thought that he had gone crazy. Song Shuhang said, I just finished trading with a fairy maiden. If he wanted to repair the secret realm, he would need the help of other people. The spiritual energy required to fill the ice crystal was extremely large, and he definitely wouldn't be able to handle the entire matter by himself. Not to mention the 3 golden cores, even 4 cores wouldn't be enough. While he was in thought, Senior White's figure stepped out of a spatial gate. He was holding Immortal Fairy Bishwe with his right hand, and Immortal Fairy had with her several waitresses. The Immortal Fairy was also carrying several spatial magical treasures. Within them were the Immortal Feast's ingredients, all of which were now inside these spatial magical treasures. Nothing had been lost. At this time, Immortal Fairy Bishwe followed Senior White with an adoring expression on her face. Senior White said, "I'm back." The reason it took such a long time to bring Immortal Fairy Bishwe back was that his 2-year-old appearance had caused a misunderstanding with Immortal Fairy, and it took some time to clear things up. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the Eternal Sword sect's elder that was beside Song Shuhang, as well as the broken secret realm in the distance. Senior White said, "Oh, the Immortal Feast venue has collapsed. We'll probably have to change the venue to continue the feast." Song Shuhang said, "Actually, I have a way to repair the broken space." Senior White looked at Song Shuhang curiously. "Where did you get the method to do so?" "I got this secret method from the Almighty Merchant's disciple, Fairy Almighty Seller. With that, we can quickly freeze the broken space." Senior Tyrannical Song, is this true? A Southern Eternal Sword sect's elder, who was at the side, jumped up. Senior Tyrannical Song was simply the Southern Eternal Sword sect savior. The guests of the Immortal Feast and Immortal Fairy Bishwe had all been safely moved out thanks to him and Senior White. And now, he had found a quick way to repair the secret realm. Moreover, it seemed like he was going to act personally. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was simply a blessing given by the heavens to help their Southern Eternal Sword sect through this hardship. Song Shuhang nodded slightly. "Senior Tyrannical Song, you're willing to help us repair the secret realm, a Southern Eternal Sword Sect's elder said in surprise. Senior White said to Song Shuhang, Shuhang, the immortal feast hasn't ended yet. If you can really do it, then you should help them repair their secret realm. After saying that, he turned his head and said to the elder of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect, naturally, you will have to bear the cost of materials needed to repair your secret realm. A Southern Eternal Sword Sect's elder said, of course. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, please help us repair the secret realm. I will contact the sect master right away. We will definitely provide you with all the materials you need to repair the secret realm as quickly as we can. Another elder beside him added, as long as the restoration of the secret realm is completed, our Southern Eternal Sword Sect will not forget to show our goodwill to profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Although they had put it out to be goodwill, it was a reward in the end. But how could they directly talk about something as vulgar as money in front of reporters? Regardless of this, everyone knew the meaning behind their words. If Song Shuhang took the initiative to repair the secret realm, it would save the Southern Eternal Sword Sect's face. As a well-known sect in the world of cultivation, the goodwill that they had promised would be anything but simple. I have already obtained the information I need to repair the secret realm from Fairy Almighty Seller. As for the materials, this will be enough. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and raised the ice crystal in his hand. It's that ice crystal? Senior White looked at the ice crystal doubtfully, but after giving it some thought, he came to a realization. Right, it has the ability to freeze space. As long as you've grasped how to use it, you can glue the broken space back together. However, I will need everyone's help in using it. Song Shuhang handed over the huge ice crystal. First, the ice crystal needs to be filled with either pure spiritual energy or the ice/water type energy. Once it's been saturated, it will release a cold mist. At that time, just move the crystal to the secret realm. The broken space will freeze and solidify very quickly. An elder from the Southern Eternal Sword Sect doubtfully said, "It's that simple?" Song Shuhang replied, "It's that simple. Don't worry. The words of Fairy Almighty Seller can be trusted." Senior White said, "It's hard to find practitioners of the ice system, but there are a lot of those who are of the water system." Immortal Fairy Bishwa added, "If you can't find any, you could also choose to directly use spirit stones to saturate it." An elder of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect patted his chest, and said, "No problem. You can leave this to us." A practitioner who had water-type spiritual energy was singled out, and began to fill the giant crystal with spiritual energy, while someone else poured spiritual energy from spirit stones into the ice crystal. It might be because the ice crystal had just dropped from the body of the giant flea, but the cold spiritual energy inside had yet to dissipate. Saturating it didn't take that many spirit stones. Soon, the ice crystal was activated, and cold mist surged out of it. When the cold mist gushed out, the practitioners that were beside the crystal couldn't help but begin shaking. The chill gushing out from the ice crystal seemed to be able to freeze body and soul altogether. With the ice crystal as the center, the surrounding area began to freeze. An elder from the Southern Eternal Sword Sect called out, "Senior Tyrannical Song, how do we move the crystal to the secret realm?" After all, none of them could get close to the ice crystal. "I've got this." Song Shuhang's willed it, and the saber-intent armor emerged, wrapping around him, and isolating the chill of the ice crystal. He strode toward the ice crystal and grabbed it. "Move!" Song Shuhang threw it strongly, hurling the huge ice crystal into the secret realm. Boom dash, the ice crystal smashed into the secret realm and touched the fragments of broken space. In the next moment, it completely burst out with the chill that could freeze space. The originally broken space was forcibly frozen. The ice crystal acted like super glue, piecing the space back together. The members of the Southern Eternal Sword Sect all felt Senior Tyrannical Song's image becoming infinitely tall in their minds. None of them dared to get close to the ice crystal because as soon as they approached it, they felt as if their souls were about to freeze. However, profound sage tyrannical Song merely needed to activate his armor intent to move around the ice crystal. Everything was further accentuated when he shouted, "Move!" It was simply too cool. The ice crystal was thrown into the broken secret realm, and the shattered space quickly recovered. All of this was thanks to profound sage tyrannical Song. A disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect said, that move was really domineering. You feel that way too? I've already imprinted the posture that Senior Tyrannical Song used to throw the ice crystal in my mind. I want to learn how to pose like him. Actually, I feel that it would have been cooler if he had kicked it instead of throwing it. A kick while loudly shouting "move" would have been better. In the future, when I go up on stage and have a duel, I will definitely shout "move" after I win. The disciples of the Southern Eternal Sword sect whispered amongst themselves. Song Shuhang in the distance, with his current strength, even if these disciples were whispering, he could hear everything they were saying clearly. The word "move" won't end up becoming popular in the Southern Eternal Sword sect, will it? Another disciple said, there is also Senior Tyrannical Song's armor intent. It's so cool. Yeah, that whole body armor looked just like the real thing. It's very impressive. I want to condense armor intent just like Senior Tyrannical Song's in the future. Don't be delusional. How could we possibly condense the same intent as Senior Tyrannical Song? Song Shuhang, saber intent, that was saber intent. Without him realizing it, he had already stopped refuting others when they called his saber intent armor intent. His saber intent really was problematic. All right. As long as you guys are happy. The ice crystal froze the space very quickly, starting to restore it soon after. The fissures of chaotic space were filled up as well. Under everyone's eyes, the secret realm of the Southern Eternal Sword sect was soon patched up. However, as the space freezing process wasn't properly controlled, many locations where the space was broken got frozen again and again. This caused the total area of the secret realm to decrease significantly. Moreover, the entire secret realm had turned into a frozen land. As Fairy Almighty Seller had estimated, when the entire secret realm was patched up, the 3/5 of the ice crystal was nearly exhausted. What remained was a mere fingernail-sized ice crystal. The remaining portion of the ice crystal condensed a pillar of ice in the center of the secret realm, sealing itself in this pillar and halting any further consumption. The repair has been completed. A reporter from the Daily Cultivator recorded the entire process. A reporter from the Shingang broadcast station said, and the speed of the repair was so fast. I wonder if Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has any more of those ice crystals that can repair secret realms. How many of them did he buy from Fairy Almighty Seller? If he has more, I'm afraid that there will be many forces across the universe that will be going to him for help in the near future. A reporter from the Temple Channel said he thought that Song Shuhang had bought the ice crystals from Fairy Almighty Seller. In this world, there were many secret realms that had collapsed due to all kinds of reasons, and repairing them wasn't easy. This process usually took a long time as well. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song repairing the Southern Eternal Sword sect secret realm was like one of his abilities. If he had more of such ice crystals with him, that would be a big deal. In the Southern Eternal Sword sect's secret realm. As the fingernail-sized ice crystal sealed itself, that chill that could freeze one's soul dissipated. The coldness of the frozen secret realm also receded. Although the temperature inside was still very low, for practitioners, this low temperature was completely tolerable. As for how this secret realm was going to be taken care of, that was now up to the Southern Eternal Sword sect. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. After the place was repaired, he felt a lot more comfortable. After all, he had a huge share of responsibility in the destruction of the secret realm. Shuhang, good job. Senior White turned his head and looked at immortal Fairy Bishwe, and said with a childish voice, Fairy Bishwe, can the immortal feast continue? Immortal Fairy Bishui said in a doting voice, "Sure, I still have all of the ingredients I need for the immortal feast. I also have all the needed equipment." An elder from the Southern Eternal Sword sect said, "We also have spare tables and chairs. We'll move them over soon." "Then, what are you waiting for? Let's continue the feast." Senior White reached out and summoned Meteor Umbrella. He was the first to step into the new icy secret realm. Meteor Sword came out of the umbrella. Senior White held the sword, waving it lightly. Sword chi slashed across the surface of the ice secret realm, and the originally uneven ground was turned flat. Song Shuhang followed Senior White into the secret realm. He then asked, "Senior White, isn't the ground a bit too smooth?" The icy surface of the secret realm became as smooth as a mirror, and he felt that if someone fell on the ice, they would slide from one end of the secret realm to the other. Those who can enter the secret realm are all practitioners. How could they possibly trip over so easily? Immortal Fairy Bishui was the third to enter the secret realm, and behind her was a group of beautiful waitresses. Song Shuhang turned his head to look at Immortal Fairy Bishui, and sighed lightly. "Fairy Bishui, you are too naive. Who said that practitioners can't trip? Practitioners, especially big shots, should make one fearful when they trip. The ground is so slippery. What if Mini Senior White isn't able to step on it firmly and falls over? What if the secret realm that was just repaired becomes fractured once again?" The elder of the Southern Eternal Sword sect said gratefully, "Our Eternal Sword sect can handle this. We are truly grateful to Sage White and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for their help. If the ground was too slippery, they could simply carve out some patterns or spread other decorations on it." This ice secret realm still had a lot of room for improvement. But these were matters of the future. The most important matter at the moment was to rebuild the Immortal Feast venue. After 2 hours, the Immortal Feast venue had been put in order. The tables, chairs, and the entire dining area was ready once again. A temporary kitchen for the Immortal Feast was also rebuilt. Lastly, may we ask Senior Tyrannical Song and Sage White to bring the guests of the Immortal Feast back here? An elder of the Southern Eternal Sword sect let out a breath of relief. "Leave that to us." Song Shuhang smiled. His consciousness swept through his inner world. At this time, most of the guests hadn't woken up yet, and only cultivators at the Profound Sage realm or above had recovered. Since the Profound Sages have already woken up, the other guests should also start waking up soon, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, all the guests of the Immortal Feast were teleported out. He then recalled the seating arrangement of the Immortal Feast before the space collapsed and matched it with the newly arranged seats. As such, all the guests were moved to their original locations. In the eyes of the elders of the Southern Eternal Sword sect and Immortal Fairy Bishui, after Song Shuhang snapped his fingers, countless rays of light descended from the air. All the guests of the Immortal Feast emerged from that light and landed accurately in their seats. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is really worthy of being the first sage in 1,000 years. The members of the Southern Eternal Sword sect thought to themselves. Song Shuhang, this little guy. He has improved again. Immortal Fairy Bishui said softly. He was the cultivator with the most extreme progress that she had ever seen. Sage Monarch Winter Melon raised his head in surprise. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream, and the several other 8th stage Profound Sages were also surprised. Is this the Immortal Feast venue? Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream's beautiful eyes moved and looked around the venue. After a while, she closed her eyes again as tears kept falling from them. My eyes, they hurt. The memories of these Profound Sages had been partially erased due to the galaxy. Before, when they had just woken up, they found themselves in a place that had become hearsay in present times, the Palace of Winter of the ancient heavenly city. As profound sages, they had obviously heard about the ancient heavenly city and knew what the Palace of Winter represented. They didn't know why they had appeared at the entrance of the Palace of Winter. They only knew that there were a lot of guests of the immortal feast right by them, all of whom were in a coma. The profound sages became silent, and their last memories were of when they were still at the immortal feast. After that, everything was blank. Still, they had gained a lot of insights on the principles of the world in their minds. What happened while we were in a coma? They were getting ready to explore the Palace of Winter, but before they could move around, they were teleported out. Sage Monarch Winter Melon murmured, "Was that a dream?" Sage Monarch 3 Weeks gently shook his feather fan and said, "No, it was a spatial shift. Maybe we accidentally touched some mechanism and were sent back from the Palace of Winter to the immortal feast venue." Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said solemnly, "Something must have happened while we were out." Among the several 8th stage profound sages present, he was the weakest. He could barely see anything with his eyes right now, and he was still in pain. However, his realm had entered the state of touching the laws in one breath. During the time they were in a coma, something big must have happened. Soon after, the other guests of the immortal feast also woke up. Someone asked, "Strange, is it getting dark? Why is it so dark? Aren't we at the immortal feast? Can someone turn on the lights? Wait. I feel that with our strength, we should be able to see even if there aren't any lights, right? In other words, are we blind?" "Yep, I'm blind." "Same here, I can't see anything." The immortal feast venue became filled with panic. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, "Don't worry. After a while, everyone's eyes should return to normal." In the makeshift kitchen, Immortal Fairy Bishwa heard the noise outside. The kitchen knife in her hand danced around gently. "They can't see anymore? In that case, I'll serve this dish in advance. A specialty from the infernal river realm, the demonic pupil. Make up for what you lack by eating what you lack." It was one of the special dishes of this immortal feast. For the practitioners at the peak of the 5th stage, this dish was a big opportunity. This dish could help them with the final stroke of their golden core composition, giving them inspiration for that stroke. This immortal dish's name was Picturesque. This was a new dish that Immortal Fairy Bishwa had come up with in recent years, and it was at this immortal feast that it was first released to the public. The main ingredient of this immortal dish was the infernal realm's demonic pupil, a very strange and precious beast. According to various records, the demonic pupil wasn't a native species to the infernal realm. They abruptly appeared in the infernal realm, starting to live there. The demonic pupil's combat power was very low, but they could gather together and pile up on each other. When countless small demonic pupils gathered together, they could condense into a giant demonic pupil, and their combat power would then become considerable. Their merging skill, coupled with their shocking reproductive ability, allowed them to survive in a world that was full of violence and death like the infernal realm. However, although the demonic pupil's powers were beyond imagination, and their adaptability to the environment was excellent, they were never able to gain a strong foothold in the infernal realm. The main reason for this was that they had a hobby of delivering themselves as snacks to the original inhabitants of the infernal realm. Every year, there would be 2 or so months when the demonic pupils would move together. An innumerable number of demonic pupils would gather together and attack the various inhabitants of the infernal realm. But during this period, the demonic pupils would not converge into giant demonic pupils. They would use their individual, weak combat power to launch waves of attacks on other creatures. For the powerful creatures in the infernal realm, individual demonic pupils were not a threat. As such, the tens of thousands of pupils that came to attack would simply become the meal of those creatures. It was from this that they discovered that demonic pupils tasted good. And after eating a good number of them, some of the big shots in the infernal realm discovered that the demon pupil, this rare and precious beast, had 2 wondrous functions. First, they had the wonderful effect of healing eye injuries. As long as one's eyes had not exploded, they could be restored to what they once were after eating a few demonic pupils. Therefore, when creatures of the infernal realm sustained eye injuries from their battles, they could simply go and slay a few demonic pupils. After that, they would eat them so that their eyes could regain sight. In addition to healing eyes, the demonic pupil had another wonderful effect: it could give one the inspiration for the final stroke of the golden core composition. This was the conclusion that many creatures of the infernal realm came to after consuming great quantities of demonic pupils during the period they were active. This ability was anything but simple. As such, some big shots in the infernal realm speculated that the demonic pupils had come from a very powerful bloodline. However, they had no idea as to why the demonic pupils were so small and weak right now. It was further speculated that this was because of the thinning of their bloodline. Immortal Fairy Bishwe had been studying the demonic pupils in recent years, and paired them with various immortal ingredients to maximize their effects. This, picturesque, was the result of thousands of experiments. Picturesque was served on a large plate, and after taking off the cover, one would find that the content had already been divided into 10 smaller portions. Immortal Fairy Bishwe said, "Serve them." The waitresses headed to the Immortal Feast venue with the plates of picturesque. In the Immortal Feast venue, the guests started to wake up one by one. Aside from Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were the last ones to wake up. This was mainly because they were all close to Song Shuhang when they were watching the galaxy, and that galaxy was there because of Song Shuhang. Therefore, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had gained much more insights from it than the other guests of the Immortal Feast. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Meow, meow, my eyes. I can't see anything." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "I can't see anything either, and my eyes hurt." Loli Shur cried out in horror, "Senior Lychee, Senior Brother Song, I'm blind." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "So none of you can see anymore? That's a relief. I thought that I was the only one who had become blind, so I kept pretending that I could still see, directly staring at others. Since before, I've been trying to sense my surroundings with my mental energy, using it as a replacement for my eyes. But it's still quite difficult to keep my eyes open and pretend to stare at others." While he was talking, tears kept falling from his eyes. Song Shuhang, "My eyes hurt too, but I can still see a bit." Soft Feather woke up, then looked at Song Shuhang. Senior Song, when did you turn white again? I remember that you were as black as charcoal before." Song Shuhang calmly said, "It's because I was resurrected. All of the negative status effects that were affecting me have been eliminated." Soft Feather? Su Clan 16 also woke up and touched her eyes. "My eyes are fine as well, and I don't feel any pain. However, I am a little tired mentally." Shuhang, are your eyes okay? Song Shuhang said, because missed the big opportunity. At that time, he had just resurrected. When he returned to his senses, the galaxy had already disappeared, and he had missed the opportunity to look at the materializations of the laws. "The food has been served." Senior White quickly grabbed his chopsticks. He was already hungry. Is this Senior White's child? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's eyesight recovered just in time to see the little Senior White. Soft Feather grinned and said, "Senior Thrice Reckless just asked the question that I wanted to ask." The little Senior White sighed. "It's me, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. I've been hit by a time reversal technique, and my appearance was temporarily reverted back to that of a child. Senior White is so cute." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber gave a thumbs up. "Can I hug you?" Senior White, in addition, Senior White, I have a request. Please keep this appearance for the rest of your life. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, because when you grow up, your charm is too terrifying. With you looking like this, no matter how much of your charm you release, everyone will only feel that you're cute. The crime rate will definitely be much lower because of this, and that's good for social harmony. Senior White, at the side, Northern River's loose cultivator's vision took a little longer to recover compared to Thrice Reckless. After hearing Thrice Reckless' death-seeking words, he quickly stretched out his elbow and elbowed him. The mysterious scholar shouted, "Who elbowed me? Do you think you can bully me just because I can't see you? If I release my mental energy, I'll be able to catch you in mere seconds." At that time, the mysterious scholar had looked at the galaxy more greedily than the others, causing him to receive more damage than the rest. Therefore, his sight had yet to recover. Northern River's loose cultivator, I elbowed the wrong person. I remember that the person sitting next to me was Thrice Reckless. How did it change to the mysterious scholar? It seemed Song Shuhang had forgotten where the mysterious scholar had been sitting when he arranged their table. As such, he randomly placed him beside the good old senior Northern River. Northern River's loose cultivator coughed and reminded, Thrice Reckless, be careful not to overdo it. Make sure to finish the food in the immortal feast. It would be a pity if you were to miss the great food. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber reacted instantly, I apologize, Senior White. I don't know why I am so excited today. I suddenly couldn't control myself. Senior White, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Senior White, to apologize, can I hug you? The little Senior White remained silent, before reaching out to grab his meteor umbrella. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber immediately sat up straight, covering his mouth. Fairy Lychee rubbed her eyes. Let alone Thrice Reckless, even I want to hug the current Senior White. Senior White, can we take a picture together? Senior Yellow Mountain stopped Fairy Lychee. After we eat, all of the members of our 9 provinces number 1 group can take a big group photo. Let's wait until that time. Senior Yellow Mountain was worthy of the title of group owner. He could always be relied upon to take action at critical moments. Song Shuhang couldn't help but remember the things that happened in the Mirage world. He had succeeded Senior Yellow Mountain and became the new owner of the 9 provinces number 1 group. In hindsight, he felt that dream was absurd. It was naturally impossible for him to become the group owner, but the dream of becoming a reliable senior was still achievable. At this time, the waitresses came up to the tables with the immortal dish, picturesque. As the eyesight of many guests had yet to recover, the girl serving the dishes delivered the small plates directly to each guest. A short-haired fairy maiden explained, the name of this dish is picturesque. It was supposed to be the 7th dish of this immortal feast, but Immortal Fairy ordered for this dish to be served in advance. Picturesque was made with special ingredients and has the ability to heal eye injuries. In addition, it has even more wonderful effects for the fellow Taoists that are at the 5th stage realm. This dish can give you inspiration for the final stroke of your golden core composition. Please, enjoy. As soon as the short-haired fairy's voice fell, the guests quickly released their spirit sense and began to eat the dish. A guest sighed, and said, it's a pity. If this picturesque could be stored for a long time, I would definitely have waited until I was at the final stroke of my golden core composition before eating it. A Taoist priest smiled and said, don't worry, fellow Taoist. Since Immortal Fairy Bishwe has released this dish, it means that the recipe is now complete. After some time, she will probably impart the recipe for this dish to her disciples. There will always be opportunities in the future. Just enjoy it. Song Shuhang looked at the immortal dish on his small plate. Picturesque, lived up to its name. The immortal dish on the small plate looked like an impeccable painting, making people reluctant to cut it open. Su Clan 16 said, Immortal Fairy Bishwe isn't only an immortal chef, her artistic skills are also very famous in the world of cultivation. Song Shuhang said in admiration, in addition to restoring one's eyes, it also has the effect of giving inspiration for the finishing touch. Immortal fairy Bi Shui is a cheat-like existence in the world of immortal chefs. After he willed it, the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation appeared by his side. Fairy creation reached out and placed her hand on Song Shuhang's eye socket, taking out the scholarly sage's eye. In the meantime, the virtuous Lamia placed Song Shuhang's own eye back into his eye socket. Although the scholarly sage's eye was cool, it was better to take it off to avoid getting someone pregnant by mistake. After his eye was back in its rightful place, Song Shuhang picked up picturesque and tasted it carefully. On his second golden core, the golden core composition was short of the finishing touch. Will picturesque be enough for him to draw that final stroke? Song Shuhang was full of expectations. The little golden core in Song Shuhang's second dantian wasn't his life-bound golden core. However, this little golden core still had all of the functions that golden cores of other practitioners had. It also had a golden core composition, and the same went for the process of having to add a finishing touch. As such, Song Shuhang was very much looking forward to whether his small golden would become a spirit lake after he added that final stroke. He only wondered whether he would be considered a sixth-stage true monarch, or if he would still be considered a fifth-stage spiritual emperor at that time. His small golden core would become a spirit lake while he hadn't even started working on the golden core composition of his life-bound golden core. Thinking about it this way made it appear very interesting. The taste of picturesque was not as explosive as the previous Great Migration of 100 Beasts, but it did have a much longer aftertaste. After eating it, one would experience a long aftertaste, and they would not be able to extricate themselves from the delicious taste of the dish for a good while. While eating, picturesque, Song Shuhang's eyes, which were now back in their sockets, felt refreshed and recovered quickly. However, the urge to add the finishing touch did not appear. Is it necessary to eat the entire dish before the inspiration arrives? Song Shuhang looked down at the immortal dish, feeling a little reluctant in his heart. If one had a friend whose cooking skills were even half as good as that of immortal fairy Bi Shui, their life would really be great. Song Shuhang suppressed the unwillingness in his heart, and ate his entire portion of picturesque in a few bites. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Little friend Shuhang, your way of eating is really wasteful. Gobbling down your dish like that while you don't need to add your golden core composition's final stroke is simply too wasteful." Song Shuhang laughed. Hehehe. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was baffled. Shuhang, you can't possibly already be at the finishing touch stage, right? Didn't you just ascend to the fifth stage? Young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't worry, Senior Phoenix Slayer. I have yet to start the golden core composition on my life-bound golden core, Song Shuhang said to comfort him. After finishing, picturesque, Song Shuhang closed his eyes, and began to reminisce about the taste of the immortal dish. At the same time, he looked forward to the flash of inspiration for the final stroke of his golden core composition. Picturesque was not perfect, it was merely an opportunity to enhance the inspiration for the final stroke. Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, one of the Taoist priests at the immortal feast suddenly rose into the sky. Ha 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 ha, here it comes, here it comes. A steady stream of inspiration is coming. Dear fellow Taoists, let's meet each other another time. The Taoist priest jumped up. This was a practitioner at the peak of the fifth stage realm, and he only needed some enlightenment in order to add the finishing touch to his golden core composition. At this moment, he was finally able to find the inspiration, and he could no longer suppress the urge to draw the final stroke that he needed. And so, he simply gave up on the immortal feast and rushed out, looking for a place to close up in order to finish the golden core composition. After the golden core composition was completed, it would be time to transcend the heavenly tribulation. For a practitioner, advancing to the next realm was the most important thing. After this Taoist priest left, just as if there was a domino effect, another practitioner stood up. He was a practitioner from another world. After getting up, he bowed to everyone, and said, "Fellow Taoists, I must take my leave as well." Immediately afterward, several practitioners of various systems got up, bowed to everyone, and left the immortal feast. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman exclaimed, "The effect of immortal fairy Bishue's picturesque is simply amazing. If news of this scene were to spread, the stories about her will get even wilder." Northern River's loose cultivator said, "Now, the value of the invitations for the next immortal feast will rise again. I feel distressed." All loose cultivators felt bitterness in their hearts, but they did not say it aloud. While Northern River was talking, Dharma King Creation suddenly stood up. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple asked, "Dharma King, are you finally going to make a breakthrough?" He and Dharma King Creation were practitioners of the same generation, but he had long broken through to the true monarch realm. However, Dharma King Creation was slower in advancing because he was following the body tempering path. Because of this, he was still at the peak of the 5th stage realm. Dharma King Creation replied, "No, I just feel that the dish is really delicious. I suddenly got the urge to sing a song to express my feelings." After that, he cleared his throat. "Senior Creation, please have mercy. Fellow Taoist Creation, this is the immortal feast, not your concert. Please don't start singing. Die 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 die. Unfaithful men, should die die die. Unfilial men, should die die die." A clear voice rang out, but it was Soft Feather who had begun singing. The practitioners who were at the nearby tables stood up in fear, their hearts skipping a beat. Su Clan 16 quickly covered Soft Feather's mouth. Song Shuhang said, "Soft Feather, don't. Fairy Creation hasn't returned to his body yet. If Dharma King starts singing, the immortal feast will be over." Dharma King Creation said, "You all look down too much on my self-control. Am I such an ignorant person? I just felt like composing a new song. Moreover, I'll simply hum it. I won't sing it out loud." Fairy Lychee brought out her earplugs with a calm face and stuffed them into her ears. Even if it was just some light humming, all the practitioners present had a powerful hearing. No matter how soft Dharma King Creation singing was, it would still be heard by everyone. "Let me stay on the edge of reincarnation." Dharma King Creation sang softly. "What does this song have to do with picturesque?" Northern River's loose cultivator asked curiously. Dharma King Creation said, "I haven't even started yet. I just sang a line to clear my throat." After saying that, he began to hum. There weren't any lyrics, it was only pure humming at first. Honestly speaking, Dharma King Creation songs without any lyrics had a strong sense of rhythm. In addition to being a famous death singer, Dharma King Creation was also a famous composer and songwriter. Behind Song Shuhang, Fairy Creation quietly emerged. After thinking for a while, she left Song Shuhang and returned to Dharma King Creation. Dharma King Creation hummed softly, and Fairy Creation began to hum along. A heavenly sound came from her mouth. Song Shuhang's figure paused slightly. In his heart, there seemed to be a kind of inspiration emerging. Song Shuhang softly said, "Is it coming?" Had the inspiration he needed for the final stroke come? Soft Feather curiously asked, "What's coming?" Song Shuhang replied, "The inspiration." In the next moment, his head spun. From his perspective, the entire world seemed to be spinning afterward, his consciousness appeared in his Dantian area. He was getting the same feeling as when he had drawn his golden core composition. The time has come for me to add the finishing touch to my golden core composition. Song Shuhang was elated. Among people of the modern era, there were many that had OCD, and Song Shuhang was someone who had a slight OCD. Due to the final stroke of his golden core composition still missing, he felt a little stifled, wanting to finish it as soon as he could. And now, the opportunity had finally come. After a while. A plump sphere appeared in front of Song Shuhang when he had drawn the golden core composition for his small golden core. It had appeared very huge in his consciousness. This had allowed him to draw to his heart's content, painting everything that he could think of on it. Now, a sphere of the same size appeared before his eyes. However, this sphere was not golden, but colorful instead. Song Shuhang. Immortal fairy, there is something wrong here. Wasn't this dish supposed to enhance the inspiration for the final stroke of one's golden core composition? Why was I sent to the colorful monster core? Could it be that this monster core also wants a golden core composition? What do I do? I don't know anything about monster cores. Do monster cores also get a golden core composition like golden cores? However, monster cores don't have dragon patterns. Without dragon patterns, theoretically speaking, there wouldn't be any dyes for the golden core composition, right? So how am I supposed to paint? Senior White 2 once said that he had a golden core that was void of any dragon patterns. If that was true, how did Senior White 2 become a 6th stage true monarch? Could it be that he had skipped the golden core composition entirely? Song Shuhang felt puzzled, but the impulse in his heart was growing stronger. This strong impulse was so familiar, and it was a feeling like he was getting ready to draw his second golden core composition. Alright, it doesn't matter anymore. I'll just go along with it. Song Shuhang went in front of the colorful monster core, and stretched out his finger. What should I draw this time? On his little golden core, he had painted the forever impregnable holy city. There were flames, the impregnable holy city, a sky filled with lightning, modernized heavenly tribulation, and 1/4 of the big-eyed planet. It would be meaningless to paint something that he had already painted, and it did not go well with Song Shuhang's character. Therefore, if a golden core composition could be drawn on the colorful monster core as well, what should he paint? Following the strong impulse in his heart, Song Shuhang's fingers involuntarily painted on the monster core. With a move of his fingers, the colorful light on the monster core turned into the ink for the composition. This colorful light had a similar effect to a practitioner's dragon patterns. Song Shuhang's fingers danced quickly. In his mind, an extremely huge sword appeared. It was the second set of his life-bound magical treasure, the one that he had handed over to Senior White to the holy sword of the end. The huge holy sword pierced through the sky. As Song Shuhang continued to paint, the composition became clearer and clearer. The complicated structure of the holy sword of the end was portrayed little by little on the colorful monster core. When the holy sword took shape, there seemed to be a fearsome sword intent that formed on the monster core. However, similar to when he had painted the impregnable holy city on the small golden core, after the huge and complex holy sword was painted, only 1/10 of the area on the golden core had been occupied. Song Shuhang said, "Sure enough, it's about the same as the second golden core." He had guessed this would happen before he began painting. Then, I will just continue. After the holy sword, what else could he paint? He tapped his fingers slightly, and a man with his hands behind his back was drawn under the holy sword. This represented himself. Afterward, he lifted his finger and drew a series of spatial rifts around the holy sword. There were countless powerful demons of the netherworld showing their hideous faces from these spatial rifts. He originally wanted to follow the style of the second golden core, and also paint a picture of him going against a strong enemy on the monster core. However, while he was painting, the style of his painting changed involuntarily. There were more and more spatial rifts that appeared in the sky, and soon enough, there weren't only demons of the netherworld, but also beasts from the beast realm, powerful human beings, and even mechanical warriors with a futuristic style that emerged from the spatial rifts. Song Shuhang felt that his painter's soul could no longer be stopped, and everything that he wanted to paint was overridden. More precisely, it was as if his hands were no longer his own. At the beginning, when he had drawn the holy sword of the end and the man that represented himself on the colorful monster core, Song Shuhang had prepared to follow his other composition and paint a powerful enemy opposing him. In the sky above the holy sword of the end, the many demons of the netherworld were there to set the stage for the liquid metal ball. However, when his painter's soul began to burn, he could no longer control himself. Next, more and more spatial rifts appeared on the monster core, and more different races made their appearance. In addition to the demons of the netherworld, there were humans, monsters, beast cultivators, giants, divine beasts, and futuristic mechanical civilizations. All kinds of figures began to appear in the painting. Because he was painting extremely quickly, Song Shuhang's hands looked like they started cramping, his arms trembled, and his fingers kept moving all over the colorful monster core, unceasingly adding dots that turned into starlight. The background on the colorful monster core, embellished by the starlight, turned into a cosmic starry sky battlefield. At the same time, Song Shuhang noticed that the way he was holding the holy sword of the end in the picture seemed to be a bit wrong. The holy sword of the end in his hand was not being used against the demons of the netherworld. Instead, it was being used to fend off the humans, monsters, beast cultivators, giants, and the other races. On the colorful monster core, the place where he and the holy sword of the end were positioned wasn't the main world, but the netherworld realm instead. The demons of the netherworld in the composition weren't his enemies, but his forces. The humans, monsters, beast cultivators, giants, divine beasts, and futuristic mechanical civilizations were his enemies. Is this a scene of a battle between the main world and the netherworld, but from the standpoint of the netherworld realm? But why did the composition turn out this way? Logically speaking, a golden core composition was supposed to be a unique reflection of a practitioner's life experiences and emotions. As such, how could this picture of him standing in the netherworld realm's camp and going against the main world be such a reflection? Could it be because of the holy sword of the end? After all, the owner in name of this holy sword was Senior White II, and Senior White II was the ruler of the netherworld. Could that be the reason why the holy sword of the end was in the camp of the netherworld realm? Song Shuhang said, that should be the case. After finishing the monster core's composition, he should look for an opportunity to contact Senior White II to verify his speculations. But now, regardless of what the reason might be, he should focus on finishing the composition on his colorful monster core first. As Song Shuhang moved his fingers, more and more races appeared on the colorful monster core, quickly occupying the empty space. All kinds of powerful creatures that Song Shuhang could imagine in his mind were placed in the composition. There were even some things that only existed in his imagination that he drew there. Song Shuhang drew faster and faster, and the more he drew, the more vivid the picture became. Song Shuhang said, if this painting technique could be learned in real life, even if I am unemployed, I could still get myself some food to eat as a painter. Of course, the painting technique for the golden core composition could not be brought to reality. While drawing the golden core composition, the pictures drawn by practitioners were directly extracted from their minds and then painted, so the practitioner's proficiency in painting did not matter. Song Shuhang thought, right, there should be a boss or something, right? I added the big-eyed planet in the previous composition, so the one on the colorful monster core shouldn't be any worse. However, there weren't that many existences in the universe that could match the big-eyed planet. The netherworld's liquid metal ball would have been more than great, but he was siding with the netherworld realm in this painting, and it would be impossible to have the liquid metal ball become the final boss. No. Suddenly, Song Shuhang discovered something: there wasn't any more space left in the colorful monster core composition. The space reserved for the final boss turned out to be very small. What should he draw in the little space that was left? Song Shuhang froze. At the same time, the colorful monster core composition came to a stop. It now lacked one final stroke. Song Shuhang. Just like the composition on his small golden core, it was missing one stroke. The feeling it gave him made him extremely uncomfortable. After the painting of the colorful monster core composition came to an end, the name of the composition appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Its name was, World-Ending Holy Sword. The world-ending holy sword was a sword that could destroy worlds. When this sword was brought out, all creatures would meet their end. This line felt just like it was a teaching of the Church of the End. This name has the same style as Forever Impregnable Holy City. Did these names come from randomly typing out on a keyboard? Song Shuhang sighed. As he said that, a violent sense of exhaustion overcame him, and the spiritual energy in his body was depleted. The process of creating his golden core composition had consumed both his spiritual and mental energy. However, his state now was a lot better than when he had drawn the golden core composition on his small golden core. After all, he was currently a 3-core practitioner, and had a huge energy reserve. Anyway, he was not completely drained like before. After the process ended, similar to the small golden core, the colorful monster core began to shrink in size, and became more rounded. However, its color did not change, and it remained colorful. Back then, the little golden core had evolved into a purple golden core, and was now only waiting for the final stroke to turn into a lustrous golden core. After that, he would be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation and head to the 6th stage true monarch realm. Song Shuhang thought, could it be that the colorful monster core will only change after the finishing touch is added? For the final stroke of the Forever Impregnable Holy City, Song Shuhang still hadn't gotten enlightened as to where it should be. Was the missing stroke on the big-eyed planet? Was it in the Holy City? Was it in the explosions in the sky? Was it in the flame? Which corner of the golden core composition was it even at? However, he knew what was missing in the world-ending holy sword. What was missing was the final boss that he wanted to be in the composition. It was on a small piece of blank space. When the opportunity came, he would have to draw his desired boss in one stroke. Which was quite difficult, as even drawing a stickman would require several strokes. But he couldn't possibly just have the boss be a horizontal line, could he? After he was done with the monster core composition, Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to the immortal feast. When he returned to his senses, he found that all the seniors at the table were staring at him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer curiously asked, "Shuhang, were you drawing your golden core composition just now?" Waves of golden core energy had been coming from Song Shuhang just now. The energy waves came to be during the process in which a golden core turned into a purple golden core through the golden core composition. I wasn't drawing the golden core composition just now. In fact, I haven't even begun on the golden core composition for my life-found whale core. I've only ascended to the 5th stage not too long ago. How could I progress so quickly? Song Shuhang said to comfort them. Too many things had already occurred during this immortal feast, so he should do his best to let everybody eat happily. He shouldn't let them know about such heart-rending things today. He could save it for later if the opportunity arose. Moreover, he wasn't lying, either the composition he was doing just now was for a monster core, and not a golden core. Senior Yellow Mountain calmly said, "That's true. Little friend Shuhang's life-bound golden core is still a solid golden core. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, "Then, what were those fluctuations coming from your body just now?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly and winked at Senior Phoenix Slayer. "That is a secret, young Master Phoenix Slayer." Song Shuhang continued to comfort him. "Senior Phoenix Slayer, don't worry. Even if my realm catches up with yours, the CPU usages that you owe me can be transferred to my disciples." "Piss off." Young Master Phoenix Slayer gnashed his teeth. "Phoenix Slayer, next month, we should try to break through to the true monarch realm. We can't let Shuhang look down on us." Thrice Reckless patted young Master Phoenix Slayer. At this time, Dharma King Creation suddenly smiled. "Huh, my new song is finally finished. After the event is over, I'll go and sing on the stage to end the immortal feast." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's body stiffened. Should I use the excuse of having gained inspiration for the finishing touch to leave? Calculating the time, picturesque, should have taken effect for all practitioners. How many practitioners left the venue? Fairy Lychee calmly changed the subject. One should never continue with the topic of singing when Dharma King creation was present. Northern River's loose cultivator smiled, and said, the number of people that left this time should be a bit more than 2 tables. The quota should have already been hit, so it should be time for the good show that takes place at every immortal feast. Song Shuhang asked, good show? It was his first time participating in an immortal feast, and he didn't understand what Northern River was talking about. Northern River's loose cultivator slowly said, at every year's immortal feast, there would be practitioners that benefit from the powerful effects of the immortal dishes and get a feeling that they should close up and ascend to the next realm. This is also one of the charms of the immortal feast. After these practitioners leave, their places become vacant. Song Shuhang asked, is the good show that Senior Northern River mentioned related to these empty places? Northern River's loose cultivator smiled, and said, exactly. According to the rules set by immortal fairy Bi Shui, no matter how many places are left vacant, she will continue to serve the original number of dishes that she planned on serving, not a single more, and not a single less. As such, a vacant place will still have its share. The practitioners who left would be considered to have taken the initiative to give up their share of the immortal dishes. Consequently, those shares can be given to other people. Lowly Shur asked, is there no takeout? Fairy Lychee replied, when it comes to the dishes of the immortal feast, there is no such option. Song Shuhang said, how are the vacant positions portions given out? Northern River's loose cultivator said, the host of the immortal feast for that particular year will get 1/3 of the seats. Another 1/3 of the seats will be assigned through a lottery system after paying a certain sum of spirit stones to participate. If you're fortunate enough to get a seat, you can arrange for other people to get it in your stead if you want. Of course, you can also choose to have 2 servings for yourself. As for the remaining 1/3 of seats, they will be distributed through various means. Su Clan 7 said, this year's host is the Southern Eternal Sword sect, and they have benefited a good deal just from this. The number of seats that became vacant in the Immortal Feast this year is definitely more than in previous years. Previously, when the Spirit River Sioux clan had been the host, only a total of 21 seats had been vacated from the beginning to the end, and several seats only became free near the end. But this year, despite only a few dishes having been served, 2 tables have already become vacated. The Southern Eternal Sword sect is really lucky. In addition, everyone was able to look at the materializations of the laws this time. The enlightenment that they gained from that, coupled with the effects of the immortal dishes, would definitely result in a lot more guests leaving early this year. As the immortal feast continued, more and more people would leave midway. Northern River's loose cultivator said, going by the 1/3 system, there should be 7 seats allocated to the Southern Eternal Sword sect, and another 7 seats that will be given out by raffle. The remaining 8 seats will be distributed by Immortal Fairy Bi Shui through various means. Senior White raised his head, and said, which one of you is interested in the raffle? If you lack spirit stones, you can borrow from me. Fairy Lychee curiously asked, Senior White, are you not going to participate in the raffle? Senior White said, even if I do win, I don't have anyone in mind whom I would like to let participate in the immortal feast. In addition, it wouldn't make sense for me to eat 2 servings by myself as I'm already eating too many dishes. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui had been giving special care to Senior White ever since the beginning. The portion of immortal dishes that was delivered in front of the little Senior White was always twice that of others. While he was speaking, an elder from the Southern Eternal Sword sect came over to their table. The elder asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, we got 7 extra seats for the immortal feast this year. Do you need them? We can give 1 each to you and Sage White. It was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage White who had rescued the guests of the immortal feast and Immortal Fairy Bi Shui, and then assisted them in restoring their secret realm. This made them greatly indebted to the two. Just now, they acquired 7 more seats for the immortal feast. After discussing it between themselves, they decided to give 2 of the seats to their 2 benefactors. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Don't you need these 2 seats for yourself?" The elder from the Southern Eternal Sword sect smiled, and said, "Our disciples aren't in a hurry. There will definitely be more vacant seats as the immortal feast goes on. We can slowly usher in our disciples when the time comes." Senior White raised his head, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said, "Shuhang, you can have my share." Song Shuhang said, Is that really all right?" The elder from the Southern Eternal Sword sect nodded, and said, "There is no problem. It's up to you 2 how to allocate the seats, seniors." Song Shuhang said, "Then, I won't be polite." There were many people in his inner world, and the immortal feast's quota was not enough for all of them. And so, his consciousness dove into his inner world. He first went to Li Yinzhu. Song Shuhang asked, "Yinzhu, do you want to come out and eat something delicious?" At this time, Li Yinzhu was in her child state, practicing the supplementary secret technique from the Great Northern Emperor. When she heard Song Shuhang's voice, she raised her head. "Eat something delicious?" Li Yinzhu blinked and nodded vigorously. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to transfer Li Yinzhu out of the inner world. "Now, whom should I give the other place?" Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Chu, are you able to leave the living spring right now? If you can, do you want to come out for a meal?" Pavilion Master Chu rolled her eyes, and continued to blow bubbles in the spring. "I've only got a head left right now, yet you want me to eat stuff? Are you trying to anger me?" Song Shuhang scratched his head, and moved his consciousness to where Senior Turtle was. Senior Turtle had already woken up, and was sitting face to face with Lady Onion. Lady Onion was in her true form. One tortoise and one monster, a pair of big eyes staring at a pair of small ones. Between the 2 of them was a pile of Lady Onion sprouts. "Senior Turtle, what's with these green onion sprouts?" Lady Onion felt sad when she saw so many green onion sprouts. Senior Turtle replied, "I don't know. I'm just as clueless as you." At this time, Song Shuhang's voice sounded. "Senior Turtle, Lady Onion, are you interested in participating in the immortal feast?" "Immortal feast? Immortal fairy Bishui? Green onion sprouts. So it was you, Song Shuhang." Lady Onion exploded in anger. Song Shuhang was confused. Senior Turtle said, "Ahem, I'm not going. I'm not interested in eating lately." It looked at the green onion sprouts on the ground, and thought of a white onion mask. It suddenly wanted to make these green onion sprouts into an onion mud mask. Lady Onion anxiously asked, "Shuhang, did you pluck my onion sprouts while I was unconscious, planning to give them to immortal fairy Bishui?" Song Shuhang chuckled. "If I wanted to get green onion sprouts from you, would I have to wait until you were unconscious?" Lady Onion. "Also, I already promised you that I wasn't going to casually pull out your sprouts. I'm a man of his word." Song Shuhang laughed, and then moved his consciousness to his 2 disciples. First was the monster bird Little Kai, his eldest disciple. Little Kai was practicing non-stop. Song Shuhang said, "Little Kai, do you want to come out for a meal? The immortal feast is ongoing right now, and it's got really delicious food." Little Kai earnestly replied, "Go out for a meal? Teacher, something like eating can be taken care of with fasting pills. The time spent eating during a feast could be spent practicing. Wasting time is wasting life, I won't go." Song Shuhang. Little Kai truly did appear to be hopeless. Little Kai said, "Teacher, I want to continue practicing. If you have any tasks which you require me to do, please don't hesitate to tell me. However, don't call me for something that's a mere waste of time like eating." Then, her wings took on the color of black iron, while the aura of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha surged from her body. With this, another round of practice had begun for Little Kai. Song Shuhang. He moved his consciousness to Chu Chu's side. Chu Chu seemed to have just woken up at this time, and was washing her face. Song Shuhang went straight to the point, and said, "Chu Chu, do you know of the immortal feast? Would you like to come out for a meal? This is a good opportunity to increase your strength as you can improve just from eating." Chu Chu raised her head, and asked, "Teacher, I can participate too?" Song Shuhang said, "Sure, it just so happens that I have 2 extra seats. You and Inju can take them, and you can also take care of Inju while eating." Chu Chu firmly said, "Yes, teacher." With this, Chu Chu was similarly teleported out. The elder of the Southern Eternal Sword sect arranged a place that was very close to Song Shuhang's table for them. After the Southern Eternal Sword sect filled up the 7 spots, it was time for the raffle. A 7th stage spirit stone was required to participate in the raffle. Anyone who was interested could participate. If one didn't need the seat after winning, they could sell the spot to other Taoists or take 2 portions for themselves. Soft Feather asked, "Senior Song, are you going to participate in the raffle?" Song Shuhang shook his head. His inner world was full of hopeless people, and none of them wanted any spots for the immortal feast. Song Shuhang asked, "How about you?" Su Clan 16 and Soft Feather were not interested in the raffle. "By the way, if any of you wants a spot, I could enter the raffle in your place." Senior White raised his head, and said, "If I win a spot, I can give it to you." At this moment, a woman in a red dress with a curvy figure stood up, and shouted in a sweet voice, "Senior White, I want a spot. Please help me get a spot for Iron Trigram. As for the Spirit Stone, I'll pay you back after the Immortal Feast, PFFF. It's the Shady Fortune Teller. You actually came to the Immortal Feast." Northern River's loose cultivator spat out the tea he had just drunk. "Hehe, Northern River, I've been at this banquet since the beginning. Even though you're my rival, you weren't able to recognize me. You're too disappointing." The woman in the red dress covered her mouth and chuckled, "Beautiful and enchanting. Northern River's loose cultivator." Immortal Master Copper Trigram giggled, and said, "By the way, Northern River, do you like my current look? This is a slightly modified version of your inner demon. It should be exactly your type." Northern River's loose cultivator looked up at the sky. If not for the fact that they were at the Immortal Feast venue, he would have brought out his sword orbs to give a lesson to the Shady Fortune Teller. The little Senior White stood up and jumped out of his chair. "I'm going to join the raffle for fellow Taoist Copper Trigram." While Senior White was jumping, Song Shuhang remained vigilant all throughout. He was afraid that Senior White might end up slipping. After all, the ice was very slippery. The little Senior White landed steadily, took out a 7th stage spirit stone, and ran to the raffle table. Everything went well. After seeing Senior White join the raffle, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Fairy Lychee, and Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also stood up. After that, they went to the raffle table as well. Even if they didn't win a seat, they could have some fun by joining the raffle. Song Shuhang also wanted to join in on the fun. Unfortunately, he had no money. "Actually, I'm looking forward to the 3rd event. The 3rd event is different every year. I wonder what it's going to be this year." Northern River's loose cultivator took another sip of tea and calmed down. From where the raffle table was, another round of immortal dishes arrived at the Immortal Feast venue. The dishes of the Immortal Feast were getting served faster and faster. At the same time, Immortal Fairy Bi Shui and the Southern Eternal Sword sect discussed the 3rd event. The guests of the Immortal Feast are free to nominate several fellow Taoists, and by way of voting, have them acquire the remaining 8 seats. After a nominated guest is confirmed to get a seat, they can be challenged by other guests should anyone be dissatisfied. Everyone who obtains ownership of any of the remaining 8 seats might have to accept up to 4 challenges. The form of the challenge shall be determined by both parties involved. As soon as the rules came out, the entire Immortal Feast venue became quiet. At this moment, a woman that Song Shuhang didn't recognize suddenly stood up, and loudly said, "I nominate Profound Sage Tyrannical Song to get a seat." Song Shuhang. Am I that popular? This is really embarrassing. Support me and have Profound Sage Tyrannical Song be at the top. Afterward, I will challenge him, the fairy maiden shouted. I have some water from the Mother-Child River. If I am victorious, I will have Profound Sage Tyrannical Song drink it. Instantly, all of the guests voted for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, Song Shuhang. Fellow Taoists, vote with all your might. For every vote, I will have Tyrannical Song take one mouthful of the Mother-Child River water. The Southern Eternal Sword sect disciple who presided over the third event announced, "Congratulations to Senior Tyrannical Song, you have won the first seat of the third event." The gazes of everyone present moved to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Apart from the fairy holding the Mother-Child River water, there were several other fellow Taoists who didn't vote, because as long as one was dissatisfied with the result, they could challenge Senior Tyrannical Song. According to the rules, every fellow Taoist who acquired a seat during the third event might have to accept up to 4 challenges. These fellow Taoists were currently thinking about what form of challenge they could propose to Profound Tyrannical Song. It was impossible for them to go with a direct battle. After all, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was the first sage in 1,000 years, an existence at the Profound Sage realm. However, the challenges were not limited to direct battles, so they could challenge the other party in many other ways. As long as both parties agreed on the type of challenge, even if it was merely rock-paper-scissors, long jump, high jump, or competitive eating, there wasn't any problem. Therefore, if the fairy with the Mother-Child River water were to lose in the challenge she proposed, they could still follow up and attempt to defeat Tyrannical Song themselves. Their goal was to let Profound Sage Tyrannical Song drink the river water. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, looking forward to what method the fairy would use to challenge him. Naive. Song Shuhang looked calm and put down his chopsticks. Then, he raised his right hand. I'm sorry, but I will be giving up this seat. That is because I've acquired 2 seats previously, and they're already enough for me. After saying that, Song Shuhang picked up his chopsticks again, and continued to enjoy the immortal feast, drinking the immortal brew that immortal fairy Bishwe had just prepared. Wonderful. I give myself 100 points for my wittiness. In an instant, the entire immortal feast venue fell quiet. No one had thought that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would simply refuse. A feeling of disappointment enveloped the entire venue. At the side, Soft Feather regretfully said, "Senior Song, don't refuse it. It's a shame for you to refuse such a fun challenge." Song Shuhang put down the immortal brew and sighed. Soft Feather, it isn't something wonderful for a man to become pregnant. This isn't a joking matter. As soon as he finished saying this, the atmosphere among the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group became heavy. Everyone couldn't help but recall the horror of being hit by Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's impregnating gaze. Back then, their abdomens bulged, and their legs went weak. Soft Feather said, "Ah, I almost forgot. Senior Song, I haven't gotten to watch your demonic sage speech." However, since they were in the middle of the immortal feast, it wasn't the time for her to watch Senior Song's demonic sage speech. As such, she decided to watch it after she returned to the Spirit Butterfly Island. She felt that it would be even better if her father had already left secluded meditation at that time, or had successfully emerged from his heavenly tribulation. Like that, she could watch the broadcast of the demonic sage speech with him. The fairy maiden holding the Mother-Child River water stiffly turned her head, and looked at the Southern Eternal Sword sect's disciple who was hosting the event. Can one refuse? The Southern Eternal Sword sect's disciple said, going by the rules, one can indeed choose to refuse. The third round wasn't a raffle, it was merely the gifting of a seat, so the chosen one could naturally refuse. The fairy turned her head, and said in a sad tone, "Senior tyrannical Song, how can you be such a coward?" A Taoist priest shouted, "Senior tyrannical Song, this little girl dared to provoke you, defeat her. Let her know of your greatness." Someone encouraged, "Senior tyrannical Song, she's just a little girl. You could probably destroy her with just a move of your fingers, right? What's there to be afraid of?" Song Shuhang kept a calm smile. "You're all too inexperienced. No matter how much you try to stimulate me, beg me, or encourage me, none of that will work on me." At this moment, Copper Trigram suddenly stood up. She took out a beast pelt and spread it out on the ground. One would find that there were squares painted on this beast pelt, and there were runes for divination as well. Copper Trigram removed the boots that she was wearing, exposing the soles of her feet. After that, she stepped on the beast pelt, moving around with a strange pace. Her appearance was enchanting and unparalleled, and when she moved around, she looked like she was dancing. Her movements were simply beautiful. A brilliant scene arose in the immortal feast. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "If I didn't know that she was Copper Trigram, I might have been moved." Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "Fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless, you should continue to be blind for a while longer." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber exclaimed, "I did say, if. Since I know that Copper Trigram is a man, watching him dance barefoot like this only gives me all kinds of danger signals." Huh. Northern River's Loose Cultivator laughed. Fairy Lychee cut into their conversation. "Fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless, when did you get the information that Copper Trigram is a man?" Thrice Reckless Mad Saber responded, "Huh. Ever since he first joined the 9 Provinces #1 group, Copper Trigram had always acted like a man. Although he was male at times, while female during other times, he should essentially be a man." Fairy Lychee smiled, and said, "Copper Trigram's gender is one of our 9 Provinces #1 group's top 10 mysteries. Nobody knows for sure whether Copper Trigram is male or female." Fairy Dongfang 6 added, "In other words, although you might think that Copper Trigram is a man, perhaps this appearance is her original appearance, or a slightly modified version of it." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Song Shuhang asked, "Is Senior Copper Trigram divining?" Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "That should be the case. It looks like a divination technique of the ancient witch system. Copper Trigram has mastered a rich variety of divination techniques. When it comes to this field, he is regarded as a master-level figure. Unfortunately, he is shady as hell." Soft Feather's eyes shone brightly. "Is this a technique where you use your feet to perform the divination?" She suddenly wanted to learn this divination technique. What is Immortal Master divining? This was what Su Clan 16 was most curious about. Just now, nobody had asked Immortal Master Copper Trigram for a divination, right? So whom was she divining for? Immortal Master Copper Trigram's waist moved like a snake, and her right foot took the last step. On the beast pelt, inside the grid where her foot had landed, the rune shone brightly. Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked down at the grid and the rune, and fell in thought. After a while, she clapped her hands vigorously, and said in a pleasant voice, "A great fate. The result of divination is the supreme rune, which represents great fortune." Great fortune? Whom did the Immortal Master divine for? They were done for. Little friend Shuhang, you really made the right choice by giving up your seat. Immortal Master Copper Trigram exhaled slightly, and said, "I got a strange feeling just now that made me want to divine for you. If you hadn't given up your seat just now, the result of the divination would have been the Ghost Dragon rune, which represents a terrible fate where even the danger of death would be present. But now, after you actively gave up your seat, the result changed into the supreme rune that represents great fortune. You've truly made a wise decision." After saying that, Immortal Master Copper Trigram gave Song Shuhang a thumbs up. Her thumb was painted with colorful nail polish, so when she raised her thumb, its nail shone with colorful light. As soon as Immortal Master Copper Trigram's words fell, all of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group who knew him turned their heads and stared at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "Senior Copper Trigram, are you sure your divination is correct? In that case, do I have to take the opposite result of the Supreme Rune? I have gotten a big, bad omen, right?" Thrice Reckless Mad Saber added, "It should at least be a 34D, big, bad omen, right?" Fairy Copper Trigram put on her shoes, and put away the beast pelt. "You bastards, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Song Shuhang. Soft Feather said, "If you hadn't given up your seat, it would have resulted in the Ghost Dragon Rune, a bad omen with the danger of death." Su Clan 16 said, "But if you were to give up your seat, you'd get the Supreme Rune that represents great fortune." Of course, Senior Copper Trigram's divination had to be taken in reverse. In other words, if he hadn't given up his seat, he would have been extremely lucky. But by giving up his seat, he changed the result, and there was even the danger of death now. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered the 12 resurrection gold coins that he had just obtained from Fairy Almighty Seller. What a joke, I just bought these 12 resurrection gold coins. I didn't even get to take a good look at them yet. And, I've already revived once today. Song Shuhang raised his hand quickly, and exclaimed, wait a minute. The disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect who was in charge of hosting the event turned his head in doubt. Senior Tyrannical Song, is something wrong? Can I go back on my decision? I've given it more thought, and suddenly felt that accepting challenges might be very interesting. Fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, and fighting people, they're all quite fun. Isn't it just 4 challenges? I, Tyrannical Song, will take them all on, Song Shuhang said calmly with a smile on his face. The disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect was dumbfounded. He didn't really know Immortal Master Copper Trigram, and he simply heard what she had said after divining for Song Shuhang. Giving up the seat results in great fortune, while doing the opposite results in a bad omen. As such, why is Profound Sage Tyrannical Song look so anxious to take his seat back? Could it be that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is the type to play a game and start in hell mode? The disciple from the Southern Eternal Sword sect dutifully said, "Apologies, Senior Tyrannical Song. According to the rules, once you've given up your seat, you can't take it back anymore, so." However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. The fairy who was holding the mother-child river water hurriedly interjected, "Little fellow Taoist, how can you not give face to Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song? Since Senior Tyrannical Song wants to take back his seat, then, of course, he can take it back." A fellow Taoist immediately agreed, Fairy Rosy Cloud's words are right. We must give face to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Fairy Rosy Cloud is right. We all support Senior Tyrannical Song in retrieving his seat. This seat must belong to Senior Tyrannical Song. Otherwise, we will not accept anyone else taking it. The Southern Eternal Sword sect's disciple scratched his head, and said, "Well, since everyone says so, then the first seat in the 3rd round will be given to Senior Tyrannical Song." At this moment, Immortal Master Copper Trigram grabbed a wine glass with her slender hand, took a sip, and her eyes narrowed happily. After the host announced and confirmed that Song Shuhang won the seat, the fairy maiden with the mother-child river water stood up and raised her hand happily. Fairy Rosy Cloud said, "Now it's my turn to shine. Senior Tyrannical Song, I want to challenge you." Song Shuhang folded his arms, trying his best to show a calm appearance, and said, "Very well, Fairy Rosy Cloud. How are you going to challenge me?" If he was going to have to accept a challenge from the other party, then he should at least do what he could to make her feel some pressure. The calmer he was, the more flustered Fairy Rosy Cloud would be. One also had to take note that he carried the title of First Sage in 1,000 years. This title alone was already worth loads of pressure. If necessary, he could also summon the virtuous Lamia and the holy ape projections to increase his momentum even further. Please wait a minute, Fairy Rosy Cloud. At this time, the disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect that presided over the third event hurriedly said, according to the rules, we must determine who will be getting the other 7 seats before the challenges can proceed. This Southern Eternal Sword sect disciple was chosen to be the host because he was very serious and fair. However, because he tended to take things too seriously, he looked rather pedantic at times. Fairy Rosy Cloud said, "Little fellow Taoist, it's not the time to worry about the other 7 seats. The most important thing to do right now is to settle this matter with profound sage tyrannical Song's seat." Another fellow Taoist partaking in the immortal feast loudly shouted, "Yes, yes, Fairy Rosy Cloud is right. We want to watch the challenge for profound sage tyrannical Song's seat. We can simply talk about the other 7 seats when the time comes. The most important thing right now is Fairy Rosy Cloud's challenge to fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. The other matters are of less importance." It was what everyone wanted. All right. The host compromised. He felt that if he didn't compromise, he might not be able to leave the immortal feast venue in one piece today. He felt as if everyone's eyes were staring at him, getting ready to devour him. Fairy Rosy Cloud loudly said, "The host has agreed, then Senior Tyrannical Song, let us proceed with the challenge." Song Shuhang continued to pose with his hands folded, and calmly said, "Since you want to challenge me, go ahead. Still, how do you intend to challenge me?" On the chance of it being a direct confrontation was very low. After all, he held the titles of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. People who wanted to go against him in a direct confrontation would have to think thrice before proceeding, even though he was just a small cultivator who had recently reached the 5th stage. "I already have a challenge in mind," Fairy Rosy Cloud said. "Senior Tyrannical Song, since we're at the immortal feast, how about we use immortal dishes as the topic of the challenge?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly and shook his head to refuse. "Fairy Rosy Cloud, I am not an immortal chef. Therefore, we cannot use immortal dishes as the theme." "I know, and I'm not an immortal chef either. Senior Tyrannical Song, please listen to me. We aren't going to be cooking, but trying dishes instead," Fairy Rosy Cloud said. After the second event, we were served 4 more immortal dishes. We can take these 4 dishes as the challenge item and taste them one by one. After that, we are to identify the ingredients in the immortal dishes. Whoever can identify more ingredients wins. Song Shuhang. I don't know anything about immortal dishes, either. How many times have I even had immortal dishes in my life? In addition, Song Shuhang was very curious about something. Fairy Rosy Cloud was holding the mother-child river water, but how exactly was she going to make him drink it? Fairy Lychee smiled, and said, "The immortal feast's dishes are very suitable to be the topic of a challenge." Su Clan 16 asked, however, since there are 4 dishes, how will they decide things if they tie? Fairy Rosy Cloud said, "If we end up having 2 wins and 2 losses each, then we will play the most crucial 5th game. At that time, we will use the mother-child river water as the last dish and decide the winner." She had been waiting for this exact moment. Song Shuhang. It seemed that Fairy Rosy Cloud was quite confident in herself. Was she that confident in being able to win 2 and lose 2, so that they could enter a 5th match? Song Shuhang continued to keep his hands folded by his chest, and calmly said, "What if I get 3 wins in the first 4 games?" Fairy Rosy Cloud said, "Then, as punishment for failing the challenge, I will give a portion of the mother-child river water to Senior Tyrannical Song, and then I will drink another portion on the spot." Fairy Rosy Cloud wasn't afraid of getting pregnant on the spot. Does she have a way to guarantee her victory, or does she have some medicinal pill that can allow her to avoid having to pay the price that comes with drinking the mother-child river water? At this moment, Senior White, who was holding a lottery number in his hand, got back to his seat and gently jumped onto it. The mother-child river water? That thing isn't bad. As far as I know, in addition to making you conceive and give birth to a useless mass of meat, it actually has a miraculous effect when one is ascending to the 7th stage from the 6th stage. While ascending to the 7th stage from the 6th stage, a lotus would grow in the practitioner's spirit lake, and a nascent soul can be born from that lotus. After the lotus is refined into a liquid pill, a practitioner that is at the peak of the 6th stage can drink it to increase the probability of condensing a nascent soul, Senior White said. It's a good treasure. Song Shuhang nodded, and then said to Fairy Rosy Cloud, you can avoid drinking the mother-child river water as a punishment. If I win, both portions of water will be given to me. Anyway, before the start of the game, it wasn't bad to continue increasing the pressure. Fairy Rosy Cloud decisively said, all right. I haven't finished talking yet. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. He still needed to put more pressure on Fairy Rosy Cloud before the competition started. Fairy Rosy Cloud said, Senior Tyrannical Song, please speak. Song Shuhang calmly said, instead, let's change the price of you drinking the mother-child river water to receiving a stare from me. Fairy Rosy Cloud couldn't help but take a step back. She stretched out her hand to hold her belly and trembled violently. Song Shuhang put his hands on his chin and calmly said, what's wrong? You dare to drink the mother-child river water on the spot, but don't dare to let me stare at you? There seemed to be a strange light in his eyes. Everyone subconsciously avoided profound sage tyrannical Song's eyes, and did not dare to look at him. On the other hand, Soft Feather whispered, Senior Song looks like a big villain when he's like this. Fine, deal. Fairy Rosy Cloud gritted her teeth. She believed that there was no chance of her losing. She had great confidence in herself. Song Shuhang said, then, let's proceed with the challenge. In order to prevent cheating, Senior White, would you please take action to block all secret sound transmissions? In addition, after each dish, we will both write the name of the ingredients on a piece of paper. The little Senior White nodded. No problem, leave it to me. The Southern Eternal Sword sect arranged 2 locations for Song Shuhang and Fairy Rosy Cloud, and prepared a small portion of the 4 immortal dishes for the 2. Senior Tyrannical Song, before we start, I want to tell you one thing. Fairy Rosy Cloud spat out her little tongue, moved it around flexibly, and said, when I opened my mouth aperture during the 1st stage realm, the talent that I got was the God's Tongue, which allows me to perfectly identify the flavors of all the food that I taste. I can materialize the flavor in my mind, and then list down all of the ingredients. In addition to my main Daoist name, Rosy Cloud, my other Daoist name is Queen of Gourmet Food. Therefore, Senior Tyrannical Song, you are bound to lose this competition. I will make you drink the mother-child river water and become pregnant in front of everyone. Song Shuhang. Fairy Rosy Cloud is the best. The God's Tongue, the ultimate skill of gourmets. Fairy Rosy Cloud, beautifully done. Senior Tyrannical Song fell into your trap. You got this, Fairy Rosy Cloud. Let Senior Tyrannical Song have a taste of pregnancy. Senior Tyrannical Song must also be very handsome when he's pregnant. Senior Tyrannical Song must be very cute when he's giving birth. Song Shuhang calmly sat down in his seat, and said, so, your God's Tongue was the source of your confidence in challenging me? Under normal circumstances, Song Shuhang would have no chance of winning in the face of a cheat like the God's Tongue. Therefore, he could only use his own special abilities. Actually, I also have a similar skill. Song Shuhang folded his hands, and said, as such, during this competition, we will be seeing whether your God's Tongue is more amazing, or if my means are greater. Then, Senior Tyrannical Song, let's begin. Fairy Rosy Cloud raised her chopsticks, and began to taste the first dish. The first dish was a fish meal. After taking a sip, Fairy Rosy Cloud closed her eyes and began to use the God's Tongue to feel the ingredients and composition of the fish meal. Fairy Rosy Cloud thought to herself, this dish consists of 3 different types of fish, and immortal Fairy Bichua perfectly merged the 3 different flavors. This way, their taste achieved an effect far greater than simple addition. If it weren't for my god's tongue, it would have been difficult to notice the subtle differences between them. Afterward, she took another sip of the soup, and analyzed the ingredients used in the soup. The god's tongue allowed her to materialize the immortal dishes in her mind, and analyze all the ingredients little by little. In an instant, there were nearly 10 different ingredients and preparation methods that appeared in Fairy Rosy Cloud's mind. Fairy Rosy Cloud smiled slightly. However, things didn't end here. These 10 ingredients and preparation methods could also be pointed out by gourmets in the world of immortal chefs, but her god's tongue could go further and taste an even deeper taste. While thinking, Fairy Rosy Cloud turned her head and looked at Senior Tyrannical Song, who was sitting opposite her. Then, she saw Song Shuhang didn't seem to be appreciating the dish at all, taking big mouthfuls of the immortal dish and nearly swallowing it whole. Fairy Rosy Cloud. Could such a method really allow him to taste and identify the hidden tastes and ingredients in immortal Fairy Bichua's immortal dish? Could it be said that Senior Tyrannical Song has given up? However, it was the opposite. Song Shuhang wiped the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. It's delicious. Then, he secretly stroked his right hand, using a healing technique to recover the injury on his arm. Before he began eating, he had used the secret appraisal technique to identify all of the ingredients used for the fish meal, as well as the steps needed to prepare the meal. Then, he raised his pen and quickly wrote the names of the ingredients on the paper. 2 in 1, in TV or movies, after tasting food, gourmets would make all kinds of faces before using their rich experience to list out the ingredients and the way the dish was prepared. However, Song Shuhang was not a gourmet. Therefore, he could only write down everything that the secret appraisal technique had told him. This way, he was able to write down the main ingredients and the supplementary spices and ingredients on paper. And if Song Shuhang really wanted to, he could even write down the name of the world where the 3 main fish ingredients came from, the age of the fish, and even the quantity of spices and supplementary ingredients used. However, if he were to list down the details of the dish to that degree, he would no longer be listing down ingredients, but the recipe instead. Moreover, his match with Fairy Rosy Cloud was just focused on the ingredients used. Therefore, there was no need to be so detailed. Song Shuhang's hand moved swiftly. Despite this, his handwriting was still neat and tidy. Done. He put down his pen and raised his head to look at Fairy Rosy Cloud. After that, Song Shuhang crossed his arms again, and stared at Fairy Rosy Cloud, causing pressure to come bearing down on her. Increasing one's momentum and putting pressure on the opponent were key parts of any competition. Fairy Rosy Cloud. Can one really infer the ingredients that immortal Fairy Bichua used in the fish meal by eating so sloppily? Moreover, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song hasn't even tasted the soup, right? Fairy Rosy Cloud licked her lips, and said, "Have you given up already, Senior Tyrannical Song?" Given up? Of course not. You should pay more attention to your situation. I've already written down all of the main fish ingredients, but you haven't even picked up your pen. If you continue to drag things on like this, you will lose. Song Shuhang's eyes lowered slightly, making others feel like they were releasing a strange light. After seeing Song Shuhang's reaction, Fairy Rosy Cloud felt a little flustered. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is too calm. What is his trump card? Does he really have the means to defeat my god's tongue? The more Fairy Rosy Cloud thought about it, the more of a mess her thoughts became. Suddenly, she shook her head vigorously. No need to panic. I possess the god's tongue. In terms of tasting, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is definitely not my opponent. Moreover, with the way he was eating, it would be strange if he could infer the ingredients used in the immortal dish. He must be bluffing. Then, Fairy Rosy Cloud lowered her head, not daring to look directly at profound sage tyrannical Song. There wasn't anything that could be done about this. There were not many people who dared to look directly at profound sage tyrannical Song's eyes in the entire universe. Fairy Rosy Cloud pushed her god's tongue talent to the limit. The ingredients and spices that were used in the dish emerged in her mind one by one. Fairy Rosy Cloud thought to herself, anyway, this truly is worthy of being a dish that Fairy Bichue prepared. Even with the god's tongue analyzing the ingredients of the immortal dish, listing down the unique flavors, and materializing them in my mind, there are still 3 kinds of ingredients that I've never heard of nor tasted before. Are they part of immortal Fairy Bichue's secret recipe, or are they some newly researched ingredients? After a while, she opened her eyes. That should be enough. Even though she couldn't list down the names of the 3 ingredients, she believed her answers to be good enough to let her win against profound sage tyrannical Song. Fairy Rosy Cloud stretched out her hand, and quickly started writing on her paper. Her handwriting was full of magnificence and was quite stylish. Done. Fairy Rosy Cloud put down her pen and blew lightly on the paper. With the 2 contestants having finished writing, the disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect that was in charge of the 3rd event went to take the sheets of paper from Song Shuhang and Fairy Rosy Cloud. Then, he put them into a projector. The answers that were written down by Song Shuhang and Fairy Rosy Cloud were projected on a wall, and all of the practitioners in the Immortal Feast venue could see their answers. Fairy Rosy Cloud will definitely win with her god's tongue. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song didn't look like he even tasted the immortal dish, he merely gobbled it up. I'm already looking forward to the results. I really want to see Profound Sage Tyrannical Song get pregnant. Same here. In the meantime, there were many gourmets at the Immortal Feast venue who had also tasted a portion of the fish meal. They, too, were speculating about the ingredients used in the immortal dish, preparing to verify their guesses with Song Shuhang and Fairy Rosy Cloud's answers. The projection screen fully expanded. On the left was Song Shuhang's neat handwriting, while on the right was Fairy Rosy Cloud's stylish handwriting. A senior gourmet said, the 3 main kinds of fish were all correctly guessed by Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Fairy Rosy Cloud. There were 3 main ingredients in this dish? I thought that there was only one. In the Immortal Feast venue, some of the guests were surprised. Not every guest was a gourmet. Many of the guests only felt that the dish was delicious, and that it was worthy of something that immortal Fairy Bichue had prepared. However, they didn't expect that the dish was made from 3 different fish ingredients. After looking at Song Shuhang's and Fairy Rosy Cloud's answers, the guests felt the fish meal in their hands become even grander. Another old glutton said, besides that, there were 6 different spices, and both Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Fairy Rosy Cloud were able to write them down correctly. There were 6. I only tasted 3. I tasted 4, and there was one flavor that I was unsure of. It's the same for me. I only tasted 4. While talking, they couldn't help but look at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was actually analyzing the dish when he was gobbling it down. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and maintained his overbearing posture. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were also a little surprised. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, how does little friend Shuhang have so much great knowledge on immortal dishes? Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, no matter how much of a genius he is, there were many ingredients used in this immortal dish that I haven't even heard of. Could little friend Shuhang have received immortal chef training? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, that should be impossible, right? Although Song Shuhang had been in contact with immortal Fairy Bichue, they had never heard of immortal Fairy Bichue teaching Shuhang the way of immortal chefs. Su Clan 16 caught a bright red spot on the sleeve of Song Shuhang's right hand. After seeing this, the corners of her mouth rose as she knew the answer. However, she couldn't talk about it at this moment. As for the rest of the ingredients, I only tasted 6 different kinds, and there was one kind that I didn't recognize. Fairy Rosy Cloud was actually able to taste as many as 11 kinds. As expected of the god's tongue, a talent that's desired by all fellow Taoists who are gourmets. Wait, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's paper has 3 more ingredients. It has 3 more than Fairy Rosy Cloud's. How can that be? Were there really 3 more? Those couldn't be some random scribbles from Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, right? How is this possible? The most surprised one was Fairy Rosy Cloud herself. She stared at the 3 ingredients on Song Shuhang's paper in disbelief. Those were flavors that I couldn't even recognize, yet Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was able to write them down. Could it be that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song also has the god's tongue? Are Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's answers reliable? What do you think? All of the other answers that he wrote down were correct. Why would he write down those 3 ingredients if they weren't there? As this was said, all of the guests got a bad feeling in their hearts. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had such a high level of accomplishment in tasting food? The disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect in charge of the third even asked, "Do we have to send the answers to the kitchen so that immortal fairy Bishwe can check them?" At this time, a short-haired fairy maiden appeared, and announced, "Immortal fairy has already taken a look at the answers. In this round, Senior Tyrannical Song is the winner." Even immortal fairy Bishwe had confirmed it. The answers given by Profound Sage Tyrannical Song were correct. Fairy Rosy Cloud was stunned, and said, "My god's tongue was defeated." No, that isn't right. My god's tongue did not lose. I lost because I did not have enough knowledge. The god's tongue had clearly been able to analyze and detect those 3 ingredients, but it was me who was unable to match their flavors with the ingredients. Fairy Rosy Cloud murmured, "This is only the first round, and there are 3 more to go. It will be enough as long as I can win 2 rounds." She raised her head, her eyes burning with passion. Senior Tyrannical Song, time is running out. Let's continue with the second dish. Even if she lost, it didn't matter. In the worst case, she would get pregnant once again. Moreover, there would still be 3 other people after her who could challenge Senior Tyrannical Song. No matter what happens today, I have to do my best to make Senior Tyrannical Song drink some mother-child river water. After thinking up to this point, Fairy Rosy Cloud managed to calm down. Her will seem to have been strengthened as well. Fairy Rosy Cloud, your state of mind is very good. Song Shuhang's gaze seemed to have the ability to see through people's hearts, appearing to be extremely deep. Fairy Rosy Cloud firmly said, "I thank Senior Song for guidance, but I won't lose again." Song Shuhang nodded slightly. F***ck, when did I provide her with any guidance? Deep down, he was dumbfounded. The second dish was a shrimp immortal dish. There were 10 shrimps in total, with each of them having a different appearance. The 10 shrimps were arranged in a circle, being plated to look like a sunflower. Fairy Rosy Cloud thought to herself, "This time, I will definitely win. Shrimp ingredients are one of my specialties." While she was in thought, she raised her head to look at Senior Tyrannical Song. Then, she saw him still eating sloppily. He would bite 3 to 4 prawns at once, and then swallow the shell with the meat still inside. Fairy Rosy Cloud. The 10 shrimps were just 3 to 4 mouthfuls for him. After eating, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song picked up the pen, and quickly started writing on a piece of paper. This time, Fairy Rosy Cloud hadn't even gotten to start eating, but Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had already handed over the results. Done. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song returned to his overbearing posture, focusing his gaze on Fairy Rosy Cloud. Fairy Rosy Cloud felt uncomfortable from being stared at so intently. 2 minutes later, Fairy Rosy Cloud finished tasting all 10 shrimps. She then pushed her god's tongue to the limit. This time, she was able to perfectly analyze each of the 10 shrimps in the dish. She was very familiar with each ingredient. She took her paper, and wrote down all of the ingredients that she had recognized. Done. Fairy Rosy Cloud put down her pen and exhaled lightly. This time, she stared right back at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. In this round, I'm definitely going to win. Let's wait and see. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. Soft Feather said, sure enough, Senior Song really looks just like a villain right now. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber added, and it's the kind of villain that can't survive more than 3 episodes. Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless seems to have a lot of experience, Su Clan 7 said. I guess that's because you never get past the 2nd episode. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Can you not hurt me like this, 7? Just like before, the disciple of the Eternal Sword sect placed Song Shuhang's and Fairy Rosy Cloud's answer sheet on a projector and projected them onto a screen. Foodies and gourmets checked the ingredients on the 2 notes with their own answers. The fellow Taoists who didn't know much about food directly compared the answers between the 2 sheets. This time, the number of ingredients listed down by Senior Tyrannical Song and Fairy Rosy Cloud is equal. However, one of the shrimp ingredients that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has written down is different from that of Fairy Rosy Cloud. Someone with keen eyes discovered this. Someone added, also, he has written down a vegetable ingredient that's different from Fairy Rosy Cloud's. Fairy Rosy Cloud was also checking the 2 papers. After reading Senior Tyrannical Song's answers, the complete assurance she had fell by half. There were 2 ingredients in Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's list that were different from hers. When she tasted these 2 ingredients with her god's tongue, she felt that her guess wasn't wrong. However, when she saw the 2 ingredients written by Senior Tyrannical Song, she became a little unsure in her heart. The disciple in charge of the event asked, who is the winner this time? The fairy maiden with short hair nodded slightly, and said, it's still Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Oh. The disciple then turned around, and said, congratulations to Senior Tyrannical Song, you have now won 2 of the 4 rounds. Fairy Rosy Cloud suddenly felt anxious. Is the first sage in 1,000 years truly unbeatable? This thought emerged in the mind of every guest. Song Shuhang continued to maintain his overbearing posture. His gaze swept Fairy Rosy Cloud and then the guests of the immortal feast. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's eyes contained a strange light, so all the guests subconsciously avoided his gaze, feeling that it was too terrifying. There are still 2 more rounds. I can't lose again. Fairy Rosy Cloud calmed herself. She absolutely couldn't lose the next 2 rounds. Song Shuhang slowly said, still not giving up. If you give up now, you'll no longer have to take one gaze from me. An attack straight to one's heart was something very difficult to deal with, and when coupled with an imposing aura, miraculous effects could be achieved. Fairy Rosy Cloud's face changed. If she could avoid the impregnating gaze, maybe she should just give up. But soon after, she shook her head vigorously. Fairy Rosy Cloud said, no, never. From the very beginning, she knew what would happen if she were to lose, so how could she give up now? She had long prepared for the worst in her heart. Then, let's start with the 3rd dish. Song Shuhang chuckled, and said, from now on, I will no longer be merciful. He will no longer be merciful. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song wasn't giving his all just now. That might really be the case. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song might not have been serious at all when he had been eating so sloppily. Fairy Rosy Cloud sighed. However, she still had a chance. By pushing the god's tongue to its limits, she had a chance to beat Senior Tyrannical Song. She just had to win the next 2 rounds. The 3rd dish was a special type of soup. The whole dish was dark and mushy, and its surface looked a bit like diluted sesame paste. Moreover, it was completely different from other dishes of the immortal feast that immortal fairy Bishwe had prepared. It was dark and had no fragrance, and it did not give one the urge to eat it at first glance. Overall, it was incompatible with the style of the immortal feast. If this dish hadn't been made by immortal fairy Bishwe, Song Shuhang would not have dared to taste it. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed it on the bowl. At the same time, the part of the defiant whale warrior's glove that covered his finger receded. As a life-bound magical treasure, the defiant whale warrior's glove could become invisible. Even if Song Shuhang wore it all the time, others couldn't see it. In addition, it could become very thin and fit tightly on Song Shuhang's palm while in no way hindering his daily life. After exposing his fingertip, Song Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique to appraise the soup. The secret appraisal technique was activated. A golden rune flashed from Song Shuhang's eyes and entered the black soup. Then, a golden clock condensed, and its hands spun counterclockwise. The next step was where Song Shuhang would have to pay the price of the appraisal. Since the price for the previous 2 appraisals was very small, Song Shuhang had not been too worried about this appraisal either. But right when he was about to pay the price, he got a bad feeling in his heart. Then, a sharp pain coursed through his entire body. Song Shuhang said, "Sheet." In the eyes of the guests of the immortal feast, profound sage tyrannical Song's calm face suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, a huge amount of blood spurted out from his body. The amount of blood was simply terrifying. Profound sage tyrannical Song seemed to have become a human fountain as blood spewed out from all over his body in large quantities. F***ck, I am bleeding all over the floor. Song Shuhang cursed inwardly. Then, being the frank and outspoken person that he was, he also said this line out loud. All those who didn't know what was happening were confused. Opposite him, Fairy Rosy Cloud was also confused. What happened to profound sage tyrannical Song? Why did he suddenly spurt out blood like this after drinking the soup? Could this third dish have poison in it? No, that can't be right. Profound sage tyrannical Song hadn't even started eating the third dish, right? Some of the fellow Taoists who vaguely knew what was happening covered their faces with their hands, unable to look further. Su Clan 16. Northern River's loose cultivator sighed, and said, Shuhang's blood spurting is very heroic today. It's the same old, Song, great bloodletting, Shuhang. Fairy Lychee covered her mouth and chuckled. She still remembered the Song, super awesome, Shuhang, nickname in the group. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, if I knew that this was going to happen, I would have gotten fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer to use the liquefying magical technique on Shuhang before letting him go on stage. This way, he could at least retrieve the blood he spurted out. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, doesn't he have the ability to become mist? Soft Feather suddenly said, Senior Song isn't going to die, right? Northern River's loose cultivator said, he shouldn't. Didn't the shady fortune teller divine his fate earlier? According to the results of the divination, Shuhang should have great fortune by going up on stage. Soft Feather pointed at Song Shuhang, and said, Senior Northern River, do you really feel that Senior Song spurting out so much blood can be associated with great fortune? This amount of blood loss, no matter how one looked at it, wasn't of great fortune, right? Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly thought of a possibility. He turned his head sharply, and stared at Immortal Master Copper Trigram in the distance. Shady fortune teller, did you say the results of your divination in reverse? Immortal Master Copper Trigram shook her head, and solemnly said, I have my professional ethics. I will always say the results of my divination honestly. However, it was my first time using my feet to perform a divination. Don't worry. At this time, Senior White said, although the amount of blood that Shuhang has lost looks exaggerated, it isn't life-threatening. This amount of blood is within an acceptable range for him. Northern River's loose cultivator said, that's true. he used to lose a lot more blood. Anyway, Senior White picked up the bowl full of black soup. Song Shuhang's secret appraisal technique would make him pay a higher price if what he was appraising was complex and ancient, or if he wanted more information about it. As such, what exactly was in this bowl of black soup? As of late, it was rare for anything to make Song Shuhang spew blood like this. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, "Should we try it?" Senior White scooped out a spoonful of soup and carefully looked at it. "I don't feel anything strange from it." Su Clan 16 said, "Should we wait for Shuhang's answer?" After all, they weren't in a rush. What if something like mirage dragons was mixed in this immortal dish? At the same time, some of the fellow Taoists in the immortal feast who forged magical treasures or refined pills felt extremely heartbroken when they saw profound sage tyrannical Song spurting out blood in such a way. That was the blood of a profound sage. Every drop of profound sage's blood contained loads of power. It was a great material for forging treasures and refining pills, and under normal circumstances, it was very hard to obtain. But at this moment, blood was spurting out like a fountain from profound sage tyrannical Song's body. If they were to use all that blood, they would be able to refine tons of pills, right? On the contrary, the other several profound sages at the immortal feast venue looked at profound sage tyrannical Song in surprise. Every drop of profound sage's blood would usually weigh a lot, and after falling to the ground, it would form a pit. There were even some powerful profound sages with especially strong bloodlines that could have an entire pool of blood form from a single drop of their blood. However, there didn't seem to be that much energy in profound sage tyrannical Song's fresh blood. Fairy Rosy Cloud looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Senior tyrannical Song, are you okay?" She was very close to Song Shuhang. As such, she could see that many wounds had appeared on his arms and neck out of thin air. These wounds varied in length and depth. Could it be that someone launched a sneak attack against Senior tyrannical Song? I feel a lot more comfortable now that my blood has spilled all over the ground. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and activated the healing technique on the defiant whale warrior's glove, the whale body transformation spell. The light of the healing technique fell on Shuhang's body, and the wounds over his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Despite this, the piercing pain didn't disappear, and continued to assault his senses. "I hadn't felt so much pain in a good while." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. "Anyway, let's continue the competition, Fairy Rosy Cloud." As he was covered in blood, he looked a little scary. At the same time, the information that the appraisal technique had gathered was returned to his mind. Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's original dish. It uses the liquefied core of the descendant of an ancient, evil dragon of the Netherworld realm as its main ingredient. From the looks of it, an unfortunate demon of the Netherworld had ended up on Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's dining table. Chapter 1465 Don't Blame Me. At the same time, the list of ingredients that were used for the bowl of black soup appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Now, he only needed to copy down the list to win 3 consecutive rounds. Song Shuhang looked at the black bowl in front of him. When he had been spurting out blood, he had quickly moved away so that none of his blood would contaminate the soup. It had been quite a long time since he last spurted blood like this. He felt that he might have lost a bit too much blood this time. Under normal circumstances, if Song Shuhang had used the secret appraisal technique on something like an ancient evil dragon's descendant, he absolutely should not have spewed out blood so violently, the only exception being if this descendant had strength that was at or above the 9th stage. However, it was impossible for Immortal Fairy Bi Shui to capture an evil dragon that was at the 9th stage or above and deliver it to a dining table. The highest level of ingredients that Immortal Fairy Bi Shui could handle at this time was the 8th stage. Moreover, let alone 9th stage ingredients, even 8th stage ingredients were something that could only be encountered by luck, and not something that could be sought for. The reason Song Shuhang spewed blood like this was that when he had appraised the bowl of black soup, the the secret appraisal technique had gone past the descendant of the ancient evil dragon, all the way to the source of the bloodline. In Song Shuhang's mind, the shadow of a huge black dragon appeared. The black dragon's wings could cover the sky and the earth. Overall, its appearance was similar to a Western dragon, but there were still many differences between this black dragon and a Western dragon. Evil energy of the netherworld continuously exuded from its scales and skin, just as if they were breathing. Its body seemed to be as big as a continent, while every one of its scales was as big as a city. One would vaguely be able to see that there were many creatures living under the cover of its scales. Song Shuhang could not determine the realm of this black dragon. Was it a tribulation transcender? Or was it even stronger? Fortunately, this ancient black dragon was no longer alive. What had appeared in Song Shuhang's mind was its lifeless body, but not even the passage of time was able to destroy this corpse. Despite having only gotten a glimpse of this ancient evil dragon, Song Shuhang spurted out a lot of blood. Moreover, he didn't even get the chance to identify the origins of or acquire any useful information about this ancient evil dragon. Song Shuhang thought to himself, when I have a chance, I should ask Senior White too about this. According to the secret appraisal technique, this ancient evil dragon should have once roamed the netherworld realm. Perhaps Senior White too knows something about it. After that, he picked up the bowl of soup and gulped it down. The liquefied core of the descendant of that ancient evil dragon, combined with immortal fairy Bi Shui's superb cooking skills, made this bowl of black soup extremely nourishing, as well as very suitable for Song Shuhang, who had just lost a lot of blood. I wonder what method immortal fairy Bi Shui used to remove the evil energy of the netherworld from the core that she added to this dish. Song Shuhang said, "It's delicious." Then, he picked up his pen and quickly wrote the ingredients of the black soup on his blood-stained piece of paper. After he finished writing, he raised his head to look at Fairy Rosy Cloud. This time, he didn't assume any overbearing posture. Since he was now covered in blood, it would be best to end things quickly, and then get a change of clothes. On the other side, Fairy Rosy Cloud found herself in a difficult situation. This time, her god's tongue was able to taste all of the supplementary ingredients, but as for what the main ingredient was, she couldn't figure it out at all. After a while, she raised her head to look at Song Shuhang. Senior Tyrannical Song, were you able to identify the main ingredient of this dish? Song Shuhang smiled slightly. Of course. Fairy Rosy Cloud reached out and pushed her paper forward. I've lost. In the 4 rounds, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had already won 3. Although Fairy Rosy Cloud surrendered, they had to follow the rules. The disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect in charge of taking Song Shuhang and Fairy Rosy Cloud's sheets of paper put them on the projector and projected them. The blood-stained note on the left was Profound Sage Tyrannical Songs, while the clean note on the right was Fairy Rosy Cloud's. The content on the 2 notes was almost the same, and only one ingredient was different. The main ingredient, the liquefied core of the descendant of an ancient evil dragon. Song Shuhang did not add the words, of the netherworld realm. After all, not all of the practitioners would have been able to accept having had an ingredient that came from the netherworld in their meal. The competition was over, and Fairy Rosy Cloud's god's tongue was completely defeated. She gritted her teeth, took a few steps forward, grabbed 2 small bottles of mother-child river water, and handed them to Song Shuhang. Afterward, she spread her arms out wide. Do it, Senior Tyrannical Song. Wasn't it just another impregnating gaze? She was no longer afraid of something like pregnancy. Previously, she had been in the middle tasting food, and had been very full when she was hit by Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar's impregnating gaze, which caused her belly to further swell up. She really thought that she was going to die back then. Compared to that previous experience, she was not afraid of becoming pregnant under normal circumstances. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. He was just joking when he came up with that condition, and it was only to put some pressure on Fairy Rosy Cloud. He wasn't so vicious as to actually use the impregnating gaze on her in front of so many people. Song Shuhang was ready to let her off the hook. In this way, a gentle image of profound sage tyrannical Song could be established in everyone's minds, and the notoriety brought about by the impregnating gaze could be washed away. However, we will not give up, senior tyrannical Song. Even if I become pregnant, there are still 3 other fellow Taoists who will challenge you. I have several more shares of the mother-child river water. Senior tyrannical Song, you must become pregnant today. Fairy Rosy Cloud's aura rose majestically. Song Shuhang. I was just about to let you off the hook, but you still want to fight me? Hehe. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. I'll tell everyone a secret. My left eye holds the scholarly faction's secret technique that makes one feel maternal love, the impregnating gaze. With that being the case, what kind of power does my right eye hold? Fairy Rosy Cloud, aren't you curious? Fairy Rosy Cloud stiffened upon hearing this. Senior tyrannical Song, does your right eye have a different ability? Senior tyrannical Song's impregnating gaze was already terrifying, but could his right eye hold an even scarier ability? Of course. The abilities of my left and right eye suit one another. The ability of my left eye is to have one experience pregnancy to feel maternal love. So, Fairy Rosy Cloud, can you guess what secret technique is hidden within my right eye? Song Shuhang raised 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 chances. If you guess it right, you can avoid the penalty. If you guess it wrong, then you will have to take a gaze from both my left and right eyes. Fairy Rosy Cloud guessed, if they match, then is it a gaze that lets one experience paternal love? The match of maternal love should be paternal love, right? Ha! Song Shuhang revealed a kind smile, and said, wrong, Fairy Rosy Cloud. You have one more chance. Fairy Rosy Cloud shivered slightly after hearing this. Since it wasn't paternal love and was related to pregnancy. Was it something like abortion? Fairy Rosy Cloud quickly replied, I got it. Senior tyrannical Song, the ability that your right eye has is the aborting gaze. Right? Congratulations, Fairy Rosy Cloud. Song Shuhang narrowed his eyes. You got one word right. Fairy Rosy Cloud. So did I guess correctly or not? The correct answer was embryonic gaze. This is the secret technique that matches my impregnating gaze. Then, Fairy Rosy Cloud, guess what will happen after one is subjected to both the impregnating gaze and the embryonic gaze? Song Shuhang crossed his arms and closed his eyes. It can't be. It can't be that one really becomes pregnant, right? The guests at the Immortal Feast venue shivered. The guests behind Fairy Rosy Cloud, who were now facing profound sage tyrannical Song, quickly lowered their heads. What if they were careless, and happened to accidentally look senior tyrannical Song in the eyes? Fairy Rosy Cloud, are you ready? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. Fairy Rosy Cloud said, Senior tyrannical Song, is it too late for me to admit my mistake? It's too late. One must always accept the consequences of their actions. Just stare at me, Fairy Rosy Cloud. Song Shuhang opened his eyes sharply. His eyes glowed with an intense golden light, dazzling yet terrifying. Aya, I'm going to die. I'm going to become pregnant for real this time. Fairy Rosy Cloud covered her abdomen with both hands while getting the feeling that a small life was rapidly forming in her belly. Are you afraid? The golden light in Song Shuhang's eyes intensified. Fairy Rosy Cloud nodded vigorously. You're right to be afraid. The golden light in Song Shuhang's eyes eventually faded. This golden light was just light of virtue. I was just scaring you. The effect of the impregnating gaze and embryonic gaze is too overbearing when combined, so I won't use that combination under normal circumstances. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and patted Fairy Rosy Cloud. Then, placing his hands behind his back, he returned to his seat, looking like an expert. Before returning to his seat, he didn't forget to bring back the fourth dish. Good things should not be wasted. Su Clan 16 got up, stretched out her hand over Song Shuhang, and cast a cleansing ability to remove the blood from his body. I thought that you were really going to use the impregnating gaze and embryonic gaze on Fairy Rosy Cloud. Song Shuhang said, it was just to scare her. Who told her to provoke me? I had been planning to let her off the hook since the beginning. Soft Feather also stretched out her hand and placed it over Song Shuhang, casting a spell that appeared to be a healing technique. As soon as this magical technique was cast, Song Shuhang found that the pain which was the price from the usage of the secret appraisal technique had decreased greatly. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Soft Feather, what kind of magical technique did you just use? It's a natural healing technique of Western Druids, and it's said to have the effect of soothing one's mind. Soft Feather stretched out her pinky, which had a small ring on it. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. If he had the time, he should try researching some of the magical techniques of the Druids. While he was in thought, a voice rang in Song Shuhang's ears. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, I am also not convinced. I want to challenge you. It was Sage Monarch Winter Melon's voice. He had forgotten everything that had taken place during the Immortal Feast. As such, he took this opportunity to come out and challenge his rival, Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, I wanted to let you go, but you're the one who came to challenge me. So'd you better not blame me. Song Shuhang stood up, and calmly said, Fellow Taoist Winter Melon, you are so impatient every time. Senior White, who was beside him, sent him a message using the secret sound transmission. Will you be able to handle this? Su Clan 16 also asked, was Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword able to recover its energy? Will you be able to fight? Similarly, Soft Feather said, Senior Song, Sage Monarch Winter Melon is here to fight you again. No matter what skill you've learned, you have to be careful. After all, you're just a fake profound sage. It's fine. I can deal with Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Song Shuhang replied with the group sound transmission. In the meantime, Sage Monarch Winter Melon went on the stage. After the secret realm of the Southern Eternal Sword sect collapsed, the previous stage and fighting space were both gone. The current stage was just a temporary one. Sage Monarch Winter Melon boldly said, let's not waste any time, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song. This time, we shall decide everything in one move again. As soon as his words fell, the other profound sages quickly got up. If Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Profound Sage Winter Melon started fighting, they would have to create a spatial barrier to prevent the battle between the two profound sages from affecting the surrounding guests. Song Shuhang's whole body appeared relaxed as he moved toward the stage step by step. Actually, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, there is no point in having another fight between us. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, I have figured out a way to deal with your saber, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song. As such, if we were to decide everything with one move, there is a chance that we end up in a draw. If our battle results in a draw, then we'll use the Mother-Child River water to decide the winner and loser. With Song Shuhang's presence less state gone, everyone's memories of him gradually recovered. With this, Sage Monarch Winter Melon remembered that he had lost to Song Shuhang's saber once. Also, when he went up to the stage, he purchased 2 small bottles of Mother-Child River water from Fairy Rosy Cloud. He and Fairy Rosy Cloud had the same idea, and they were going to drag Song Shuhang into a draw first, and then use the Mother-Child River water to determine the outcome. You've figured out a way to deal with my saber so quickly? Song Shuhang looked at Profound Sage Winter Melon with some surprise. The Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber was the signature move of Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. Even if he had only barely mastered it, as long as he used Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, he could slash out an attack that had power at the peak of the 8th stage. If Sage Monarch Winter Melon was really able to come up with a method to defend against such an attack, then his talent when it came to defense was indeed terrifying. Song Shuhang calmly said, "One move to determine the outcome?" "Yes, one move to determine the outcome." Sage Monarch Winter Melon drew his greatsword and stood in front of Song Shuhang. The greatsword transformed and changed into a golden shield. Afterward, all kinds of auras, defensive buffs, holy light blessings, body tempering techniques, and defensive formations were activated. Then, there was the strongest defense that Sage Monarch Winter Melon had previously mastered, the Iron Fortress. After he finished setting all of these up, he summoned his materialized light of virtue. With this, a giant that looked like it was able to support both heaven and earth appeared. The giant kneeled down and protected Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Song Shuhang said, "Hey, fellow Taoist Winter Melon. This isn't all you've got, right?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon calmly said, "I'm just getting ready for the battle. You've yet to see my real move. Absolute Defense, Primordial Bell." Sage Monarch Winter Melon stretched out his hand, and had all of the defenses on his body merge into one huge bell that covered him. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, "Come, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, bring out your saber. This time, I'll definitely be able to hold out against your saber technique." Song Shuhang crossed his arms. "Fellow Taoist Winter Melon. Don't forget, I know more than swordsmanship." Spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared behind him, and nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs emerged one by one. Since they hadn't exploded yet, the pressure from these horrifying heavenly tribulation weapons fully radiated outward, placing everyone under huge pressure. Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream softly exclaimed, "Set up a defensive formation." Several profound sages quickly got up and joined forces to form a defensive formation. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks said, "Sage White, you come as well. If these warheads of fellow Taoist tyrannical Song explode, the entire secret realm will be destroyed. If all of these heavenly tribulations warheads were to explode, they would result in a force equivalent to the attack of a 9th stage tribulation transcender." This was getting quite dangerous. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song truly deserved his title as the first sage in 1,000 years. With the deterrence of the heavenly tribulation warheads, few profound sages would be willing to confront him. At this moment, Senior White was holding the black soup, sipping it. Hearing Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, he turned his head, and said, "Don't worry, these heavenly tribulation warheads. Everyone should just have confidence in the control that fellow Taoist tyrannical Song has over them. Even if they did explode, they wouldn't cause the slightest damage as long as they were in the main world." Song Shuhang cooperated with Senior White, and gently waved his hand. With the wave of his hand, all of the heavenly tribulation warheads stopped coming out. Song Shuhang calmly said, "However, I won't use them this time." The virtuous Lamia appeared behind him, stuck her hands into the void, and took out a phone, which she then handed to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang unlocked the phone, and said, "Sage Monarch Winter Melon, do you know why I said that, you are so impatient every time?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon. "How am I supposed to know?" However, when he saw Song Shuhang swiping on his phone, he suddenly got a bad premonition. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Although you've lost memory of it, you and I have fought already." Sage Monarch Winter Melon responded, "Huh? I have no recollection of such a thing." And this was the result of the battle. Song Shuhang casually tossed his phone to Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Ding dash, the phone slammed into Sage Monarch Winter Melon's absolute defense, the primordial bell, and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the screen of the phone was still facing Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Sage Monarch Winter Melon looked down, and saw that there was a picture on the phone's screen. The background of this photo was the Sword Saber Peak. In the photo, a blond man was lying on a rock, his clothes messy and his body covered in scars and sweat. Most importantly, he seemed unconscious. Above the blond man was profound sage tyrannical Song, standing on a black lotus while holding a flaming sword. The virtuous Lamia was at his side, together with a group of apes holding scholarly scriptures. Profound sage tyrannical Song defeats profound sage Winter Melon on the sword saber peak. When sage monarch Winter Melon saw this picture, this thought immediately came to his mind. I lost? Sage monarch Winter Melon looked dumbfounded. Therefore, there is no need to fight again. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to take his phone back. You and I have already decided victory and defeat. Having another battle would be meaningless. He hurried to take back his phone in order to prevent Sage Monarch Winter Melon from spotting any flaws in the photo. After all, this photo was a setup, and Song Shuhang had a guilty conscience. Sage Monarch Winter Melon frowned, deep in thought however, he couldn't remember anything. His memory had been thoroughly erased, and there was no possibility of recovering it. Sage Monarch Winter Melon unwillingly said, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, it seems you've managed to come out on top once again. However, I will not lose to you in the future. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Great, I fooled him. Before the next challenge, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, can you tell me how you managed to beat me? Sage Monarch Winter Melon raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Heavens, how am I supposed to know how you lost? How were you able to break through my final defense? Sage Monarch Winter Melon's eyes were full of curiosity. His primordial bell was the combination of all of the defenses of his body. To achieve this effect, he had even needed to borrow a treasure. Through this borrowed treasure, he could merge all of the defenses of his body. With the defense of the primordial bell, he had the confidence to block the heaven-burning flaming saber that Song Shuhang slashed out previously. Of course, it was just mere confidence. As for whether he could really block it, he hadn't gotten to test it yet. Song Shuhang asked, do you want to know? Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded vigorously. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. Then, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside the primordial bell and behind Sage Monarch Winter Melon. He used his finger as a sword, and pressed it against Sage Monarch Winter Melon's neck. The Ancestral Witch's Blessing was a 9th stage item that could be used at the 5th stage. It allowed one to perform short-distance spatial jumps within 500 meters. Song Shuhang had just tried it out, and found that he was able to easily break through Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, Spatial energy? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. You've mastered spatial techniques? No, I haven't mastered spatial techniques. No matter what, it's still very difficult for 8th stage profound sages to control space. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. As for how I appeared behind you, I'll leave you to your speculations. Sage Monarch Winter Melon murmured, is it a special movement technique that can directly pass through my defenses? Song Shuhang placed his hands behind him, activated the Ancestral Witch's Blessing one more time, and instantly returned to his seat. Song Shuhang said in his mind, this is a 9th stage magical treasure that can be used by cultivators at the 5th stage. However, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and each time the distance is increased, the spiritual energy consumption is doubled. If it weren't for the 3 cores that he currently had, he wouldn't have been able to use this kind of magical treasure that used up so much spiritual energy. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, I lost. Next time, after I research your movement technique, I will definitely challenge you again. After that, he flicked his hand and threw 2 small bottles of mother-child river water to Song Shuhang. Behind Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia reached out, and caught the 2 bottles of spring water. Sage Monarch Winter Melon lost thoroughly. There were 2 more chances to challenge him. However, no one came up to challenge Shuhang. Perhaps hearing about the impregnating gaze and the embryonic gaze had scared them off. Song Shuhang was relieved. Now, he could enjoy the immortal feast. Behind Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia clutched the 2 bottles of mother-child river water with a thoughtful expression on her face. After a while, she removed the cap of one of the bottles of water and raised her head. Glug, glug dash, she drank the whole bottle of mother-child river water in one go. The virtuous Lamia was different from other manifestations of light of virtue, and she could eat some food that was made out of energy. For example, she could eat saber intent condensing lotus seeds, virtuous golden bayberries, and, apparently, also drink the mother-child river water. After Song Shuhang heard the sound of water being drunk, he turned his head in confusion, and saw the virtuous Lamia's gleeful appearance as she bravely drank an entire bottle of mother-child river water in one go. Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia stared back at Song Shuhang, and tried to make her eyes bigger while maintaining a well-behaved and innocent expression on her face. Recently, her acting skills had been getting better and better. If Senior White was still planning to make a movie, she could definitely take the role of the female lead. You drank it all? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. The virtuous Lamia thought for a while, and then waved her hand and threw the empty bottle to the side. Then, she shook her head vigorously. Song Shuhang's heart was so stifled that even his liver started to hurt. After letting out a sigh, he asked Senior White, can light of virtue become pregnant? Senior White, who was in the middle of scooping out spoonfuls of black soup, turned his head to look at the virtuous Lamia after hearing Song Shuhang's question. He thought for a moment, and said, in theory, light of virtue does not have the characteristics of a living creature, so the mother-child river water should not have any effect. However, your light of virtue is clearly not an ordinary one. Song Shuhang again asked, so? Senior White calmly said, so there are 2 possibilities. One is that your light of virtue becomes pregnant, the other is that you, its master, becomes pregnant. After saying that, he returned to scooping out spoonfuls of black soup. Song Shuhang felt like crying. He turned his head and stared at the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia's lower abdomen was still flat and smooth, showing no signs of pregnancy. If she wasn't pregnant. Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked at his lower abdomen. If she isn't pregnant, does it mean that it's my turn? Suddenly, he was filled with despair. He didn't know if it was just him, but he got the feeling that his abdomen was really swelling up, just as if there was a life forming inside it. Extremely_desperate.jpg, is Senior Song going to give birth to a baby? Soft Feather curiously looked at Song Shuhang's belly. Su Clan 16 said, the mother-child river's spring water is different from the impregnating gaze. It said that one would give birth to a ball of meat after drinking it. Senior Medicine Master, what should we do? Medicine Master, who had the appearance of a sunshine boy, raised his head from the next table and smiled slightly. You don't have to be afraid as I'm here. I can perform a C-section if it's really needed. Although I am not very good at it, as long as we use healing techniques, there will be no problem getting that ball out of Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, you don't need to worry. Even with Senior Medicine Master's attempt at comforting him, Song Shuhang was still very unhappy. If he'd known that this was going to happen, he would have never allowed the virtuous Lamia to come out. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia raised her head and let out a scream that switched between the 4 tones, while using Song Shuhang's voice. After screaming, she opened her mouth and spat out a diamond ball the size of a table tennis ball. This diamond ball was composed of ultra-high purity power of virtue. It was golden and very beautiful. The virtuous Lamia stretched out her hands, and gently caught the golden diamond ball. Afterward, she placed it in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang suspiciously asked, after drinking mother-child river water, you gave birth to this? At the same time, he was secretly relieved. In any case, the consequences of the virtuous Lamia's actions did not fall on his belly. He didn't have to worry about becoming the first man of the 9 provinces #1 group who needed to undergo a C-section. He didn't know if it was just him, but he also seemed to hear a regretful sigh coming from the entire Immortal Feast venue. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song did not actually get pregnant, bad review. What's the use of this golden diamond? Song Shuhang reached out and squeezed the golden diamond, looking at it carefully. Other than the extremely pure power of virtue, he couldn't find anything else that was strange about this golden diamond ball. Song Shuhang thought to himself, forget it. I'll just put it away first. Anyway, I still have another bottle of mother-child river water. Just as he was about to store the golden diamond ball in his spatial bracelet, he noticed the virtuous Lamia's expression. Fairy at #%X's eyes stared intently at the golden diamond ball in his hand. Whenever his hand moved, her eyes would also move. Song Shuhang held the diamond ball and waved it around in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Fairy at #**S head followed, also moving according to the shape of a 5-pointed star. Song Shuhang. Since she has become pregnant due to the mother-child river water, is it possible that Fairy at #%X cherishes this golden diamond ball as if it were her own child? If that were the case. Song Shuhang thought for a while and gave the golden diamond ball back to the virtuous Lamia. It belongs to you. Fairy at #** quickly grabbed the golden diamond ball, holding it dearly to her chest. To her, this golden diamond ball seemed much more precious than Senior Scarlet Heaven. The Immortal Feast continued. The remaining 7 seats were eventually assigned to the other guests through various methods. Immediately afterward, the lottery for the seats also began. Song Shuhang now had an extra seat, the one he had just won. Seniors, does any of you still need a seat? Song Shuhang asked. If a senior needed it, he would give it away. If nobody wanted it, he would go and bring over that foolish bird. If he continued to let her practice, her cultivation madness disease would get worse. The members of the 9 provinces #1 group shook their heads. In the end, Song Shuhang had to capture little Kai and forcibly bring her out to let her have the seat he had won. Immortal dishes continued to be served. Everyone relaxed, starting to enjoy the immortal feast wholeheartedly. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone began chatting. Song Shuhang perked up his ears, and listened to the adventures, experiences, and interesting stories of the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. He had to remember these well. In the future, these could help him achieve his dream of becoming a qualified senior. While all of the fellow Taoists were talking happily, behind Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia cautiously stretched out her small hand and grabbed at Senior White. Slap! Senior White, who was drinking immortal brew, stretched out his hand and hit away the virtuous Lamia's hand. Song Shuhang turned his head when he heard the sound. Then, he saw that the virtuous Lamia was shrinking into a ball and wearing a well-behaved face. What's going on? Song Shuhang wondered. Senior White replied, I don't know. Your virtuous Lamia suddenly reached out, and tried to grab my head. Song Shuhang looked at the virtuous Lamia, speechless. I should send her away. While he was thinking this, the virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand towards Senior White again, this time under Song Shuhang's gaze, grabbing at his hair. The virtuous Lamia's target is Senior White's hair. Slap! Senior White slapped away her small hand. The virtuous Lamia shrank into a ball again and showed a cute expression. However, after 3 seconds, she was unwilling to give up, and quietly moved her hand towards Senior White's hair. Song Shuhang. Slap! Senior White slapped her little hand again. Don't be reckless more than thrice. If you do that again, even if your little friend Song Shuhang's light of virtue, I will send you into space with a flying sword. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber looked aggrieved. Why did he have to be called out like that? Fairy at #%X seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up. Afterward, she opened a second bottle of mother-child river water, tilted her head up, and chugged the bottle. Song Shuhang. What is fairy at #%X doing? Is she trying to wash away her sorrows with the water? After drinking the water, the same series of events took place again. After a while, the virtuous Lamia opened her mouth and spat out a golden diamond ball. Afterward, she held the new golden diamond ball and presented it to Senior White. Senior White. Song Shuhang translated, she seems to want your hair, Senior White. Hair? Senior White looked at the golden diamond ball in the virtuous Lamia's hand. If one looked closely, they would find that this golden ball was extremely beautiful, more beautiful and dazzling than any diamond in the world. In addition, it was made of extremely pure power of virtue. If it were worn on one's body, they could keep disasters and bad luck away. Senior White fell into thought. After a while, he clapped his hands lightly. Alright, it just so happens that this can be used in a magical treasure that I've been wanting to make. Fine, deal. The little Senior White reached out and grabbed one strand of his long hair, and pulled it lightly. He then handed this long strand of hair to Fairy at #%X. Fairy at #%*. Happily handed over the golden diamond ball to Senior White. A transaction where both parties were satisfied was completed. Song Shuhang. It became clear to him that for Fairy at #%*, the golden diamond ball wasn't anything like a child at all. Song Shuhang curiously asked, why are you trading for Senior White's hair? Fairy at #%X grabbed Senior White's long hair and lightly pricked the golden diamond ball with it. The seemingly indestructible golden ball was pierced by Senior White's long hair. Then, Fairy at #%X tied up the long hair, hanging the golden diamond ball around her neck. When she moved around, the golden diamond ball that was the size of a table tennis ball jumped about. Song Shuhang. His mood at this time was very complicated. He didn't know how he should ridicule Fairy at #%X's behavior. If he didn't do it, he would feel stifled again. As if sensing Song Shuhang's emotions, the virtuous Lamia reached out and patted him lightly. Then, she gritted her teeth and took out another bottle of mother-child river water from Song Shuhang's pocket. She opened the lid and drank it. Song Shuhang. Fairy, what are you doing? You just wasted another bottle of mother-child river water. After a while, the virtuous Lamia went through the same series of events, spat out a golden diamond ball, and handed it to Song Shuhang. After drinking 3 bottles of mother-child river water in one breath, the virtuous Lamia was exhausted, with her body having even become slightly transparent. After handing the 3rd golden diamond ball to Song Shuhang, she took the initiative to return to his body and rest. Song Shuhang held the golden diamond ball in his hand, dumbfounded. Is this an apology from Fairy at #%X? 1. Google, Chinese tones. However, what was he supposed to do with this thing? I can't follow the virtuous Lamia and hang this around my neck using Senior White's hair. Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at Senior White's long hair. Senior White asked, do you want some hair too? Song Shuhang shook his head. I'm a man. If I were to hang such a huge diamond around my neck, it'd be too spicy for others' eyes. That makes sense. The little Senior White nodded, and continued to enjoy his portion of immortal dishes. Song Shuhang casually kept the golden diamond ball inside his spatial bracelet. By the way, Shuhang, congratulations on reaching the 5th stage. The little Senior White suddenly remembered this, and raised his glass to Song Shuhang. With a golden core, you're no longer a small cultivator. When Senior White said this, he used the small-range group secret sound transmission technique. After all, Song Shuhang was currently known to be an 8th stage profound sage. If he wanted to congratulate him, he had to avoid being heard by outsiders. There was a huge increase in quality between someone at the 5th stage and the 4th stage. Those at the fourth stage could only be considered small cultivators, and it was only when one was at the fifth stage that they could be called a spiritual emperor. The status of the two was very different. After advancing to the fifth stage, Song Shuhang also officially acquired a good position in the world of cultivation. In large forces, a fifth-stage spiritual emperor could already occupy a mountain peak and be its master. "Thank you, Senior White." Song Shuhang raised his glass, clinked it with Senior White's lightly, and then drank the immortal brew. The immortal brew made by immortal fairy Bishui was delicious. Song Shuhang had only ever gotten to smell a wine of this level when he had been dragged into a strange dream in Cheng Lin's place and met the fellow Taoist who carried a wine jar in the beast realm. Even a person like him, who didn't like drinking, couldn't help but down a few more glasses after smelling its fragrance. "Congratulations, Shuhang." At the side, Su Clan 16 also raised a glass. "Thank you." Song Shuhang filled his glass and toasted with 16. "Senior Song, I salute to you as well." "Congratulations." Soft Feather chuckled and raised her wine glass. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and reached out to toast with Soft Feather as well. "I respect you too." "Congratulations, Taoist Shuhang." Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly stood up. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed, and said, "Me too, me too." Song Shuhang did not refuse anyone who came. He drank glass after glass. In the end, Song Shuhang was no longer even clear on who he was drinking with. Immortal brew was different from ordinary alcohol, as even a practitioner could get drunk if they were to drink too much of it. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Little friend Shuhang's physique is too strong. Even after an entire round, he still hasn't fallen drunk." Song Shuhang laughed. "It's still very early." His physique was comparable to that of a sixth-stage true monarch. Moreover, he still had 3 golden cores in his body. Although he was a little drunk, this drunkenness would leave as quickly as it came. With just a little time, he could quickly recover sobriety. The immortal feast's dishes continued to be served. During this, the second event, which was the raffling of seats, had taken place. Unsurprisingly, Senior White won a spot. He then gave the seat he won to Immortal Master Copper Trigram so that he could bring his disciple Iron Trigram into the venue. At the same time, the practitioners who were at the 6th stage and below began to place seals on themselves. This time, the immortal feast was much richer than before. In addition, during the period which they had lost memories of, their connections with the principles of the world had deepened, resulting in the current guests benefiting far more than previous ones that attended the immortal feast. Even a few 7th-stage venerables began to place seals on themselves. After the immortal feast was over, as long as they digested the food, all of the practitioners present here would experience a great increase in their strength. In the outside world, it was already late into the night. The immortal feast was soon coming to an end, and immortal fairy Bishui sent up the final round of dishes for the feast. Among them, the most eye-catching was the dish that had been promoted before the feast, the whale sage feast. After an extremely powerful whale sage broke through, they had ended up leaving behind their old body. Fairy Bishui got a small portion of it, and it became the finale of this immortal feast. When Sage Monarch Melon Eater's island-sized body was taken into account, even a small portion of his body would be a sizable amount. The several profound sages that were present had all been waiting in anticipation for this whale sage feast, especially Sage Monarch Winter Melon. For him, Sage Monarch Melon Eater held a very special place in his heart. It was worth mentioning that this whale sage feast was recommended to him by Sage Monarch Melon Eater himself. This kind of grand recommendation was quite subtle. And so, the whale sage feast was served. At this time, Song Shuhang was half drunk and half awake, and he felt a great sense of loss in his heart. Due to being drunk, he couldn't properly taste the immortal delicacies before him, and could only continue stuffing them into his mouth. Senior White had placed a seal on his body to prevent him from exploding due to the huge surplus in spiritual energy. I still can't taste the food. Song Shuhang sighed. At this time, Medicine Master suddenly raised his head, and asked, Shuhang. I have some sobering pills here, but they taste a bit bitter. Do you want one? After eating it, it can sober you up and let you recover. Song Shuhang burst into tears. I've already finished the dishes, Senior Medicine Master. Are you doing this on purpose? Medicine Master smiled warmly, and said, No, I just suddenly forgot. Song Shuhang sighed and looked up at the sky. He was still tipsy when a strange light emerged before his eyes. Is this the after-effect of the immortal brew? Song Shuhang thought to himself. These rays of light filled the entire world. At the same time, he found that Senior White, Su Clan 16, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, all the profound sages, and his own body had turned into huge light sources. Is this the power of virtue? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. These rays of light seemed to be composed of light of virtue. The virtuous Lamia in Song Shuhang's body opened her eyes slightly. Then, with a flick of her finger, she touched a ray of light. When she touched the ray of light, Song Shuhang's mind seemed to suddenly accelerate, moving very quickly. When the virtuous Lamia touched the light, it was as if he was a computer that connected to the internet. Through the internet, he entered a huge world. This huge world was an exceedingly complex, virtuous network world. There was a lot of messy knowledge in this network. At the same time, Song Shuhang met a familiar senior in this world. It was Senior Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's new body was swimming around in this world. It appeared to be accepting the immortal inheritance in this virtuous network world. When Song Shuhang sensed it, Sage Monarch Melon Eater also sensed Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, you've come. He was not surprised that Song Shuhang was able to enter this world of virtue, because he knew that the virtuous Lamia, fairy at #%X, in Song Shuhang's body practiced the same cultivation technique that he was practicing. Moreover, the virtuous Lamia had theoretically been exposed to this world way earlier than him. However, for some reason, she had chosen not to accept the immortal inheritance in this world. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Melon Eater, is this the world that you were talking about? Sage Monarch Melon Eater's huge whale head lowered slightly, seeming to nod. Song Shuhang curiously asked, what's in it? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, a lot of information. Every ray of virtue that you can see is a source of information. Anything and everything can be found in it, just like how movies, novels, music, news, and games can be found on the human internet. This virtuous network is the same, and includes many different kinds of things. However, I can't watch or download these things for the time being, as I don't have the permission. Song Shuhang tried to reach out to touch those rays of virtue, and the message informing him of insufficient authority appeared in his mind. Song Shuhang asked, why did I enter this world? Could it be that he drank too much, and entered this place by accident? You must have participated in the immortal feast and ate my old body. Sage Monarch Melon Eater laughed, and said, in addition, fairy at #%X, who is attached to your body, practiced the same cultivation technique I did. With the combination of multiple factors, it's normal for you to enter this world. Song Shuhang nodded, seemingly understanding what happened. Then, when can I leave? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, don't rush to leave. It just so happens that I'm rather bored, so chat with me for a while. No matter what, you're someone who ate my body. Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch, your words are a bit too much. I can't accept anything you've just said. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said to Song Shuhang, I've stayed in this virtuous network world for a while now, and I now suspect that this huge world was the creation of an extremely powerful immortal. It's just that this immortal disappeared for some reason. Sage Monarch Melon Eater suspected that this virtuous network might even exceed the level of an immortal. It was just that this speculation was a bit too scary, and he dared not raise this directly. He could only narrow down his speculations to the scope that it had been created by an extremely powerful immortal. Song Shuhang nodded calmly. Perhaps he was like this due to having come in contact with two rulers of the netherworld, the big-eyed planet, who was the creation of a wielder of the heaven's will, and the 9 virtues phoenix saber that Lady Onion possessed. All in all, Song Shuhang wasn't too shocked when he heard that it might be the work of an existence that seemed to surpass immortals. Sage Monarch Melon Eater had spent a long time in the virtuous network world all alone, and so he appeared to have endless stories to share with Song Shuhang. While he was telling his stories, he suddenly stopped. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "Someone is looking for you in the main world." "Who is it?" Song Shuhang said in a daze. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "Sage Monarch 3 weeks, an old profound sage. Of course, he is far more tender than me. Anyway, he seems to want to discuss the principles of the Great Way with you." Song Shuhang waved his hand. "It's alright, I'm drunk." Sage Monarch Melon Eater happily said, "In that case, can you let me talk to him in your stead?" He had benefited a lot recently, and he was looking for an expert of a similar level to discuss the Great Way with. Song Shuhang replied, "Sure, go ahead." At the Immortal Feast venue, Sage Monarch 3 weeks waved his fan, came to Song Shuhang, smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, will you be free after the Immortal Feast? You want to talk about the Great Way, right? How about we start right away?" There was a voice of urgency coming from Song Shuhang, and it seemed to be especially anxious. Sage Monarch 3 weeks. Chapter 1469. Too young, too naive. Shouldn't we give importance to the environment we're in before talking about the Great Way? Under normal circumstances, Taoists would first look for a quiet and elegant environment. It was normal to have tea, as well as burn incense, while two fellow Taoists or more discussed the Great Way. In addition, this tea couldn't be something ordinary like spirit green tea. It would be better for it to be something like enlightenment tea, which could bring some new insights to the fellow Taoists while they were engaged in discussion. Moreover, the style of profound sages' discussions would be of an even higher level. Normally speaking, they would have heaven and earth as a chessboard, while the sun, the moon, and the stars would be the pieces on the board. They would rise up into the great outer space and delve into the mysteries of the Great Way. And what is with this urgency in profound sage tyrannical Song's voice? He wants to discuss the Great Way while we're at the Immortal Feast? Sage Monarch 3 weeks waved his feather fan, and said, "Wait, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Having such a discussion here isn't too appropriate." At this time, an urgent voice came from profound sage tyrannical Song. "Don't be so uptight, profound sage 3 weeks. You are too pedantic. You place rules upon rules on such things in order to make them appear elegant. However, these rules of yours actually bound yourself without you noticing, and this isn't good. If you want to break through to the 9th stage, you will have to abandon a lot of old things, old rules, and old ideas. And if need be, you might even have to abandon your body." Sage Monarch 3 weeks was moved, and the feather fan in his hand stopped moving. Why does it feel like profound sage tyrannical Song understands me so well? And even knows me very well? Profound sage tyrannical Song's words made him feel enlightened. Soon after, profound sage tyrannical Song did not give Sage Monarch 3 weeks a chance to refuse. Let's get straight to the topic. In fact, I recently studied the power of virtue, and have gained a lot of benefits. I was thinking about finding a fellow Taoist to talk about an opportunity to ascend to the 9th stage realm, or even a higher level, the immortal realm. We have to set our sights farther and to a greater stage. And today, we should take advantage of the fact that there are so many fellow Taoists present. Let's start discussing the Great Way. At this point, profound sage tyrannical Song's voice seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. With this resonance, a large amount of light of virtue gathered before them and turned into lotus flowers, blooming beside profound sage tyrannical Song. This visual effect was very impactful. Profound sage tyrannical Song's actions today were filled with grandiosity as usual. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group all looked at Song Shuhang in shock. F***ck, what's the matter with Song Shuhang? The fellow Taoists in the group knew that Song Shuhang was only a newly ascended 5th stage practitioner. However, Song Shuhang made a scene by having virtuous lotus flowers bloom right beside him, and what was going on with him wanting to debate the Great Way with other profound sages. In addition, Song Shuhang's voice was strange. It sounded like Song Shuhang's voice, but if one listened carefully, they would find that the sound wasn't coming from Song Shuhang's mouth at all, but directly from him. Could it be that Senior White was secretly helping Song Shuhang? At the same time, before they knew it, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream, Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and a number of other profound sages all gathered by profound sage tyrannical Song. A profound sage-level discussion of the Great Way was about to commence. Many of the practitioners present clenched their fists in excitement. They never would have expected for such a thing to happen during this immortal feast. A group of profound sages talking about the Great Way. Such an opportunity presented them with even greater benefits than a profound sage speech. A profound sage speech was merely a new profound sage's narration of their own experiences with the Great Way and cultivation. But at this moment, there was going to be a whole lot of experiences of several profound sages. This trip to the immortal feast had not given them a loss in the slightest. In fact, it could be even said that they had gained many more benefits than they could have ever hoped for. If every immortal feast were as exciting as this one, then it didn't matter even if they'd have to sell a kidney, they absolutely had to obtain a ticket to the immortal feast. Anyway, a single kidney wasn't that big of a deal for practitioners, as they could always grow such a thing back pretty easily. But soon, some of the enthusiastic fellow Taoists found that they were still too young and naive. The various profound sages didn't stop others from listening to their conversation. However, barely anybody could understand what they were saying. It wasn't because the content of the discussion was too broad or profound. Instead, it was because the language being used by the profound sages was the language of the ancient era. Profound sage tyrannical Song took the lead and started the discussion. To $. Sage Monarch 3 weeks thought for a while, and said, % plus equals dot. Equals % plus at, 1, dot. Afterward, Sage Monarch Enchanting Dream expressed her thoughts, Uzio BWT 13. Even the newly ascended Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue could use the language of the ancient era to communicate at a relatively slow speed. Cleo. Sage Monarch Winter Melon was also unwilling to show weakness. Since he had a deep relationship with Sage Monarch Melon Eater, he could speak the language of the ancient era very well. 50 FTAO. The other profound sages were also unwilling to appear worse, and each of them used the profound language of the ancient era to communicate. They soon fell into a flowery discussion. Virtuous lotus flowers, illusory phoenix fire, projection of red true dragons, sounds of bells, the illusion of a scholar reading, leaves that fell unendingly. A series of phenomena appeared due to the discussion. The audience, who was originally extremely excited, suddenly burst into tears. If only they had mastered the oh-so-important language of the ancient era. Someone had brought out video recording equipment, and wanted to record the scene. However, the countless virtuous lotus flowers and various other phenomena shrouded the scene of the discussion. Even the voices of those involved in the discussion were covered by the various speech phenomena. As time went on, the phenomena got increasingly larger, eventually filling up the entire secret realm. a Southern Eternal Sword sect's elder jumped in excitement. Although their original secret realm had been destroyed, profound sage tyrannical Song had already restored their secret realm. Not only was it restored, but profound sage tyrannical Song directly started a grand profound sage discussion here. This was something equivalent to an 8th stage speech. After this profound sage speech was over, there would be a lot of sounds of the Great Way left behind. They were the special sounds of resonance produced and left behind after profound sages discussed the Great Way. These kinds of sounds could last for several months at the shortest, and up to several years at the longest. In the future, as long as the disciples of the Southern Eternal Sword sect came here to listen to the sounds of the Great Way, they would gain huge benefits. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was truly their Southern Eternal Sword sect's lucky star. Another Southern Eternal Sword sect elder shouted, "Quickly, take the best profound sound tea from my place and send it over to the profound sages." The effect of the profound sound tea was similar to that of the enlightenment tea. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is truly bold. He didn't even bother looking for a specific place, and directly began the discussion here. However, the Southern Eternal Sword sect was the organizer of the Immortal Feast, so they had made some preparations in case something like this happened. But before making profound sound tea, they had to find the spring water. After a while, a disciple of the Southern Eternal Sword sect rushed over with profound sound. At this time, he saw the little Senior White beckoning to him. The disciple hurried to Senior White's side. Senior White said, "Give me the tea. I'll take care of everything." After receiving the profound sound tea, Senior White took out his own tea preparation set from his spatial equipment, and began to make tea. He first made a drink for all the profound sages in the discussion, including Song Shuhang, who was still slightly drunk. Then, he gave a cup to each of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Of course, one also had to take care of oneself. Eventually, Senior White held his own teacup and took a sip with satisfaction. Time flew very quickly as the profound sages were engrossed in discussion. It was said that there had been one time when a profound sage discussed the Great Way on a mountain peak, and this discussion lasted several years, but the disciples of the profound sage only felt that a few hours had passed. The guests at the Immortal Feast venue felt the same way. They couldn't understand the language of the ancient era, but merely listening to the voices of the profound sages as they discussed the Great Way, as well as observing the phenomena of heaven and earth that covered the entire secret realm already brought everyone huge benefits. Even if they didn't understand the content, all of the guests were mesmerized. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. October 11th, Friday. Late at night. The profound sages' discussion of the Great Way still continued. The tea in Senior White's hands had changed continuously. During this period, the Southern Eternal Sword sect had also switched through several types of tea. These tea leaves all entered the stomachs of the profound sages present and the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Thanks to Senior White, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group benefited greatly. These precious teas were usually very rare, and they wouldn't have the opportunity to drink them. When profound sages discussed the Great Way, they would provide demonstrations from time to time. The profound sages stretched out their hands, just as if a small world was emerging in their palms, deducing all kinds of paths. In the process of discussing the Great Way, the profound sages had fierce quarrels and displayed deep emotions. When it came to Sage Monarch 3 Weeks, he held especially deep admiration for profound Sage Tyrannical Song in his heart. Although profound Sage Tyrannical Song was a newly ascended profound sage, his vision was unique and far-reaching. His sight was not limited to the 8th stage, and he even seemed to have grasped his own path, albeit crudely. That path, which was currently at the fledgling stage as long as it continued to be developed after he ascended to the 9th stage and was further perfected, it would eventually become a path to the immortal realm. Is this the strength of the 1st stage in 1,000 years? This was a display of destiny, and showed that he was someone qualified to fight for the heavens will in the future. In addition to admiration for profound sage tyrannical Song, Sage Monarch 3 Weeks admired Sage Monarch White, who was brewing tea at the side, even more. Sage Monarch White had said no more than 10 sentences ever since the beginning of the discussion. However, every single one of his sentences pointed towards the most important aspects of the Great Way. Sometimes, he solved the anger-inducing problems that the profound sages were debating on with a single sentence. Sometimes, he directly led the topics discussed by the profound saints to a deeper level with a single sentence. Was he really a newly ascended profound sage? Whenever he saw the little Sage White, who was holding a teacup by his mouth, Sage Monarch 3 Weeks would get the feeling that Sage White was not discussing the Great Way, but providing guidance. His vision and his qualifications seemed to be in a realm that far surpassed that of profound sages. During the entire process, Sage White seemed to have taken the position of supervising the other sages. His incredible vision deeply convinced Sage Monarch 3 Weeks. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks silently thought to himself, these several profound sages that have just recently ascended to the 8th stage are all very powerful. Even Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who spoke the language of the ancient era with some difficulty, had a vision that went far beyond that of an ordinary profound sage. Some of the views that he put forward were simply incomprehensible in the realm of profound sages. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks did not know that Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had once possessed the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. No matter what, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was a wielder of the will's primordial treasure. With him having once been the master of such a primordial treasure, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's vision was, of course, far beyond that of an ordinary profound sage, as some views had been influenced by the primordial treasure. Let alone profound sages, there would even be some immortals who wouldn't be able to provide him with answers. The title, the most reliable senior of the 9 provinces number 1 group, that he had was not given to him in vain. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had all sorts of knowledge related to cultivation, whether it was about forging magical treasures, refining medicinal pills, formations, or talisman making. In Sage Monarch 3 Weeks' eyes, only Sage Monarch Winter Melon didn't seem that amazing. However, this was only relative to tyrannical Song, White, and 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Sage Monarch Winter Melon still had a very unique view with his path of defense. When it came to defending, some of his views could surprise even veteran profound sages. If Sage Monarch Winter Melon had been the only new profound sage here, he would have been considered a genius and would have given the old profound sages a great shock. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks sighed, and thought, it feels like a new era of cultivation is upon us. Not only are profound sages emerging in batches, but all of them are monstrous geniuses. Looking at these newly ascended profound sages, he suddenly felt old. However, there was another new profound sage that made him feel strange. It was profound sage 7 Lives Talisman, who had not participated in the profound sage's discussion of the Great Way from beginning to end. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks still remembered that when profound sage 7 Lives Talisman had delivered his profound sage speech, he had given a Buddhist speech that revolved around him being the Supreme One under the heavens, which was quite surprising. But now, the profound sage 7 Lives Talisman in front of him was like an ordinary immortal feast guest, quietly watching the profound sage discussion and occasionally holding up the teacup and taking a sip. He was not as domineering as he had been at the time. Moreover, his cultivation base also looked very weird. Sometimes it'd look as if he was at the 5th stage, sometimes at the 4th stage, sometimes at the 8th stage, and sometimes one would be completely unable to sense his realm. After feeling Sage Monarch 3 Weeks' strange gaze, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman raised his head and showed a dull smile. When he smiled, a rune on his chest gleamed slightly. Afterward, Sage Monarch 3 Weeks sensed an ethereal aura coming from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. It was the aura of a masterful monk who had attained great enlightenment. Everyone is empty, all beings are empty. Even profound Sage 7 Lives talisman seemed to be empty. The black windbreaker on his body seemed to have turned into a white robe, and one could sense a kind of Buddhist aura that couldn't be put into words coming from him. This profound Sage 7 Lives talisman is also very unusual. Sure enough, every one of these new profound sages is a monster. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks smiled back and turned his head to continue discussing the Great Way with the other profound sages. Palace Master 7 Lives talisman secretly let out a breath of relief. As his body carried the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect, when he came to participate in the immortal feast this time, the ancestors of his family were afraid that he would make them lose face, so they paid a lot of money for a rune that could prevent that from happening. The effect of the rune was the feeling that Sage Monarch 3 Weeks experienced just now. If it weren't for my family having deep roots, this immortal feast would have been a real embarrassment, Palace Master 7 Lives talisman said in his mind. He didn't expect Song Shuhang to gather the profound sages together to discuss the Great Way after the immortal feast ended. Shuhang, this kid, makes too many things happen. In addition, perhaps it was because he'd had a fair amount of immortal brew and immortal tea, and they'd been discussing for 3 days and 3 nights straight, but he had the urge to urinate. One should not mistakenly believe that 5th stage practitioners would not have the urge to pee. Although 5th stage practitioners had no need to go to the toilet, it was because they had magical techniques that they could use to solve this problem, but this didn't mean that they never got the urge. Besides, for something like this, one would also have to consider what was being drunk. If they were drinking ordinary water, the spiritual emperor could go on for a few months without stopping. But Palace Master 7 Lives talisman had been downing immortal brew and immortal tea for the past 3 days. Anyway, it didn't matter that much as he had a way to deal with it. Could something as trivial as the urge to urinate really trouble a practitioner? Even a 3rd stage practitioner would have the means to deal with a matter such as this. Otherwise, could practitioners that stayed closed up without moving for several months or years possibly exit their seclusion every time they needed to relieve themselves and close up again right after? But having said that, it was precisely because practitioners had the means to solve this problem that people were left with the illusion that they had no need to go to the toilet in ancient times. In the early morning of October 12th, the profound sages' discussion was finally coming to an end. Song Shuhang secretly let out a breath of relief. This profound sage discussion was really a great way of skipping past the appointed battles on October 10th, regardless of whether the other profound sages present could recall the promise of the battle that they had set on October 10th. The time had already passed, and the agreement was naturally invalid. But there was another serious matter. Song Shuhang also felt the urge to pee. After all, he had drunk a lot of immortal brew before the discussion, and had drunk even more immortal tea for the past 3 days and nights. Even if he had 3 cores and a 5th stage cultivation base, he couldn't hold it for much longer. More importantly, Song Shuhang had not learned the means to deal with such a matter. This was because he had never closed up, so he didn't have the opportunity to learn such things. Song Shuhang felt desperate right now. Sage Monarch White silently put away the teapot, which represented the end of the profound sage discussion. The profound sages present were all satisfied. Their harvest this time could only be described as rich. Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, when you have the chance, you should come pay me a visit. I will surely welcome you with some wine. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks stood up and waved his feather fan to bid farewell. The gains from the immortal feast, the gains from the materializations of the principles of the world, the gains from the profound sages' discussion of the Great Way, and many other gains had piled up on top of one another. Sage Monarch 3 Weeks now needed to close up to digest these gains. It was the same for the rest of the Sage Monarchs, they would all have to enter a long seclusion this time. The profound sages left their contact information to one another, and then left the immortal feast venue. On Song Shuhang's body, the light of virtue subsided, and he disconnected from Sage Monarch Melon Eater. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After that, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group also got up. The fellow Taoists in the group had made an appointment. After the immortal feast, they would go to a nearby small immortal cave that belonged to Senior Yellow Mountain to take a break. There were several fellow Taoists who urgently needed to close up. Maybe they could take the opportunity to break through a small realm. Young Master Phoenix Slayer and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber belonged to the ranks of those who showed signs of being able to break through a small realm. Before leaving, a Southern Eternal Sword Sect elder went over to Song Shuhang's side, and they exchanged contact information. The Southern Eternal Sword Sect was planning on preparing a big gift for Song Shuhang. What they owed him had been getting bigger and bigger. As such, the Southern Eternal Sword Sect needed some time to prepare the gift. At Senior Yellow Mountain's Immortal Cave, Song Shuhang had finally gotten a chance to solve his problem. Several fellow Taoists who showed signs of making a breakthrough entered a room with sufficient spiritual energy for their seclusion under Senior Yellow Mountain's arrangements. However, the Immortal Cave wasn't that big. When closing up, one would need to bring their own spirit stones and arrange formations to enhance the spiritual energy. The fellow Taoists that felt like they weren't going to make any breakthroughs went to soak in a hot spring, and then decided to get together and rest in a large guest room. Although they said that they were going to rest, it was actually everyone getting together again so that they could talk about their harvest and the experiences they gained during this immortal feast. Senior White and Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue were responsible for presiding over this meeting, and were responsible for solving the problems and doubts of the fellow Taoists. It was only Song Shuhang, who was mentally exhausted, that went to look for a quiet place in the room and fell asleep soon after. During the period when he had been connected to Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Song Shuhang's mental energy had been greatly consumed. Fortunately, there were all kinds of immortal tea supplements that helped him last until the end. After the fellow Taoists in the group began to talk, Su Clan 7 went to sit next to Song Shuhang. He wanted to talk to Song Shuhang about 16, but he had just sat down when Song Shuhang hugged the quilt and fell asleep. Su Clan 7. Little friend Shuhang should be very tired. During the profound sage speech this time, he should have gotten some external help. Senior White took out his own tea set and started to make tea. This time, it was only ordinary spirit green tea. Whom did Shuhang get external help from? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was a little confused. When Shuhang had been speaking, his insights, perspectives, and arguments all had an unfathomable taste, which vaguely touched upon the immortal realm. Senior White said, "If I guessed correctly, it should have been Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Maybe not everyone is familiar with him, but everyone has made contact with him." Some fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group who didn't know the truth looked confused. The little Senior White chuckled, and said, "Because everyone has eaten him." The whale sage feast? The fellow Taoists understood immediately. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled bitterly, and said, "I'm suddenly getting a weird feeling." The mysterious sword sage sighed quietly. "I really envy little friend Shuhang." During this immortal feast, the most dazzling fellow Taoist was definitely tyrannical Song. Whether it was his entrance, the restoration of the secret realm, or the profound sage discussion about the Great Way, the mysterious sword sage felt very envious. At this time, Song Shuhang suddenly began to talk in his sleep. "It's over, it's over. I've been absent again. How many classes have I missed?" The mysterious sword sage. "Studying hard is a good habit," True Monarch Eternal Fire said and smiled. He admired Song Shuhang, a young man who loved learning. Su Clan 7 said, "I will bring little friend Song Shuhang somewhere else so that he can have a good rest." True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "I'll lead the way." Su Clan 7 said, "I'll be troubling Senior Yellow Mountain to do so." Senior Yellow Mountain smiled slightly. Then, he and 7 took Song Shuhang and left the room. Song Shuhang was taken away, but this did not affect the discussion among the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Senior White and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue presided over the discussion, and everyone expressed their thoughts and doubts. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came from somewhere far away. What's that sound? It seems to have come from the direction where 7 and Senior Yellow Mountain left. I can smell blood. The little Senior White frowned. He got up and went over to where the explosion came from. Chapter 1471 Senior White's Blessing. Song, super awesome. Shuhang woke up. When he looked around, he discovered that he was in a rather cool place. It was a pure white world, with a huge table-sized gold coin spinning above his head. The gold coin kept hovering in the air, spinning neither fast nor slow. The way it was spinning was steady, and it gave the onlookers a sense of peace and security. It almost felt as if he was in a sci-fi movie. What is this place? Song Shuhang scratched his head in confusion. He remembered that he was resting in Senior Yellow Mountain's immortal cave, so how did he end up here? Is it possible that Senior Yellow Mountain moved me to this room while I was asleep? Or perhaps, maybe this is just a dream? Song Shuhang wondered. After 3 seconds. F***ck. He suddenly got up, snapping out of his drowsy state. He raised his head and stared at the gold coin in the air. There was no doubt about it. That thing was a resurrection gold coin. He had bought 12 such coins from Fairy Almighty Seller. After using one and resurrecting, a practitioner could use another coin only after 10 days. Their price was pretty good, and the buyer would even get a discount if they purchased several at once. Among resurrection magical treasures, they were a must-have. Still, why did the coin activate on its own? Did I die again? Song Shuhang couldn't believe his own words. Although people bought resurrection magical treasures to escape death, the way he had died was a little too strange. How did this happen? How did I die? And, why did I die? Death wasn't scary, but not knowing how one had died sure was. Did I peacefully pass away in my sleep? In the air, the table-sized gold coin started spinning faster and faster. After a while, it began spinning so fast that the coin's shape was hardly discernible. It was a sign that the activation process of the magical treasure had reached its final stage. Song Shuhang recalled what Fairy Almighty Seller had told him. These coins were slightly different from other resurrection magical treasures as their result was heavily influenced by one's luck. If the result was heads, one would resurrect after 10 months. If the result was tails, they would resurrect after 10 years. Then, if one's luck was heaven-defying and the coin landed on its edge, the user would resurrect after 10 minutes. Only cultivators at the 6th stage or below could use them, and after each use, they would have to wait 10 days to use another one. It should be about time to toss the coin, right? Senior White, give me your blessing. Song Shuhang vigorously waved his hand. The gold coin shot high up in the air, and eventually came crashing down while still spinning. You'd better land on your edge. Song Shuhang shouted. He firmly believed in Senior White. Ding! The table-sized gold coin fell to the ground, spinning and bouncing around. When it stabilized, it didn't appear as it would stand on its edge. As it was common knowledge that grabbing the Buddha's feet only in the hour of need was useless. If he wanted the benefits of Senior White's luck, he should at least set his picture as his phone screensaver and worship him every day. Song Shuhang felt stifled. If it's not going to land on its edge, I hope that the result is heads. I can wait 10 months, but 10 years is definitely too much. If he disappeared for a whole 10 years, his life would become a mess. Actually, disappearing for 10 months was also pretty troublesome. He had no idea how he would explain it to his parents. The gold coin stopped, and the result was tails. It meant that the resurrection process would take 10 years. Song Shuhang's face became as pale as the pure white world he was in. The resurrection process started. 10 years? No way. I still have 11 gold coins. I'll just toss another one. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. Unfortunately for him, there was only one opportunity to toss the coin. He couldn't toss them again and again. The light of the resurrection gold coin covered his body, making him enter a state of resurrection. At the same time, he recalled his last memories before his death. As he was too tired, he fell asleep as soon as he reached the room. Then, while he was asleep, a lot of messy information appeared in his mind. There was the harvest from the immortal feast, the harvest from the profound sage discussion from which he directly benefited after lending profound sage melon eater his body, the knowledge from the 88,888 voices in his head, and the knowledge he had gained from getting in contact with the virtuous network world. There was also the information he got from EC, who was still accepting Cheng Lin's inheritance. Due to them being in a master-ghost spirit relationship, EC would transmit back some information from time to time. His colorful monster core also transmitted back some information. The reason was the innate skill that allowed him to enter a state of pseudo-eternity. That innate skill contained a huge amount of information. Other than that, his inner world, enlightenment stone, life-bound magical treasure, sage seal, and demon seal also transmitted back some information. Song Shuhang felt as if his brain had become paste. Everything was a mess. While asleep, he tried to absorb this information and reorganize it as only after doing so he could rest properly. And so, Shuhang started to process all the information. Then, he suddenly saw the light. Under the pressure of all this information, he had entered a state of enlightenment. After entering this state of enlightenment, he started to orderly arrange the information. At the same time, he started to revise his 33 Divine Beasts technique. It was because he discovered that the old version of the technique was no longer suited to him. The older version of the cultivation technique was based on the assumption that the fifth stage cultivator had one core. However, Song Shuhang was now someone with 3 cores. Moreover, it was possible that he might gain other cores in the future. After all, aside from the original Dantian, there were also the Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, Dragon Body, Dragon Palm, Dragon Neck, Dragon Head, and Dragon Horn Dantians. If his remaining 5 Dantians also became the house of a golden or monster core, the older version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique would not allow him to display his full strength. In short, he was like a computer with up-to-date hardware but old software. Anyway, the effects of this state he was in were wondrous. After borrowing all the information in his mind, Song Shuhang managed to revise the 33 Divine Beasts technique. The multicore version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique was created with the assumption that a cultivator could have up to 8 cores. After revising the cultivation technique, he decided to try it out. Even if he was asleep, Song Shuhang could freely test this upgraded cultivation technique. The effects of the upgraded version were incredible. After operating the technique once, he felt that the power of his 3 cores was fully displayed. After he was done, Song Shuhang faintly heard the sound of an explosion. The timeline of the events was finally clear, and next was the scene where his resurrection gold coin was activated. Song Shuhang. Did he die just like that? At this time, in Senior Yellow Mountain's immortal cave. After Senior White left the room, powerful members of the group like Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple followed after him, heading in 7 and Yellow Mountain's direction. Su Clan 16 felt restless for some reason. She also got up and took out her life-bound saber, using it to fly after the seniors. While running, everyone saw Senior Yellow Mountain's and 7's figure, which were now covered in blood, ahead. Yellow Mountain and 7 were both frowning. Senior White squatted down and stretched out his finger to touch the blood, starting to examine it. Song Shuhang spatial bracelet, size-reducing purse, tattered wallet, and bloody clothes all lay on the ground. However, Song Shuhang himself was nowhere to be seen. What happened here? Northern River's loose cultivator opened his eyes wide. This was Senior Yellow Mountain's immortal cave. Who had the galls to do something like this here? Shuhang exploded, Su Clan 7 said in a low voice. Northern River's loose cultivator. What happened? 16 asked as she hurried over there. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue said. 7 said that Shuhang exploded. Shuhang isn't an inflatable doll. How can he just explode? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon asked in puzzlement. I was carrying Shuhang on my back and looking for a room where I could place him to let him rest. But just as we reached the entrance to the room, Song Shuhang suddenly exploded, covering Senior Yellow Mountain and me with blood. Su Clan 7 was still dumbfounded. Where is little friend Shuhang now? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. Even if he did explode, some of his remains should have stayed behind. But aside from the blood on the ground, there was nothing at the scene. As such, where had Shuhang gone? I can still feel Shuhang's life aura, Senior White said as he examined the blood on the ground. He should have a resurrection magical treasure on his person. At this time, he must be going through the resurrection. Shuhang is resurrecting again? Strange, why did I say, again? Senior Yellow Mountain was puzzled. How long will Senior Song need to resurrect? Asked Soft Feather. It depends on the magical treasure. Senior White stood up. While he resurrects, I'll ask my monster tree to assume his appearance and replace him for the time being. Song Shuhang's resurrection process entered its final stage, and his consciousness began to fade. Now is not the time to worry about how I died, because I'm about to enter a resurrection process that will last for 10 years. Song Shuhang was getting anxious. 10 years were way too much. He had to find a way to accelerate the process. Time. That's right. The Time City. Song Shuhang had a sudden idea. Can I still use the inner world? If I can teleport to the Time City, I can reduce the time needed for the resurrection process. In the upper level of the Time City, the flow of time was faster compared to the outside world. 1 year inside the upper city was comparable to 1 month in the outside world. Such being the case, after spending 10 years there, only 10 months would have passed in the outside world. With this thought in mind, Song Shuhang decided to move his body to the upper level of the Time City. This time, he didn't lose contact with the inner world, and the transfer was successful. Speaking of which, the Time City was a perfect match for these resurrection gold coins. With the Time City, his mother wouldn't have to wait 10 years to see him. Unfortunately, the Time City can only speed up the flow of time up to 12 times. Even with that, I would have to wait 10 months, which is quite a long time, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Moreover, one could spend at most 30 consecutive days, in outside world time, inside the Time City. After each month, they would have to get out and get back in again. Is there any other way to speed up the process? Last time, when he was transcending the demonic tribulation in the Netherworld realm, Senior White 2 had modified the flow of time in the Time City. This allowed Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was forging his combined magical treasure at the time, to finish her work much faster. It seemed Senior White 2 knew how to speed up the flow of time in the Time City. Unfortunately, he was too busy messing with the fat ball right now, and Shuhang couldn't get in touch with him. Sigh, I'm about to faint. His consciousness had started to fade. It was over. Inner world, make sure to send me back to the upper level of the Time City each time I'm ejected. Let's see each other in 10 months. Song Shuhang gave the inner world one final order. Then, everything before his eyes became black. Hello, the signal doesn't seem to be too good. No. Tyrannical Song, are you there? My master is looking for you. The heavenly tribulation weapons are ready, but my master feels that their strength is still insufficient. As such, can you come over and provide some holy light and light of virtue to increase the might of the explosion? A mirage dragon entered Song Shuhang's inner world through the channel that connected it to the world of the Black Lotus. It was the same mirage dragon that Senior White 2 had kidnapped at the Immortal Feast. It seemed it had already accepted its fate as Senior White 2's pet. The mirage dragon elder looked around after entering the inner world. After a short while. F***ck, no. Tyrannical Song is dead. Master, can you hear me? No. Tyrannical Song is dead. The Mirage Dragon Elder quickly got in contact with Senior White 2. Senior White 2. He died again. What's wrong with Song Shuhang? Is he addicted to dying? Senior White 2 directly projected his body into the inner world from the world of the Black Lotus. He really died, and he's reviving as we speak. Senior White 2 observed the Time City. His eyes saw through the city, and found a gold coin in the upper level. Song Shuhang's projection could be seen above this gold coin. This resurrection method is somewhat amusing. It seems to involve luck. The resurrection time is 10 years? Senior White 2 frowned. Even if the Time City was taken into account, he would have to wait 10 months. 10 months were too much. The fat ball would have already fallen into his trap by then, and he would have no chance to add Song Shuhang's holy light and light of virtue. In that case, let's make some changes. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand, and started to rewrite the rules of the Time City. I'll add a new feature called Super Time Acceleration. Unfortunately, the consumption of energy will be a bit high, Senior White 2 said. The rules of the Time City were continuously altered. At the Living Spring, Pavilion Master Chu opened her eyes and looked toward the Time City. That person has come again. She sighed softly. She felt the world's most horrific and evilest aura. This aura was enough to make her shiver. No matter how many times she experienced it, she couldn't get used to it. She was still unable to understand how Song Shuhang had managed to befriend such a fearsome existence. Even though she was an immortal and was this far, this person gave her a lot of pressure. How could a little guy like Song Shuhang withstand this fearsome aura? See, moreover, this fearsome existence seemed to care a lot about Song Shuhang. As soon as Song Shuhang started reviving, he came over to help him shorten the time needed for the process to be completed. Boom, thunder-like noises came from the Time City. It was a sign that the city was reaching its limit. The consumption of the Super Time Acceleration feature was rather high. Energy was needed for the Time City to function, and this energy couldn't be produced out of thin air. Around 10 seconds later, Song Shuhang opened his eyes in the upper level of the Time City. His body had been reconstructed, and he had come back to life. 10 years have passed. Song Shuhang stood up and moved around. He was unconscious the whole time, so he felt nothing. Well, that's fine, I guess. At least my mind didn't have to be tortured for 10 years, Song Shuhang said. He had once lived as a green onion for hundreds of years, and passed countless years getting experimented on by a wielder of the will, so 10 years weren't really enough to faze him. However, he was no masochist, and if he could do without such an experience, he would gladly choose to do so. After reviving, Song Shuhang waved his hand, summoning a set of clothes from the inner world and wearing it. After getting his hands on the inner world, he had started to move his personal stuff into it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any clothes to wear right now, and he would have been forced to wear his saber intent armor or black iron armor before going out. 1 year should have passed in the outside world. I wonder what happened while I was away. Are the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group safe and sound? Did Senior White grow up, and did he arrange his monster tree to take my place? Did 16 and Soft Feather break through? Did you Jiao Jiao come out of the Dragon King Palace? I said that I would help her find the secrets of the Dragon King Palace, but 1 year has passed. I wonder if she went looking for other clues by herself. There is also young Master Hai. Did he break through to the 5th stage? If we meet again, should be able to beat him with my 3 cores. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and wondered. Speaking of his 3 cores. Sheet. Now that I think about it, my body exploded because I revised my 33 Divine Beasts technique, and then tried to test it out. Song Shuhang looked inside his body. The fat whale golden core was leisurely swimming in his original dantian. In his second dantian, the little golden core was moving up and down, and the forever impregnable holy city on it was shining slightly. In his third dantian, the colorful monster core was enthusiastically moving around. The painting of the world-ending holy sword on it was lifelike, and it felt as if the whole picture was moving. In his fourth dantian, a golden crystal was hovering in midair, perfectly still. It seemed there was nothing wrong with his 3 cores. Actually, wait a moment. What was that thing inside his 4th dantian? Isn't that the golden diamond ball that the virtuous Lamia produced after drinking the mother-child river water? When did that thing enter my 4th dantian? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. This golden diamond ball was different from the little golden core and the colorful monster core, as it wasn't birthed by the pregnant whale core. Did it qualify because it was birthed by the virtuous Lamia? Anyway, am I now a quad-core cultivator? Song Shuhang looked at the sky. He really wanted to try out the multi-core version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, but after giving it some thought, he decided against it. There was definitely something wrong with this multi-core version of the technique, as his body exploded when he used it. It would be foolish to use it again before fixing whatever was wrong with it. Although he still had 11 other gold coins, he didn't want to waste them all. Later, I should ask Senior White to help me fix the 33 Divine Beasts technique. With this thought in mind, Song Shuhang left the Time City and returned to the inner world. He wanted to take a look at how his disciples were doing after 1 year. As he came out of the Time City, he saw Senior White 2 sitting on a mirage dragon, his arms and legs crossed. The mirage dragon had increased its size, taking the shape of a chair. "Oh, you're finally out," Senior White 2 said. Senior White, what are you doing here?" Song Shuhang asked in surprise. "I was looking for you to get some light of virtue and holy light, but when I got here, I saw that you were dead." "Did you fall in love with the feeling?" Senior White 2 said. Song Shuhang had been dying a lot recently. Senior White 2 felt that resurrection magical treasures were no longer enough to satisfy Song Shuhang's needs. At this point, only the bone of eternity in the hands of the fat ball could satisfy Song Shuhang's craving for death. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. How could I fall in love with such a feeling? It was an accident. Something went wrong as I operated my cultivation technique. Isn't the cultivation technique you practice the 33 Divine Beasts technique? That's a pretty normal cultivation technique. Senior White 2 sized up Song Shuhang. He needed but a glance to see the changes in Song Shuhang's body. "Did you revise the cultivation technique?" "Yes." "Then, when I activated the cultivation technique, my body exploded." Song Shuhang looked at the sky. Senior White 2 said, "It's not easy to be this creative when dying. It took me 10 months to resurrect." "Senior White, do you still need the holy light and the light of virtue?" Song Shuhang asked. Hehe. Senior White 2 pointed at himself. "I'm the ruler of the netherworld. Since I'm here, there is no way you'd need 10 months to resurrect." Song Shuhang nodded vigorously. Every time Senior White 2 said the sentence, "I'm the ruler of the netherworld," he felt relieved deep down in his heart. Chapter 1473 Son, just know that we will always love you. Song Shuhang asked, then, Senior White, how long did it take you to resurrect me? Senior White 2 said, 10 seconds. If I weren't afraid that your time city would end up ruined, I could have shortened this time to less than 5 seconds. If you were in the Netherworld realm, I could have revived you in 0 seconds. Song Shuhang subconsciously turned his head to look at the time city. The time city was still the same, and its appearance hadn't changed much, but it seemed to be in a weakened state. Song Shuhang curiously said, strange, why do I feel that the time city has become weaker? This feeling was very subtle, like when you saw a stone and suddenly felt that it was very beaten. Senior White 2 said, it's because I pushed it beyond its limits, which caused it to consume a lot of energy. You just have to replenish its energy, and it will be fine. Generally, you can use spirit stones to keep it functional. If you can find some large energy core, you could replace the spirit stones with it. Song Shuhang said, so it turns out that the time city needs to consume spirit stones to stay functional. I thought that it was a special temporal secret realm or something of the sort. In your dreams. Before you acquired it, someone must have constantly replenished the city's spiritual energy. If you want to continue using the time city, you will have to find a way to replenish its energy, Senior White 2 said. Anyway, enough with this nonsense. My time is precious. I came here this time because I wanted to borrow some holy light and power of virtue from you. It just so happens that you can use those as a repayment for me helping you with your resurrection. Song Shuhang asked, no problem, but how do I lend you something like holy light and power of virtue? Senior White 2 said, naturally, I have come prepared. I have a chamber pot that's specialized in storing up holy light. As for the light of virtue, I'll have to bring the materialization of your light of virtue with me on a trip. After saying that, Senior White 2 took out a bucket-like object. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 said, what I want isn't ordinary holy light, but the holy light from the big-eyed planet. Activate your Defiant Whale Warrior's glove to transform your spiritual energy into that cold holy light. Only such a level of holy light will prove effective against the fat ball. That kind of cold holy light could slightly hurt the fat ball. More importantly, it could make the fat ball sick and disgusted. As for the light of virtue, Senior White 2 was also unsure how he was supposed to bring it with him. After all, light of virtue and ordinary spiritual energy were different from one another. Fortunately, he was not as averse to light of virtue as he was to holy light. As such, Senior White 2 wanted to bring the virtuous Lamia with him for the trap he was planning on setting. Song Shuhang brought out the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove. This was one of the good points of a life-bound magical treasure. It was a bound magical treasure, so one needed not worry about ever dropping or losing it. He followed Senior White 2's instructions and stretched out his hand before placing it above the chamber pot. Afterward, as long as he transformed his spiritual energy into cold holy light, it would automatically be absorbed into the chamber pot. It was convenient, and the entire process went quickly and smoothly. It was just that the capacity of this pot was on the larger side. Song Shuhang estimated that even if he currently had 4 cores, he would still be unable to fill this large bucket. He was afraid that he would have to repeat this process several times. While pouring the holy light into the bucket, Song Shuhang summoned the virtuous Lamia to see if Fairy at #%X had any way of separating power of virtue from her body and letting Senior White 2 take it away. Senior White 2 immediately saw the pendant around the virtuous Lamia's neck. He asked, where did you get this thing from? The virtuous Lamia panicked when she heard his words. She quickly reached out to protect the golden diamond pendant around her neck, grabbing it firmly for fear that Senior White 2 would take it away. Song Shuhang replied, Fairy waiting for a promise produced this thing after drinking some mother-child river water. Senior White 2 asked, mother-child river water? I have some of that. Can you drink some more and give me one too? The virtuous Lamia heard this, and gave it some thought. Then, she fixed her beautiful eyes on Senior White 2's long hair. Similar to Senior White, Senior White too also had long hair that almost reached his waist in length. It was black hair of great quality. Senior White too. Song Shuhang saw the expression in the virtuous Lamia's eyes and understood what she meant. Perhaps, she wants a strand of Senior White's hair? Hair? Senior White too said. Alright, give me a golden diamond ball, and I will give you one strand of my hair. The virtuous Lamia nodded quickly. In this way, Senior White too exchanged some mother-child river water and a strand of his hair for a golden diamond ball from the virtuous Lamia. Both sides were satisfied with this exchange. The virtuous Lamia untied Senior White's hair from the diamond ball on her neck, then knit Senior White too and Senior White's hair together, rethread the golden diamond ball, and put it on. Song Shuhang took a medicinal pill to restore his spiritual energy, and continued to pour holy light into the pot. During this process, he was rather idle. He asked, Senior White, since there isn't anything up at the moment, can you tell me what's wrong with my revised version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique? Why did I suddenly explode after operating it once? Can you help me see if there are any bugs that need to be fixed? Senior White too chuckled. I am the ruler of the netherworld, why should I help you fix your cultivation technique? Song Shuhang. Did I accidentally offend Senior White too? It's still the same sentence, I am the ruler of the netherworld. When I heard it in the past, it made me feel at ease, but this time, it's making me feel dejected. A few hours later. Song Shuhang had repeated the process several times, finally filling the large pot. The transaction is complete. I will take the holy light away first. Senior White too waved his hand and left happily. Song Shuhang waved goodbye to Senior White. Afterward, he willed it, and got out of the inner world. He reappeared in Senior Yellow Mountain's immortal cave. It was the same place where he had splashed some blood onto Senior Yellow Mountain in Su Clan 7, though the blood on the ground had long been cleaned. There was a small table beside the door of the room, and Song Shuhang's spatial bracelet and other magical treasures such as the size-reducing purse were all placed on this table. There was also a clean Taoist robe. Senior White speculated that Song Shuhang would enter his inner world after reviving. That being the case, he should appear at the same place where he had disappeared once he came back to life. As such, Song Shuhang's magical treasures were placed right where his body had exploded so that he could easily find them after reviving. Song Shuhang picked up his magic equipment, and put it back on his body. Afterward, he took out his phone from his spatial bracelet. I'll call Senior Yellow Mountain first so that the seniors in the group don't have to worry about me. Song Shuhang swiped on the phone screen. But before he could make a call came in. My dad is calling. Song Shuhang pressed the answer button. My father hasn't called for a long time. Did something happen that caused him to look for me? Right, I've recovered from that presence-less state. Could it be that my father and mother are worried because I didn't return on National Day? Hello? Dad, what's the matter? Song Shuhang tried to soften his voice. Papa Song said, Son, what's the matter with your phone? Why was nobody answering just now? Song Shuhang smiled and said, It's nothing, I was sleeping just now, and the phone was on vibration mode, so I didn't hear anything. Why were you looking for me? Well, I wanted to tell you something. Papa Song's voice was a little weird, and he seemed to have trouble being straightforward. Song Shuhang patted his chest, and said, What is it? Just say it. If anything is troubling you, feel free to discuss it with your son. I've grown up, and maybe I can help you. No matter what, he was now a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, and he was familiar with several big shots in the 9 provinces number 1 group. If Papa Song were to encounter any problem, he should have the ability to solve it. That's right, you've grown up, Papa Song said emotionally. Then, I'll be direct with you. In the past few years, the country has released the 2 children policy. Well, your dad is responding to the country's call. So. In short, your mother might have become pregnant. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had had a sense of foreboding that this would eventually happen ever since he had visited his home in that presence-less state. He just hadn't expected this news to come so soon. I also know that you are already in college, yet we've gone and got another child. Papa Song was having trouble saying anything as he got to this point. At the same time, Mama Song's soft voice could be vaguely heard from the other end. Say that we love him so that he can rest assured. No matter what happens, we will always love him and remember him. We can't let him know that we suddenly forgot about him a while ago, and thought that he was already dead. Otherwise, I will feel too sorry for Shuhang. We have to tell him that we are getting a second child in response to the call of the country, and that it is definitely not because we forgot about him. Mama Song's voice was very low, but Song Shuhang was now at the 5th stage realm, and if he were to run into a young practitioner, he could also be called a big shot. With this said, Song Shuhang had heard all of Mama Song's words. Song Shuhang. Papa Song seriously said, Shuhang, anyway, don't worry. No matter what happens, we will always love you. Mom and Dad will always remember you. Song Shuhang replied, Papa Song continued, even if you end up with a younger brother in the future, you don't have to worry that we will love only him. We have done some research and have prepared for this. We will share our love equally, half for you, and half for your brother. When he heard Papa Song's words, Song Shuhang's heart suddenly thumped, and he asked, what if the one who is going to be born is not a younger brother, but a younger sister? On the other side of the phone, Papa Song suddenly fell silent. Mama Song anxiously said, Dear, don't be silent. Quickly say that we will still love him the same way. Regardless of whether it is a brother or a sister, we will treat them equally. Papa Song seemed very conflicted and couldn't say anything. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. Sometimes, Papa Song was simply too sincere, and he felt very reluctant to lie to those dear to him. Song, super desperate and tired, Shuhang. Mama Song whispered, say it quickly, don't just stand in a daze. Papa Song whispered, but, if it's a daughter, Mama Song whispered, don't worry about whether it's a daughter or a son, just comfort Shuhang for now. I saw on the internet that he is at a very sensitive age. If he were to know that his parents don't love him because they got a daughter, he would feel very sad. In more serious cases, older siblings might even abuse themselves and use other means to resist their parents. Although Shuhang is more sensible than others, it's said that the more sensible a child is, the more extreme they could be. But if it's a daughter, Papa Song continued to whisper. The underlying meaning of this sentence was quite obvious. If it was a daughter, their son would, of course, be thrown aside. How could a son compare to an adorable daughter? Move to the side, I'll talk to our son. Will it kill you to comfort Shuhang? Mama Song snatched the phone from Papa Song in the middle of the call. Mama Song solemnly said, Shuhang, your father suddenly fell into a daze. Whether it's a younger sister or a younger brother, we will treat you two equally. Your mother and father will always love you. Right, your father just said that even if it's a daughter, he will still love you the same as before. There will absolutely be no favoritism. After a while, Song Shuhang struggled to squeeze a response out of his mouth. It wasn't always a good thing that practitioners had such good hearing. If he had not heard the conversation between Mama Song and Papa Song, he might have still been able to accept the consoling words from them, but now, he knew that if Mama Song did give birth to a daughter, he would probably be forgotten by Papa Song. Mama Song said, don't dwell on it too much. Don't worry, Mom. I'm this big already, so how could something like this affect me? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, fear not, I can accept the fact that you will have a second child. In fact, it's fine by me if we were to have more people in the family, and getting a little sister would be interesting. Compared to getting a troublesome little brother, I'm more inclined to have a quiet little sister. Mama Song said, "It's great that you have such thoughts." Song Shuhang said, "By the way, should I ask elder sister Yaya to have a look at you? You are not so young anymore, so you should pay special attention to details during pregnancy." In fact, Papa Song and Mama Song had drunk the spring water from the living spring, and their lifespan had been increased by 50 years. Coupled with the nourishment from the spirit rice and spirit tea, their physical condition was getting better and better, and they were becoming younger in a sense. Mama Song said, "Don't worry, she knows about it. I'll also make sure to care for things that need special attention." It sounded like her son was okay, and nothing bad was going to happen. Sometimes, those analyses on the internet weren't correct. Her Shuheng was doing just fine, and he didn't think about anything negative at all. Moreover, he even worried about her, his elderly mother. Song Shuheng replied, "Then, I'll head back home in a few days and have a look." Mama Song said, "There's no need to be this anxious. We just found out that I might have become pregnant, so no need to worry too much." After that, Mama Song and Song Shuhang chatted for a long time before they reluctantly ended the call. Song Shuhang let out a long sigh. He squeezed his chin, and said, "Would a daughter or a son be better?" "A daughter would be very cute, but if the son was well behaved, that would be pretty good as well." Shuhang, you've revived?" At this moment, a black-haired young man came out from a distant corner. He saw Song Shuhang and waved hello. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the black-haired man. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, and looked kind and innocent. Besides that, his facial features looked very familiar. The more Song Shuhang looked at the other party, the more he found that this man looked a lot like himself. Song Shuhang tentatively asked, "Senior Copper Trigram?" Among the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, it was only a mortal Master Copper Trigram who would, at times, wander around in his appearance. The black-haired man laughed, and said, "Ha ha ha, Shuhang, you actually can't even recognize me?" "Woof." Song Shuhang asked, "Daodu?" Daodu kept the appearance of a Pekingese at the banquet, so it was the first time that Song Shuhang saw him in human form. "How about it? Am I handsome? Am I charming? Were you dazzled by my beauty?" Daodu leaned against the wall with one hand and assumed a cool pose. Song Shuhang said, "I only feel embarrassment. Looking at a person that looked a lot like you posing in all kinds of strange poses gave one quite a strange feeling." However, this wasn't the most important point. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "Daodu, why is your human appearance so similar to mine?" No matter, he was someone who had been cultivating, for several months. As far as he knew, once a monster cultivator transformed, their human appearance would be final. Even if there were changes in the future, their appearance would not change much. Daodu triumphantly said, Don't worry. This is just my first form, which is a humanoid model created via elixir of transformation. After I reach the 5th stage realm, I will have another opportunity to change my appearance. At that time, I will have a second form. My first form integrates the good points of all the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Your appearance that makes you look harmless to humans and animals was also integrated into this form. What do you think? So that's the case. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and suddenly hammered his palm, and said, Daodu, I just remembered that you're still at the 4th stage. I, on the other end, am already at the 5th stage. My heart got viciously rent by Papa Song just now, so it's just right for me to rend someone else's heart. Daodu. Daodu angrily said, Woof, F***CKU. I even praised you just now, saying that your harmless appearance was excellent to the point that I decided to merge it into my first form. Yet, you decide to rend my heart in the next second? Friendship ended. Dao transformed back into a large Pekingese and rushed toward Song Shuhang. He opened his mouth wide and bit at him. He was a dog, so biting people was normal for him. Song Shuhang waved his arm, and said, "Stop, don't bite. I currently have the variant steel hands technique, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the holy ape dragon power technique. Your biting will not do anything to me." Dao bit Song Shuhang's arm viciously, but he felt as if he had bitten on a piece of indestructible steel instead, causing his teeth to crack and send out signals of pain. Motherf *****. However, he was in no way appeased. Even if biting didn't hurt Song Shuhang one bit, he would never let go. He couldn't lose his momentum. Song Shuhang asked, "All right, where are Senior Yellow Mountain and the others?" Dao flicked his tail and pointed in a direction. He had pointed towards the place where Yellow Mountain and the other fellow Taoists were engaged in discussion. With Dao hanging on his body, Song Shuhang went over. "Dao, when are you going to break through to the 5th stage realm?" Song Shuhang asked while walking. Dao used the secret sound transmission technique, and replied, "Soon. I've already made preparations for rushing to the 5th stage. That stupid Yellow Mountain has also helped me set up a tribulation transcending formation, and when it comes to insight, I'm quite nearly there. The only thing I'm waiting for is a good day to transcend the heavenly tribulation." Song Shuhang said, "You can do it. After you reach the 5th stage, I will go to Immortal Fairy Bieshua and ask her to prepare a table for us. She gave me a few more chances to enjoy an immortal banquet of hers. It's just that we'll have to bring our own ingredients." Dao said, "No problem, we can go to stupid Yellow Mountain's place to steal some ingredients. I know where they're hidden, and some of them are super high quality." While the two were conversing, they quickly arrived at the room. Song Shuhang knocked on the door. The room's door opened automatically. Su Clan 16 said, "Shuhang, you've revived?" Song Shuhang sighed, and said, I used a resurrection gold coin, coupled with the effect of the Time City, to revive." Su Clan 7 asked, "Why did you suddenly blow up before?" Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, and said with a sad face, "It was because of my cultivation technique. While I was sleeping, I suddenly entered a state of enlightenment, and while in this state, I slightly modified the 33 Divine Beasts technique. After the modifications, I tried it out and exploded." Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "Are you trying to find new ways to die every day?" Senior White asked, "What went wrong with your modified cultivation technique?" Song Shuhang said, "I have no idea, and I was hoping that you would take a look at it, Senior White." Afterward, he took out a paper and pen, writing down the principles behind his revised 33 Divine Beasts technique. Since all the seniors were here, he could take advantage of their presence, and consult them for the cause of his sudden explosion. Senior White stretched out his hand and placed it on the paper. The cultivation technique and principles behind it were projected for everyone to see. "What kind of messy cultivation technique is this?" True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple looked at the cultivation technique with a dazed expression. A normal 5th stage cultivation technique would revolve around the original Dantian, trying to enhance the golden core inside. It should focus on the golden core composition, and then the finishing touch. It would eventually lead to the golden core transforming into a lake, pushing the cultivator to the 6th stage True Monarch realm. As for Song Shuhang's revised version, in addition to strengthening the original Dantian and the original golden core, it also strengthened his smaller Dantians. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, "You dared to practice such a cultivation technique? It's almost as if you don't value your life." Song Shuhang scratched his head. "I was still half asleep. If I had been awake, I would have definitely asked the seniors to check it out and make sure that there weren't any problems with it." Under normal circumstances, even if he had 10 times the guts, he still would not have been so daring to directly test the modified cultivation technique. Su Clan 7 frowned, and asked, your cultivation technique is so weird. Why do you need to strengthen those other dantians? They aren't your original dantian. What's the point of doing this? The little senior white said, because Shuhang has more than one golden core. Northern River's loose cultivator responded, huh? Senior White said, I can sense that there is a small golden core in Song Shuhang's dragon tail dantian, and there's also a monster core, and something else. Everyone in the 9 provinces number 1 group looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang could almost feel these piercing gazes stabbing through him. Chapter 1475 The Best Teaching Material, Song Shuhang. At this time, the most trusted senior of the 9 provinces number 1 group Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, this modified cultivation technique is very interesting. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had a unique sight. This was because he had once been the holder of the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, and thus his vision was far superior to that of ordinary Sage Monarchs. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, after this cultivation technique was modified, a lot of different tricks were added to it. Look carefully, the contents of this portion of the cultivation technique are similar to those of Cheng Lin's self-healing technique that fellow Taoist Tyrant Flood Dragon once described to me. There's also this part, which is a small trick to strengthen one's body that Sage Monarch Winter Melon talked about during the Profound Sage's discussion at the end of the Immortal Feast. This other part is also giving me an extremely strange feeling, and it seems to have something to do with the materialization of the principles of the world that appeared in my mind. His words immediately attracted the attention of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue continued, I'm afraid that little friend Song Shuhang stuffed all the laws, principles, and information that he has recently come in contact with into his cultivation technique when he was in that state of enlightenment. To fix this technique, we'll have to remove some parts. Senior Yellow Mountain said, I feel that simply discarding parts of the technique wouldn't be as good as making it such that there are levels to the technique, and practicing it will have one go through these levels one by one as if climbing up a ladder. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pondered for a while, then nodded. Fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain's proposal is very good. Everyone can participate in the modification of this cultivation technique. This kind of experience will prove very useful for when you create your own cultivation techniques in the future. Su Clan 16 asked, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, shouldn't we first figure out the reason why Shuhang ended up blowing up? Senior White put down his teacup, and said, the main reason should be that he modified the cultivation technique by too large a margin. After that, he skipped 4 or 5 steps and went straight to the final stage. If we were to use an analogy, it would be like building a house. Then, just as the building of the 2nd floor was finished, you skipped the 3rd and 4th floors, going straight for the 5th floor. The empty floors with nothing but air would ultimately cause the house to collapse. The white dragon, who had transformed into an earring and hung on Su Clan 16's left ear, softly whispered, it's a case of cultivation deviation. So that's the case. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. I feel like I died unjustly. Things went south when he practiced the cultivation technique in his sleep, resulting in his body exploding. Usually, such a plot was something that only the villains of some martial arts novels were qualified to enjoy. But reality was often more bizarre than fiction. Senior White said, Shuhang, after we revise the cultivation technique, you can test it out again. Soft Feather raised her hand, and asked, Senior White, what if there is still a problem with the revised technique, and Senior Song explodes again? Song Shuhang. They hadn't even started, yet Soft Feather had already planted a flag for him. However, when it came to his safety, it was the right choice to think about countermeasures for failure in advance. The Resurrection Gold coin was now under a cooldown period of 10 days. If he were to die, he would die for real. Don't worry. I've already considered this problem. Senior White took a sip of the immortal tea, and said, we can just use a clone. Shuhang had also learned a clone technique. Similar to Senior White's innate skill, the death of Song Shuhang's clone would not affect the main body. The only thing that would take place would be the memories of the clone getting transmitted to the main body. However, whenever Song Shuhang's clone died, the main body would experience the same pain as the clone. Senior White said, with the secret clone technique, he can use the clone to try out the modified cultivation technique. If there is an accident, it will only be his clone that would blow up. Right, the clone. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Then, he let out another long sigh. Now, he was even more convinced that his death earlier had been a great injustice. Daodu, who was still biting on his arm, used the secret sound transmission technique and said, "It seems you died in vain." Song Shuhang. Daodu, are you still not going to let go? Song Shuhang's modified, 33 Divine Beasts technique, became the subject of discussion of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Everyone discussed and researched this modified cultivation technique. After discussing until the evening, the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 1.0 finally saw the light. At this time, the little Senior White was holding a small bun in his hands and nibbling on it. Immortal Fairy Bishwe was sitting right beside him, and all the small buns that he had been eating were prepared by her. After the immortal feast, Fairy Bishwe decided to drop by. Senior White said, "Now, this cultivation technique shouldn't have any big problems." Then, he stretched out his hand and started writing in the air. He wrote the contents of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 1.0, and the words eventually turned into golden runes. These runes began to spin around in the shape of a circle. After all of the runes had revolved by an entire cycle, Senior White nodded. The preliminary test went well. Shuhang, you can bring out your clone and test the technique. Got it. Song Shuhang willed it, and Song Shuhang too condensed and appeared beside him. Good evening, seniors. Song Shuhang too cupped his hands in greeting. For a moment, I thought that your clone would also have a Daodu hanging from his arm. How disappointing, Daodu said while still biting on Song Shuhang's arm. Daodu still hadn't given up. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang too sat cross-legged and started to circulate the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 1.0. Since Song Shuhang had also witnessed the revision process, he had already memorized the contents of the modified cultivation technique. Soon, the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 1.0 completed one cycle in the clone's body. Success, there weren't any problems, Song Shuhang said happily. The clone did not explode. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue advised, don't be in such a hurry, have it circulate for another cycle and observe the changes. Successfully completing the first cycle only means that there are no problems with the structure of the cultivation technique. However, there might still be some small problems hidden deeper within. These small problems magnify with the number of times the cultivation technique is circulated, and eventually, those small problems become big ones. As a result, Song Shuhang too continued to circulate the revised version of the cultivation technique. 3 cycles later. Song Shuhang too's eyes widened, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Song Shuhang said, something went wrong. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, where was the problem? Did you record the data? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, I've got all of the data with me. Some problems arose after 2.5 cycles. Then, in the 3rd cycle, the problem was magnified, causing the clone to suffer internal injuries. He had paid attention to every detail of the whole process of Song Shuhang's practice. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue has found the problem. Let's take a closer look. It turns out that creating a cultivation technique is so troublesome. Soft Feather rubbed her eyes. Now, she admired her dad even more. After all, venerable spirit butterfly had created all the cultivation techniques of the spirit butterfly island on his own. She could only wonder how many failures her dad had experienced, and how much effort he had put in. After giving it some thought, she planned on giving that sheet to her dad as a gift as soon as she returned home. Northern River's loose cultivator exclaimed, creating the basic structure of a cultivation technique can be done with spirit stones and the accumulation of knowledge. It is at the part where the prototype is transformed into a proper cultivation technique that hundreds of trials and tests are needed. During this period, one moment of carelessness could cause a practitioner's internal energy to go berserk. In this world, not everyone is like Song Shuhang, who has a clone that can be used to test out a cultivation technique. Soft Feather suggested, "Senior Song, I suddenly got an idea. In the future, if you're lacking in resources, you could become a cultivation technique tester. You can specialize in testing those unfinished cultivation techniques and finding problems in them." Soft Feather's way of thinking was simply different from others. "Good idea." Song Shuhang nodded. This was a good way to earn spiritual stones. Recently, Song Shuhang's way of thinking was also very much abnormal. He lacked spirit stones, and he owed Senior White a huge debt. Moreover, he would have to take care of the Time City in the future. Only the heavens knew how many spirit stones he would need to maintain the city operational. At the same time, Song Shuhang activated the healing spell on the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove, and used it on the clone to heal its injuries. More than 1 hour later, with the concerted efforts of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group, the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 2.0 came to light. Song Shuhang's clone sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and circulated the second version of the revised cultivation technique. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. It was much better than the last time, and there was no problem even after 3 consecutive cycles. 4 cycles, 5 cycles. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue solemnly said, "Fall back." The fellow Taoists that were close to the clone quickly retreated. Boom dash, fresh blood spattered. During the 5th cycle, Song Shuhang exploded again. Since it was a clone, Song Shuhang too simply turned into light particles and disappeared. There wasn't a bloody scene this time. Why did it explode again? Northern River's loose cultivator rubbed his brows. He felt that there were no problems with the second revision of the cultivation technique, so why did it explode? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue explained. As the second version of the cultivation technique began to circulate, after every cycle, a core inside little friend Shuhang would reach its limit. He only has 4 cores at this time, so the first 4 cycles went well. But when he reached the 5th cycle, he exploded due to the lack of a core. Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned. Our thinking is not right. In the entire world of cultivation, all cultivation techniques are based on the assumption that there is only one core. We haven't come into contact with a cultivation technique for someone like little friend Shuhang, who has multiple cores. As such, even if we modified the cultivation technique, we subconsciously took our old experiences into account. Experience and knowledge are precious, but sometimes, our experiences become what hinders us. Senior White sipped his tea slightly and smiled. Song Shuhang was getting the feeling that Senior White and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue were making use of this opportunity to lecture the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. And he was the teaching material for this lecture. Immediately afterward, the pain from the clone's explosion was transmitted to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's face suddenly turned pale. "It hurts, I'm going to die. I'm going to die." This level of pain was something that he hadn't experienced for quite some time now. This reminded him of his terrifying experience in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus. Back then, he and a group of scholarly faction big shots had been crushed under the black iron finger of the fat ball time and again. Fortunately, the amount of time this pain lasted was just as long as it lasted for his clone, which was but an instant. You just had to gnash your teeth and get through it. But even if it was just for an instant, Song Shuhang's face turned pale and cold sweat drenched his back as the pain assaulted his senses. Ha ha ha, now you know how amazing I am. Daodu said triumphantly as it bit harder. Medicine Master said, little friend Shuhang, you look like you're in a lot of pain. Would you like a shot of painkillers? I've done some research on this, and have made one that works for those below the 6th stage. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, and bitterly said, the pain has already passed, so there's no need, Senior Medicine Master. Medicine Master nodded gently, and replied, okay, let me know if you need it next time. Ever since his hairstyle had changed from that messy one to this cool-looking one, he always got the feeling that Senior Medicine Master's personality had also changed. Can a change in hairstyle really change a person? After converting to Buddhism, you will have to shave your head bald. Does that have anything to do with this? Medicine Master asked, when will your clone regenerate? Song Shuhang replied, I can't tell for sure, but with every increase in my strength, the time that it takes my clone to revive shortens. However, as long as I am willing to consume a lot of spiritual energy, the clone can be restored faster. Previously, he had consumed almost all of the spiritual energy in his 2 golden cores to allow his clone to revive in advance. Now he had 4 cores, so if things didn't change, he should be able to revive his clone in advance twice. Medicine Master held his chin for a moment, and said, if you consume a lot of spiritual energy, you may need this. Rivoli Purple Mist, who was beside him, took out a black bottle from a small bag. Medicine Master said, this is a new medicinal pill that I've made for recovering spiritual energy. I named it Purple Master Pill. Under normal circumstances, 1 pill is sufficient to completely recover the spiritual energy of a 5th stage spiritual emperor, but in your case, you can probably take 2 to 3 pills at a time. After taking it, you only have to sit down and meditate for it to take effect. Purple Master Pill? Did he come up with this name by combining Rivoli Purple Mist and Medicine Master together? Song Shuhang asked, are there any side effects? Newly developed medicinal pills would most likely have some side effects, right? Medicine Master warmly said, Because it is a newly developed pill, some of the side effects have not yet been dealt with. But they are all minor problems, and do not affect a practitioner too much. The biggest side effect of the Purple Master Pill is that it produces a strong feeling of fullness as the energy contained in it is too rich, and it will make the user feel like they had eaten a huge number of immortal dishes. After consuming it, you might not feel like eating anything for several days. Once you smell food, you will also feel full and have no appetite. Song Shuhang said, it's just such a minor side effect, no problem at all. Medicine Master said, it's great that you're fine with such a side effect. There will definitely be more revisions to be done on your cultivation technique, so you should restore some of your spiritual energy first. Rivoli Purple Mist gave a bottle of pills to Song Shuhang. There are 24 pills in here, enough for an ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperor to use for a long time. However, since you have 4 cores, I'm not sure how long it's going to last you. Thank you, Senior Medicine Master and Fairy Purple Mist. Song Shuhang took the bottle. He would first revive his clone, and then recover his spiritual energy. Just like before, Song Shuhang consumed 2 golden cores worth of spiritual energy to revive his clone in advance. Song Shuhang's strength had increased, and the amount of spiritual energy stored in his body had increased as well. As such, the spiritual energy needed to restore his clone also increased a little. After reviving his clone, he took out a Purple Master Pill from the bottle and stuffed it into his mouth. It tastes like orange. It tasted great, like a candy tablet. Song Shuhang couldn't help but bite down. Medicine Master said, that is just the icing on the outside. It will be bitter inside, so it would be best for you to swallow it all at once. Huh? Song Shuhang suddenly burst into tears. After he bit through the icing on the outside, the bitter taste from the actual pill was revealed. It was terribly bitter. Song Shuhang felt that his tongue became numb from how bitter the pill was. He raised his head and swallowed the pill. Senior Medicine Master, you should have told me earlier. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. Medicine Master shrugged his shoulders, and said, before I could say anything, you had already bitten down on it. After swallowing the pill, Song Shuhang immediately felt a feeling of fullness. I'm so full. It even feels like my belly is swelling, and it feels as if I drank a whole bottle of water on top of the meal. Moreover, one's belly would also become slightly itchy after swallowing the pill. But besides that, there were no other side effects. Anyway, the effect of the pill was very good. When the pill went down his throat, the spiritual energy of Song Shuhang's whale core recovered quite a bit, and the effect was still continuing. If combined with a meditation technique, he should be able to restore half of the spiritual energy in his whale core. Song Shuhang took out 2 more purple master pills, and swallowed them in one go. After swallowing 3 pills, the feeling of fullness worsened. Song Shuhang exclaimed, I'm so full. I feel like my belly is going to explode. Senior Medicine Master smiled, and said, it can't be helped. The side effects of the purple master pill aren't easy to solve. I've been trying to deal with them for some time now. However, its effect is very good, right? Song Shuhang nodded. Its effect is great indeed. The spiritual energy of my whale core is being continuously restored, and even my second golden core has almost recovered half of its spiritual energy. He calculated that he would need to eat 3 purple master pills to revive his clone once. At the side, Rivoli Purple Mist added, after taking the purple master pill once, you must wait more than 2 hours before you can continue taking it. In addition, this feeling of fullness will accumulate, and the side effects will last for about 2 days. The more you eat, the longer the side effects will last. You have to pay attention to the intervals between taking them. Song Shuhang said, I got it. Rivoli Purple Mist smiled slightly, then she held Medicine Master's arm, and the two went to the side to show their affection for one another. Song Shuhang found a place to sit down. He held his belly with both hands and hiccuped from time to time. He felt like he was filled to the brim and was extremely uncomfortable. Soft Feather asked in puzzlement, Senior Song, is your stomach okay? Song Shuhang said, it's fine. This is a side effect from taking Senior Medicine Master's pills. Soft Feather blinked. What's the side effect? Senior Song, you look like you've got a stomach ache from becoming pregnant. What does this have to do with pregnancy? It's fullness from eating. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since she got to know about the impregnating gaze, Soft Feather would think of pregnancy whenever she saw other people having a stomachache. Do you need a digestion tablet? Su Clan 16 asked while taking out a white digestion tablet. It had been specially made for the immortal feast. The food in the immortal feast was so rich that there would always be practitioners who had small appetites and would not be able to continue eating. At such times, this kind of special digestion tablet was what those practitioners needed. Song Shuhang looked at the white digestive tablet, burped hard, and frowned. I'm afraid it won't work, I can't eat anything now. Even if it's a grain of rice, I don't want to taste it. The side effects of the purple master pill in this regard were simply too strong. 16 suggested, then just take your time and walk for a while, maybe you'll feel better after. Soft Feather giggled, and said, it feels like Senior Song has been hit by the impregnating gaze, just that his belly has not swelled up too much. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. I keep on getting the feeling that something isn't right today. A few hours later. After another concerted effort of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces No. 1 group, the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 3.0 was released. Senior White once again tested this version with runes. Senior White said, "I can't find any problems. In theory, this version should have no bugs. However, it needs to be beta tested. Shuhang, have your clone test it." "Got it." Song Shuhang willed it and summoned Song Shuhang 2 out again. Song Shuhang looked at his clone, then sighed with emotion. Good luck. When his clone exploded earlier, his heart ached. This was a rather natural reaction considering he had watched himself blow up. Song Shuhang too sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to circulate the new 33 Divine Beasts technique. Cycles came and went. Soon, Song Shuhang too had already gone through 132 cycles. But after the 132nd cycle, it was as if he had hit a limit. It was impossible to continue on to the 133rd cycle. Song Shuhang too opened his eyes and ended his practice. This time, there were no injuries and no explosions. Fairy Lychee rubbed her brows, and said, "What's wrong this time?" Su Clan 7 said, "In general, it is better than last time. There were no injuries or explosions." Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "But why did it stop at the 132nd cycle?" She looked at the modified, 33 Divine Beasts technique, that everybody had worked on, and couldn't find any problems with it at all. Fairy Firefly asked, "Senior Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior White, did you find anything?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, It's almost complete." Senior White also nodded. "I feel the same." Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue prompted, 132 cycles are 4 times 33 cycles. Fairy Lychee asked, "In other words, with the 33 Divine Beasts technique, 33 cycles is one large cycle?" Fairy Firefly said, "Since it's the number 4 again. Then is the limit still related to Song Shuhang's 4 cores?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "This is an upper limit and a kind of safeguard for little friend Shuhang." Soft Feather raised her hand, and asked, "In other words, the crisis of Senior Song suddenly exploding has been resolved?" "I'm not sure about that. I will have to observe things for some more," Senior White said. "Shuhang, I suggest you follow me for a while. I'm making a trip to Heavenly Field Island. You should come with me. In other words, there's still a chance that I might blow up," Song Shuhang said with unease. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue calmly said, "In theory, there will never be any risk of exploding with the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 3.0. However, you should know that theory is merely theory, and there will always be discrepancies between theory and reality." Song Shuhang. "From today onward, please call him Song might explode at any time, Shuhang. If he said that he was going to blow up, then blow up he would. He wouldn't give face to anyone, no matter who they were. He'd explode and not even give himself any face." Song Shuhang uneasily asked, "Senior Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior White, when can I be sure that I won't explode again?" If he were to always be afraid, would he still be able to live a happy life? On the off chance that he exploded right in front of his parents, Papa Song and Mama Song would definitely go crazy, and such a thing might even leave a psychological trauma in their minds. Senior White, who was gnawing on his second butterbread loaf, said, I guess when you reach the 6th stage. As long as you successfully ascend to the 6th stage, that means that there isn't any problem with the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 3.0. At that time, you can be at ease. 6th stage realm? I've only just ascended to the 5th stage. Song Shuhang felt very tired. After all, there was no knowing how long it was going to take him to ascend to the 6th stage. The dark-skinned sun-splitting halberd Guada laughed, and said, "Don't worry, little friend Shuhang. According to the trend of your ascension, you should be able to ascend to the 6th stage by November at the latest. How is that possible? Song Shuhang smiled wryly. Ascending to the 6th stage in a single month was something that could only be done in dreams. He only had a single goal now, to cherish his life before reaching the 6th stage and being extra careful so as not to die. At the same time, he was going to work extra hard to advance to the 6th stage realm as early as he could. At this moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked, "Little friend Shuhang, do you still have resurrection magical treasures with you?" Song Shuhang said, "Hiccup, I do, but they're currently on a cooldown period. If something bad were to happen within the next 10 days, then it will really be over. I believe in you. You will definitely be able to survive the next 10 days. After that, you can die in any way you want." Young Master Phoenix Slayer patted Song Shuhang's shoulder earnestly. Song Shuhang said, "But I don't want to die." True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon jokingly said, "Little friend Shuhang, I've got a seabed graveyard with the buy one and get one free offer. I can help you book a spot in advance if you really need it. We also have a variety of exquisite epitaphs, and we have an epitaph quotation system to ensure that there will be no two identical epitaphs." Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly raised his head, and murderously said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrant Flood Dragon, then I will order one for copper trigram." Fairy Lychee curiously asked, "What's the matter? Did copper trigram provoke you again?" Northern River's loose cultivator clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I will kill him this year, that bastard." Even someone as kind as Northern River's loose cultivator was this mad. One could only wonder what copper trigram had done in order to achieve such a feat. Speaking of fellow Taoist copper trigram, I just remembered something. Northern River, copper trigram had booked a grave for you before the immortal feast. He had also set an epitaph for it. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon took out a mobile phone, and said, "This is the text message sent to me by copper trigram." He said that Northern River's epitaph should be a vocal message. The content is, "Hello, thank you for calling the Northern River's loose cultivator line. Please press 1 if you are calling for a matter, press 2 if you miss me, and if there's nothing up, then I will be hanging up." After that, he asked me to take a video of you and then convert it into a QR code to place it on the grave. However, he hasn't paid the deposit yet, so I haven't followed up on his order. Northern River, this is simply unacceptable. Kill him. Fairy Dongfang 6 fanned the flames. Dharma King Creation said, "It's unbearable even for me, and I bet even Buddha would have gotten angry." Fairy Lychee said, "Beat copper trigram up. I will support this cause with a 6th stage spirit stone. I will also support this cause." Me too. Song Shuhang. What had Senior Copper Trigram done recently to have incited such hate from everyone? It was definitely not just doing business as a shady fortune teller. Ever since he joined the group, Senior Copper Trigram's death-seeking tendencies had been on the rise, slowly approaching Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's level. Moreover, it felt as if the number of people that hated him was even higher than Thrice Reckless. Yellow Mountain asked, "Senior White, why are you going to Heavenly Field Island?" In the 9 provinces number 1 group, the topic of discussion would always go off track, changing in the blink of an eye. Whether it was in the group chat or in reality, it was the same. As the owner of the group chat, Senior Yellow Mountain was always responsible for leading the topic of discussion on the right path. Senior White said, "It's due to the changes of the current wielder. The tide of spiritual energy is about to come, and the passages connecting the various worlds continue to increase in number. It just so happens that there is a huge passage on Heavenly Field Island. However, it is unknown as to where that passage leads, so fellow Taoist Tian Kong asked me to take a look." Yellow Mountain pondered for a moment, and said, "So that's the case. If there are any fellow Taoists who are free at that time, you can go to Heavenly Field Island with Sage White. Maybe you could be of assistance." Every world in the universe was different, and nobody knew what the world at the other side of a passage held. It might be a disaster, but it could also be an opportunity. Song Shuhang looked at them, and asked, 16, Soft Feather, are you going? Soft Feather regretfully said, I'll be heading home for now. I've been gone for too long this time. Also, I have to wait for my dad to come out. She really wanted to go along with them, but she had promised her father that she wasn't going to run around after the immortal feast, and would head straight back to Spirit Butterfly Island instead. Su Clan 16 softly said, I have to go to the East China Sea. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked the hair by her left ear. The beautiful earring that the white dragon had transformed into swayed slightly. Shuhang was now at the 5th stage, but she was still at the 4th stage. She couldn't let Song Shuhang always be ahead of her like this, so she had to make a trip to the East China Sea. At this time, the bread that had been in front of the little senior white had been replaced by crystal dumplings. There's no need for everyone to be anxious. Just wait for Shuhang and me to check out the situation on Heavenly Field Island first. Then, if we need your help, I will bring everyone over with my spatial skills. With spatial power, some things could be accomplished very easily. It was particularly handy when it came to matters wherein time was of the essence. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled, and said, let's go with that. The Heavenly Field Island topic ended at that. The subject that the fellow Taoists were discussing changed again. The matter that everyone had been discussing as of late and couldn't be ignored was the opening of passages between the various worlds of the universe. As the passages continued to open, there would be both good and bad situations arising. Recently, there would often be news of conflicts between large sects and forces from other worlds. By the way, I recently heard that the Limitless Demon sect has been cooking up a rather big plan, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. They seem to be building a country of demonic cultivators. As a demonic cultivator herself, Fairy Dongfang 6 had some confidential information. A country of demonic cultivators? What's going on? When Song Shuhang heard the words Limitless Demon Sect, his ears immediately perked up. His longtime enemy, Young Master Hai, was from the Limitless Demon Sect. In the past, Song Shuhang had practiced desperately so as to avoid being pinched to death by Young Master Hai. Now, after a short 5 months, he no longer had to worry about that. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, I have no idea. The Limitless Demon Sect did a good job covering up the most important stuff. Moreover, this plan might just be a diversion. People from the Demon Sect love to say one thing and do another. The only thing certain is that the Limitless Demon Sect is going to do something big soon. Song Shuhang said, this matter is worth paying attention to. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, oh, right. Little friend Shuhang, how many dragon patterns does your golden core have? I keep on forgetting to ask you about it. The topic changed as they spoke, switching from one to another extremely fast. Speaking of which, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, none of the fellow Taoists had less than 7 dragon patterns. Shuhang had advanced very quickly, but was his foundation stable? How many dragon patterns did he have? It wasn't only Fairy Dongfang 6, but the other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were also curious. Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 immediately remembered Song Shuhang's weird dragon patterns, and couldn't help but laugh. Originally, there were 3 dragon patterns, but later on, a few things changed. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Hehehe, speaking of which. Fairy Dongfang 6, would you like to see my dragon patterns? Fairy Dongfang 6. There were 3 dragon patterns, but later on, a few things changed. Could it be that the dragon patterns became pregnant and gave birth to children? I couldn't be helped. Recently, Song Shuhang's name had been associated with pregnancy. Whenever someone thought of him, they would also think about pregnancy. Song Shuhang grinned, and said, would you like to take a look? Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "It looks like there is going to be a surprise waiting for me. In that case, let me take a look." She stretched out her hand and grabbed Song Shuhang's arm. "Daodu, are you still not going to let go?" Daodu said, "No, I will sleep here today. I won't let go, and I will continue to bite Song Shuhang until he cries." "Alright, as long as you're happy." Fairy Dongfang 6 transferred a strand of her consciousness into Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang brought Fairy Dongfang 6 consciousness into his original dantian. There, the fat whale golden core was slowly swimming around. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "Is that your golden core?" Song Shuhang said, I previously mentioned in the group that my illusory core mutated when I was at the 4th stage. After I ascended to the 5th stage, it still maintained the appearance of a fat whale." Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "It's indeed a little fat. Anyway, where are the dragon patterns?" Song Shuhang willed it, and the armor on the fat whale golden core receded, revealing the dragon patterns on it. Impregnable Holy City, Holy Sword of the End, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, Virtuous Lamia plus Sage Seal, Ancient Holy Apes plus Scholarly Scriptures, Scholarly Sage's Eye, Inner World Lotus, and the 33 Divine Beasts combined into a fat whale. Each dragon pattern was unique, very different from ordinary dragon patterns. Fairy Dongfang 6 curiously asked, "Were all of these dragon patterns of yours added afterward?" Each of these dragon patterns was related to either his magical treasures or light of virtue. None of them originally belonged to Song Shuhang. Did it mean that Song Shuhang did not have a single dragon pattern at first? But how was that possible? Even if one's aptitude was extremely poor, they would still have 1 or 2 dragon patterns. "Perhaps that's the reason my golden core mutated," Song Shuhang said as he unveiled his last dragon pattern. Fairy Dongfang 6 looked towards the 9th dragon pattern. Then, she saw a beautiful Fairy Dongfang 6. Fairy Dongfang 6. "Where am I? What am I doing?" Fairy Dongfang 6 thought that she had been seeing things. But even after she had looked at it several times, she saw a beautiful woman with a snake-like waist in the 9th dragon pattern, and that woman was definitely her. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "Little friend Shuhang." Her mental energy fluctuated uncontrollably, and her emotions had become slightly unstable. "Fairy Dongfang, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang replied. Hehehe, Fairy Dongfang, did you find it impressive? Seeing yourself on my 9th dragon pattern, do you feel especially stimulated? Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "Can you tell me what's up with your 9th dragon pattern? Why am I on your 9th dragon pattern? Don't tell me that you have a crush on me. If this is a prank, then, believe it or not, I might just drive through your house every day." At this moment it was Song Shuhang's mental energies turned to fluctuate violently as his emotions became unstable. He originally wanted to ask Fairy Dongfang 6, was it exciting? Now, he himself felt that he had been stimulated too much. He had to be careful, otherwise his heart might face complications. Song Shuhang sincerely replied, "Ahem. Actually, my 9th dragon pattern has the special effect of showing one's true self. To put it bluntly, it's like looking in a mirror. When you looked at it, you saw your true self. Like looking in a mirror?" Fairy Dongfang 6 emotions stabilized. Was it my true self that was being reflected in it? Song Shuhang said, "Indeed." Fairy Dongfang 6 contentedly said, "I see. It appears that I'm a woman who's the same on the outside and the inside." Song Shuhang finally let out a breath of relief. The senior-level figures in the 9 provinces number 1 group were completely different from Soft Feather and Su Clan 16. Soft Feather had been so unsettled that she had even ended up stuttering cutely. 16 had been a little calmer as it was the appearance of the white dragon that had been reflected. On the contrary, when it came to a senior from the 9 provinces number 1 group, it was actually Song Shuhang who ended up getting unsettled enough that he stuttered. Song Shuhang tentatively asked, Fairy Dongfang 6, did you see anything other than yourself? What do you mean? Fairy Dongfang 6 replied with a question. For example, a car or something? Song Shuhang asked. Maybe someone was getting run over? Fairy Dongfang 6. Do you think that I can't see what you're implying here? Believe it or not, I might really drive a car through your house every week. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, but having said that, your 9th dragon pattern isn't bad. How about we cooperate and trick someone? After all, she was the holy maiden of a demonic force. As she was tricked, she wanted others to feel the same. Song Shuhang said, it doesn't matter who it is. I plan on showing it to every senior anyway. Fairy Dongfang 6 pointed out, little friend Shuhang, you're still a rookie when it comes to stimulating others. You should cooperate with me. First things first, choose a candidate. When I go out, I'll put on a serious look, and then assume a heavy expression while looking at the fellow Taoist who will be taking a look at your 9th dragon pattern next. This would achieve the best effect. Song Shuhang curiously asked, who would be the best one, then? Has Senior White seen it? Fairy Dongfang 6 immediately thought of Senior White. Song Shuhang said, he has. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Tisk, that's a pity. Then let's change the target. How about Purple Mist? After Purple Mist is finished, we can get Medicine Master to go in next. Song Shuhang said, I feel like Fairy Purple Mist and Senior Medicine Master are so close to one another that once she comes out, she will immediately tell Senior Medicine Master about the secret. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, that's true. Alright, then let's start with the group leader. I'll get Senior Yellow Mountain to come in next. Song Shuhang said, I'm fine with that. Fairy Dongfang 6 grinned, and said, okay, let's work together and trick Senior Yellow Mountain. After a while, Fairy Dongfang 6 consciousness withdrew from Song Shuhang's dantian. Soft Feather, Su Clan 16, and the little Senior White all looked at her. Fairy Dongfang 6 took a deep breath. I just took a look at Song Shuhang's 9th dragon pattern, but ignored one thing. Song Shuhang actually has 9 dragon patterns. 9 dragon patterns. She only had 8. After taking a deep breath, Fairy Dongfang 6 quickly entered acting mode. She had to cooperate with Song Shuhang in order to trick Senior Yellow Mountain. Next, she put on an exaggerated expression of disbelief, quietly glancing at Senior Yellow Mountain. The other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were confused. What did Fairy Dongfang 6 see? Why did she look absent-minded after leaving Song Shuhang's dantian? Moreover, why did she quietly glance at Senior Yellow Mountain? Senior Yellow Mountain was also confused. Fairy Dongfang 6 came to Senior Yellow Mountain's side and patted him lightly. Senior Yellow Mountain, you should be the next one to have a look at Shuhang's dragon patterns. You must have a look at them yourself. Yellow Mountain. Seeing the serious-faced Fairy Dongfang 6, Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned slightly. Senior Yellow Mountain said, alright, I'll go next. He came to Song Shuhang's side and first reached out to grab Daodu. Come down, Daodu. No, I won't be coming down today. Daodu said using the secret sound transmission technique. Venerable Yellow Mountain smirked coldly. He grabbed Daodu's belly with both hands, tickling him. The speed of his hands was so fast that Song Shuhang could not even see Senior Yellow Mountain's fingers. Ha 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 woof dash, Daodu couldn't bear it and started laughing out loud. By laughing like this, his mouth loosened, and he fell from Song Shuhang's arm. Daodu angrily said, stupid Yellow Mountain, fight me. Yellow Mountain said, be quiet. In a while, it will be your turn to look at little friend Shuhang's dragon patterns. Daodu tilted his head for a moment and nodded. Venerable Yellow Mountain grabbed Song Shuhang's wrist, and his consciousness went in. What followed was the same thing that Fairy Dongfang 6 went through. Song Shuhang showed the first 8 dragon patterns to Senior Yellow Mountain. Venerable Yellow Mountain also noticed the fact that Song Shuhang's 8 dragon patterns were all manually added. At the same time, he looked forward to seeing the 9th dragon pattern. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and brought out his 9th dragon pattern. Venerable Yellow Mountain glanced at the 9th dragon pattern. Then, he saw a handsome and classy man in the 9th dragon pattern. At a glance, this man looked like a reliable senior. Venerable Yellow Mountain. F***ck, wasn't this him? Little friend Song Shuhang had placed him on his 9th dragon pattern? What did this mean? After thinking about Fairy Dongfang 6's expression from before, Senior Yellow Mountain became uneasy. Wait. I shouldn't be too anxious. I should first think about this calmly. After a while, a few strange verses suddenly emerged in his mind. In the sky, willing to be lovebirds. On earth, willing to be linked branches. If the emotions of two persist through time, what would this entail for the future? Suddenly looking back and finding that person there, standing in a place with waning lights. These 3 verses had appeared in his mind. It was precisely because of the content of these 3 verses that Venerable Yellow Mountain had given up on fortune-telling, and had switched to using a mobile app developed by a divining master of the cultivation world. He would rather believe in an app than in his own talent. With this thought in mind, Senior Yellow Mountain's mental energy fluctuated violently. The degree of the fluctuations was quite big, which was beyond Song Shuhang's expectations. Senior Yellow Mountain solemnly said, "Little friend Shuhang." Senior Yellow Mountain, do tell, Song Shuhang replied. At this time, he couldn't bear to ask whether it was stimulating or not, as the tone coming from Yellow Mountain had been so heavy. Senior Yellow Mountain asked, "How do you feel about Su Clan 16? Song Shuhang replied, "She's very cute, and has a quiet character." Senior Yellow Mountain asked, "How do you feel about Soft Feather?" Song Shuhang replied, "She's very pretty and has a lively character." Senior Yellow Mountain asked, "How do you feel about Yi Si, your ghost spirit?" Song Shuhang said, "She's very gentle and quiet, and her personality is in sync with mine." Then, Senior Yellow Mountain asked, "Faced with these 3 different types of female cultivators who are about the same age as you, are you not moved by them?" He was a little worried about Song Shuhang now, worried from the bottom of his heart. Song Shuhang sincerely replied, "Of course I've been moved." Whether it was when he had first met Soft Feather, or when he met with Su Clan 16, or when he saw Yi Si, his heart had been moved more than once. He was a very normal man, and he was not an eminent monk. It was normal for him to have such reactions when seeing beautiful women. If he hadn't been moved, then there would have been a big problem. It looks like he can still be saved. In that case, why didn't you put Su Clan 16, Soft Feather, or Yi Si in your 9th dragon pattern? Yellow Mountain felt very tired. What are you doing by making me your 9th dragon pattern? Song Shuhang thought for a while and felt that he should ask this question before revealing the truth. Hehehe, Senior Yellow Mountain, was it stimulating? Huh? Senior Yellow Mountain was dumbfounded. Song Shuhang calmly said, "I'll tell you the truth. My 9th dragon pattern can reflect one's true self. It is the same as a mirror. When one looks at it, it's as if they were seeing themselves in a mirror." Venerable Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang said, "By the way, Senior Yellow Mountain, your mental energy fluctuated very violently just now. I didn't expect you to be so stimulated due to this matter." Senior Yellow Mountain's reaction was several times more violent than he expected. What had actually happened? "Little friend Shuhang," Senior Yellow Mountain said calmly. "There is a saying that if you don't seek death, then you won't die." Song Shuhang anxiously said, Senior, I don't think this should count as seeking death. I just asked a senior to take a look at my 9th dragon pattern, and I also immediately gave him an explanation. It was just supposed to be a small surprise. Could it be that being slightly careless had become a synonym of seeking death? The next day. Monday, October 14, 2019. Song Shuhang woke up in a daze. He found himself on a wooden boat. The small wooden boat was braving the wind and the waves. Not far away from him, he saw Mini Senior White sitting within the boat as well. Senior White, where are we, and where are we going? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? What happened? Song Shuhang had a whole series of questions in his mind. Oh, little Shuhang, you're up. Senior White looked at Song Shuhang and waved to him. Did you sleep well? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Song Shuhang squeezed his chin and began to recall. Right before I lost consciousness. I was showing Senior Yellow Mountain my 9th dragon pattern, right? The little Senior White replied, you just consumed too much mental energy, and then naturally fell asleep. Don't worry about it too much. Song Shuhang was puzzled. That can't be right. Wasn't I in a good state at that time? In addition, I keep on getting the feeling that whenever Senior White replies to me, he's looking somewhere else. The little Senior White replied, let's talk about this later. In short, you just fell asleep. Song Shuhang. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sky was still slightly gloomy as water drizzled down and dawn approached. It seems like I accidentally satisfied enough criteria for seeking death, resulting in punishment. Regardless. There seems to be something wrong with Senior White today. The little Senior White seriously said, we'll be entering a chaotic stretch of sea where even practitioners can be in danger. We didn't bring any life-saving equipment, nor food, nor water. Little Shuhang and I will be moving onward with only this single boat. Song Shuhang. It felt as if Senior White was saying something to a camera, and what did he call him? Little Shuhang? He thought that he had heard it wrong before. Could I have met a fake Senior White? Or? Song Shuhang followed Senior White's gaze and looked behind him. Then, he saw a mobile phone floating in the air, recording them. Song Shuhang asked, is this a live stream? Senior White replied, the software that Little Yellow Mountain's team had developed not too long ago was made available to those of our cultivation circle. I heard that fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly commissioned Little Yellow Mountain to work on it before closing up. Song Shuhang. After Little Shuhang, Little Yellow Mountain also came out. Senior Spirit Butterfly must have requested the software for Soft Feather, right? Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, why did you suddenly think of doing a live stream? Senior White replied, because I was bored. Truly a powerful reason. Song Shuhang asked, then what is the theme of our live stream? Senior White said, as you can see, it's a live stream of our adventures in the chaotic sea. I've only just begun the broadcast, and the only viewers at the moment are Little Yellow Mountain and his subordinates. You've woken up at the right time. I'll be handing over the task of recording the live stream to you. Song Shuhang took the phone with a dazed expression. Senior White said, in the chaotic sea, the most problematic thing is to lose one's way. However, Little Shuhang and I need not worry over such a thing. Although we're on a lone boat, we have a top-tier navigation device. Little six-winged white crane entered the live stream room. I am Bi Shui entered the live stream room. I am Daodu, I like Choo Choo the most entered the live stream room. Too late to take the name Creation entered the live stream room. Northern River Almond entered the live stream room. The fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group arrived one by one. Most of them hadn't downloaded this software yet. However, after hearing that Senior White had started a live broadcast, they hurried to download this software that Senior Yellow Mountain had developed. Song Shuhang curiously thought, are Senior White and Senior Yellow Mountain working together in promoting this software? Perhaps this live broadcast has been planned a long time ago, and Senior White is merely following the script. Is that why he seems to be so strange today? While Song Shuhang was thinking, the little Senior White stretched out his hand to take something out from the cabin of the boat. It was the statue of a person sitting cross-legged. A long rope was tied to the statue. F***ck. It's Senior White. Song Shuhang was shocked. This statue was actually Senior White in secluded cultivation mode. Then did that mean that the one he had been talking to was a clone? Senior White's clone skill was very unusual. Every time he summoned a clone, it seemed to take on a completely different personality. But at the same time, these clones all possessed the same knowledge, abilities, and means as the main body. Afterward, Senior White's clone grabbed the main body, and threw it towards the sky forcefully. Song Shuhang. The last time, another clone of Senior White's had also used the main body as a powerful throwing weapon. Anyway, after the statue was thrown toward the sky, Senior White's clone grabbed the rope attached to it, starting to rotate it vigorously. Too late to take the name creation, F***ck. The stone statue is Senior White's main body. Too late to take the name creation, gifted 1000 heavenly tribulation machine guns. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. No wonder fellow Taoist White looked strange today. It turns out that it was his clone. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, gifted 666 heavenly tribulation tanks. I am Daodu, I like Choo Choo the most, gifted 100 heavenly tribulation guided missiles. I am Bishwe, this is too chaotic. However, both are fellow Taoist White, and both are so cute. Little six-winged White Crane was in the same mood as Bishwe. Little Feather from Spirit Butterfly Island, Senior Song, the last clone that dared to do this ended up exploding. You should take care of yourself. Little Feather from Spirit Butterfly Island gifted 1 heavenly tribulation atomic bomb. Song Shuhang couldn't help but say, what does this have to do with me? Northern River Almond, in theory, you are an accomplice. Because you are the one recording the live stream. Dongfang 6 is the same on the inside and the outside. I'm looking forward to the next time Shuhang explodes. Song Shuhang's hands trembled, causing him to drop the phone. However, when the phone fell, it flew up by itself and went back into Song Shuhang's hands. Song Shuhang. Little six-winged White Crane gleefully said, how will Shuhang die next time? Little six-winged White Crane gifted 1 heavenly tribulation atomic bomb. At this time, in the live broadcast, Senior White's clone threw the stone statue. Senior White's main body flew in the right front direction. Senior White's clone laughed, and said, that's the direction, full speed ahead. Song Shuhang reminded, you're going to die, Senior White. It's fine as it's something the next clone will have to deal with. Senior White's clone waved his hand, and then pulled at the rope vigorously to retrieve the stone statue. Song Shuhang. This clone of Senior White's clone kept on giving others a completely unreliable feeling. The boat made a turn, and continued to brave the wind and the waves at sea. Senior White's clone put the main body back into the cabin. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, is our destination Heavenly Field Island? That's right. We'll be heading straight into this direction, and we shall eventually reach Heavenly Field Island, Senior White's clone said. However, in order to avoid deviating from the course, we'll have to get ourselves back on track after sailing a certain distance. Song Shuhang asked, are we not directly traveling through space? Senior White replied, we can't just do that, because we have to break through this chaotic sea area and harvest a chaotic age fruit from it along our journey. Song Shuhang's eyes brightened. What kind of treasure is it? Senior White replied, eating this fruit allows one's age to change at random. My current young appearance is very inconvenient, and I am afraid it will take me hundreds of years to return my original form, which would be too troublesome. After consuming that fruit, I will have the chance to take on a better appearance. I hope to transform my body into one that fits the age group of 18 to 28. As soon as Senior White finished speaking, the chat channel in the live broadcast room exploded. Dongfang 6 is the same on the inside and the outside, what? Senior White wants to go back to his original state? No, Senior White looks cutest the way he currently is. He should just keep this appearance. Dongfang 6 is the same on the inside and the outside, gifted 6 heavenly tribulation hydrogen bombs. Lychees aren't delicious at all. I also feel that little Senior White is the cutest. Little 6-winged white crane, whether it is this small Senior White or a grown-up Senior White, I will still like him. As long as it is what Senior White wants, I can accept it. Senior White, I am your most loyal supporter, Little White Crane. Little 6-winged white crane gifted 66 heavenly tribulation hydrogen bombs. Northern River Almond, I just remembered Thrice Reckless words from before. Mini Senior White is better, at least his childlike appearance causes his charm to only make us feel that he is super cute. IMB Shui, is fellow Daoist tyrant Flood Dragon here? Is there really such a fruit in this world? Tyrant Flood Dragon is going to have a child again. There is indeed such an exotic fruit in the chaotic sea. However, this fruit's effect cannot be trusted. Sometimes, it would cause one to become old when it is eaten, and sometimes it would cause one to become a baby. It might even cause one to become like an embryo. If you aren't especially lucky, I do not recommend that you try such a strange fruit. Little Feather from Spirit Butterfly Island, Senior Song, if you find many of such exotic fruits, can you bring me a few? Little Feather from Spirit Butterfly Island gifted 500 heavenly tribulation atomic bombs. Song Shuhang replied, Soft Feather, what do you want such a fruit for? Little Feather from Spirit Butterfly Island replied, I want it because it sounds amusing as it causes one's age to change. 16, actually. I also want a few of those exotic fruits. While Soft Feather was just amused by the effect, 16 hoped that her body could develop some more after eating the fruit. Senior White's clone said, Stop chatting, Little Shuhang. We'll be entering the depths of the chaotic sea now. Song Shuhang looked around, and thought, but this stretch of sea looks no different from other areas. Let's go in. Senior White's clone stood on the bow of the boat, stretched out his hand, and tapped in the air. It was as if an invisible door was opened. In the next moment, Song Shuhang found that the environment around him had changed. Violent storms, thunder and lightning, and huge waves. This was akin to the classic shipwreck disaster opening scene in various movies. Below, a huge whirlpool had formed out of nowhere, swallowing the boat whole. Facts had proven that Senior White's clone was truly unreliable this time around. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked upward while underwater. He sighed and blew out a bunch of bubbles. After entering the depths of the chaotic sea, a shipwreck disaster scene unfolded. Song Shuhang's and Senior White's small boat was swallowed by the whirlpool, and the two of them were sent straight to the bottom of the sea. Song Shuhang quickly cast the turtle breathing technique. At the same time, the variant steel hands technique automatically went to work on his body. Due to the strong pressure on the seabed, Song Shuhang's body tempering techniques were all activated. Sun Finger. Song Shuhang stretched out his finger, making it glow with dazzling light. After doing so, he found that he had been separated from Senior White. The small wooden boat was also gone. The whirlpool that had sent them down just now had caused them to be separated. Song Shuhang. Song, very tired, Shuhang. Song Shuhang spread out his spiritual sense and his mental energy. However, he was only able to sense various kinds of marine life, and he could not find any traces of Senior White's clone or Senior White's main body at all. Song Shuhang said, It seems like there's nothing I can do. I can only seek help from others. He stretched out his hand and waved it. Senior Turtle, I choose you. The seabed was Senior Turtle's home, with it being a sea turtle. With Senior Turtle's cultivation base, it should be able to locate Senior White's main body and Senior White's clone very quickly. No matter what, it was at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. After a while, Song Shuhang retracted his arm in distress. His connection with his inner world had been cut again at a critical moment. In this chaotic sea, the link between him and his inner world was partially blocked. He could sense his inner world just like when he had been in the heavenly tribulation world, but the time that it would take his commands to reach the inner world had become very long. According to his preliminary estimates, it would take him at least 1 day and 1 night before he could open the inner world in this chaotic sea. This chaotic sea was another weird world. How do I always end up in these kinds of spaces? Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, after leaving this underwater world, I have to upgrade the inner world. I have to upgrade it as many times as I can. A bunch of bubbles came out from his mouth as he said this. Since he had no way of requesting external assistance, then he could only rely on himself. At this time, the virtuous Lamia suddenly appeared and wrapped around Song Shuhang. Puzzled, Song Shuhang asked, "Is there any danger?" Immediately afterward, he sensed a few spiky objects attacking him. But their damage output was very low. Ding, ding, ding dash. Song Shuhang swept away all these spiky objects with a quick swing of his hand. Under the rays of light from his sun finger and the virtuous Lamia, he spotted the attackers. Song Shuhang said, "Oh, so it's you guys." The ones who had come were old acquaintances of his. It was a group of guys wearing black clothes, with spikes coming out from various places on their bodies. The valiant sea urchin warriors. I didn't expect to encounter them in this chaotic sea. Do they exist in every sea area of the world? Their reproductive ability is really strong. Right, I still have the mark of the sea urchin slayer on my body. Song Shuhang thought to himself. As long as he had this mark, sea urchin warriors from all over the world would launch a fierce offensive on him as long as they ran into him, the kind wherein they wouldn't stop unless they died. The sea urchin warrior captain, who was in the lead, roared, "You atrocious human being! I smell a strong stench of blood from you. How much blood of my companions have you spilled? How many of our companions have you killed? I, the valiant sea urchin warrior captain, 65th year 1st class 33rd number, shall exact revenge for my companions." The sea urchin warrior used a method similar to the secret sound transmission technique to transmit these lines to him. "Your death is at hand, you heinous human. Today, nobody will be able to save you," the sea urchin warrior continued angrily. "Anyone who has spilled the blood of us sea urchin warriors will be the common enemy of the sea urchin warriors all over the world. You can't escape even if you run to the ends of the world. Not only you, but even your family shall." However, the sea urchin warrior captain was not even finished with his lines yet when a clear voice suddenly sounded. The virtuous Lamia behind Song Shuhang said in a sweet voice, "Shall be punished by the sea urchin warriors. You can't hide, there's no way for you to live. However, if you cut off your head obediently, I can spare your family." The sea urchin warrior captain, was I just robbed of my lines? How can this be? Why did you steal my lines? It took me several years to memorize them. Song Shuhang. On his body, the virtuous Lamia showed a content smile. It was truly refreshing to steal someone else's lines. No wonder fairy creation wanted to steal her lines. Now, she had found herself a new hobby. The valiant sea urchin warrior captain was furious. "Damn it, you aren't leaving this sea area alive." Song Shuhang sighed and blew out a bunch of bubbles. "Even your boss dares not provoke me anymore. Are you certain that you want to fight me?" Song Shuhang said while spreading his aura. The tyrannical Song, Sage Seal and the tyrannical Scholar, Demon Seal emerged. The sea urchin warrior captain suddenly realized Song Shuhang's identity. Tyrannical Song. It was the first sage in 1,000 years. The one who had shown his divinity to the universe twice. He was the same tyrannical Song that had impregnated everyone in the universe. Even if you're tyrannical Song, we are not afraid. We are the fearless sea urchin warriors, and we are not afraid of those with power. Behind the sea urchin warrior captain, a strong sea urchin warrior solemnly said, "We are not afraid to sacrifice ourselves." The sea urchin warrior captain said, "Idiot, this is why I told you to go to class and listen carefully. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has been removed from the blacklist. His Highness the Sea King once told me to retreat when encountering Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." Then, he waved his hand, and shouted, "Strategic retreat." In this way, the group of sea urchin warriors slowly retreated, returning into the darkness. The entire scene was extremely comical. "Wait," Song Shuhang said using sound transmission. The seafloor was the home of sea urchin warriors, so they should be able to help. The sea urchin warrior felt a terrifying light come from Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's eyes, which was particularly scary in the underwater world. Song Shuhang asked, "Don't be so anxious to leave. When you came here, did you happen to see a statue sitting cross-legged, perhaps even releasing a very powerful charm?" The sea urchin warrior captain shook his head vigorously. "We were nearby and only saw Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, but no statue." Song Shuhang asked, "Did you see Sage Monarch White?" The sea urchin warrior captain shook his head again. "Nope." Song Shuhang said, "Then, please help me look around. Sage White should be nearby." The sea urchin warrior captain said disdainfully, "The valiant sea urchin warriors do not succumb to oppression. We will not obey anyone's orders other than those of His Highness the Sea King." The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. At this time, the virtuous Lamia said, "I'll kill your whole family. You can't escape even if you run to the ends of the world, kill." This line of hers was a paraphrased version of the lines of the sea urchin warriors. The sea urchin warrior captain froze. "We, sea urchin warriors, are fearless, but Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is a friend of His Highness, so we can indeed help you. We shall move at once to help Profound Sage Tyrannical Song find Sage Monarch White. Spread out." Song Shuhang said, "The other sea urchin warriors can spread out, but you, warrior captain, should stay." The sea urchin warrior captain froze again. "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, what else do you want to tell me?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "Nothing, I just feel a little bored and want you to stay and chat with me." "Are you crazy? What is there to talk about between us sea urchin warriors and you?" The sea urchin warrior captain said in its mind. However, in the end, it stayed. "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just avoiding useless sacrifices," the sea urchin warrior captain thought to itself. "What should we talk about?" Song Shuhang looked at the sea urchin warrior captain. "Right, that strange fruit that could change one's age." Song Shuhang asked, "Do you know where the chaotic age fruit can be found?" The sea urchin warrior captain shook his head, and said, "I don't." Song Shuhang said, "You grew up in this chaotic sea, yet don't even know about the specialty of this place?" The sea urchin warrior captain replied, "Actually, we abandoned the location of our old school due to a submarine volcano there. We've just recently moved to this sea area." Song Shuhang. Then, Song Shuhang and the sea urchin warrior captain fell into an awkward silence. The two had no common topics to discuss. Should they talk about the sea urchin warriors' compulsory education? That would be quite degrading. About 20 minutes later, the sea urchin warrior captain said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, we've searched everywhere within 10 miles of this place but could not find Sage White or the statue. Could you have remembered the location incorrectly? Strange, Senior White and I entered in the same whirlpool. It makes no sense that we were thrown so far apart. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. Senior White was gone, and he didn't know where the exotic fruit, chaotic age, grew. Even the inner world was blocked in this chaotic sea. This wasn't a punishment from Senior White's main body, was it? According to Northern River's loose cultivator, although he was only in charge of recording, he was also an accomplice of the clone to some extent. Song Shuhang thought, since I can't find the chaotic age fruit, should just directly head to Heavenly Field Island and wait for Senior White there. He looked at the sea urchin warrior captain, and asked, "Do you know about a place called Heavenly Field Island?" The sea urchin warrior captain asked, "Heavenly Field Island? Is that the island of the stupid island master Tian Tian Kong and the clever vice island master Tian Tian Wei?" Song Shuhang. Stupid island master Tian Tian Kong and clever vice island master Tian Tian Wei? Alright, that should be the island. That's the one. Do you know its location? Song Shuhang said. Bring me there. After we arrive at Heavenly Field Island, you can leave me. The sea urchin warrior captain replied, I can only bring profound sage tyrannical song in the vicinity of Heavenly Field Island. Heavenly Field Island is currently on guard, and we cannot get too close. That's fine. Song Shuhang stroked his spatial bracelet and brought out the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Afterward, he slightly stretched out his hand. Broken Tyrant covered the sea urchin warrior captain as the guardrail rose, trapping it inside. At the same time, Song Shuhang summoned the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades. The invisible saber insect was still in the inner world, and could not be summoned. He stepped on the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades with his feet, and said, Go.